All right, we should be live. Look at this little dude. I had to go live immediately, a little bit early, because look at that. He just sat like right in front of the camera perfectly. No. Hey, Jazzy. What you doing? Hold on. I think what we can do here, I do want to make it just a tad brighter. Thank you, Big Fat Seal, for the $2. Thank you so much. Hey, Sandy, thank you for being an EF1 member for 5 months. Wow. What's happening? We got breaking news. Chaz is sitting perfectly on the Chaz cam for once. Trying to give him a... No. We do have some breaking news to go over, though, in terms of severe weather, but we're going to wait and stare at Chaz and say hello before we get started. But how is everybody doing today? Today, we're going to be covering yet another day, potentially a more dangerous day than yesterday in terms of tornadic weather. It actually wouldn't take much, to be honest, to be more dangerous than yesterday, to be honest. I think we had one brief tornado yesterday. No, Stabitha. Chazzy stays here. You're doing great. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That's a cute pup. He is. He very much is. Look at that. Hold on. We can control the camera now, I think, on my PC, if everything goes well. Or not. Man, the camera app decides to work and then it decides not to work. I don't understand that. He doesn't know it, but he is in the perfect position. Aw. Jazzy Noodle. I can't help it. Hey, Miss Thomas. Ooh. Little head scritch. Thank you, Big Fat Seal, for the $2 again. Thank you so much. Is he nice? Does he like seals? I don't know if he likes seals or not. He doesn't like cows. I know that for sure. Is he a corgi? I don't know. He's either a Lancaster Heeler or a corgi mixed with a Chihuahua. No. All right. We'll have plenty of more Chaz Cam in the future, but for now, we got to stay focused. We do have an update here from the SPC. A couple of updates. This morning, they upgraded it to a 5% tornado risk. And now they have upgraded it to a 10% tornado risk out over here near Fairfield, Mount Pleasant, Burlington, Fort Madison, Galesburg, Kewanee, Davenport, Muscatine, and Bloomfield and Fairfield. So we're talking about a 10% chance of a tornado within a 25-mile radius within any of these points inside of this yellow area. So if you live in Mount Pleasant, there's a 10% chance for a tornado within a 25-mile radius of you. And thank you, Cheryl Masters, for the... Oh, wait. We got to turn on the voice. Oh, wait. That's what we could do. Chazzy will thank the chat.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl Masters, for a $20 donation for treats for me. I appreciate that. But as of right now, I'm a little bit too sweepies to really be thinking about treats. I even have treats outside of the studio here, but they're just sitting in my bowl because I'd rather be down here in my safe place. But thank you so much for the $20 donation. I do appreciate that very, very much.
You Jazzy Noodle. All right, I'm back. But yeah, so that's what we got going on out there. Also a 5% tornado risk all the way from northern Missouri in through southeastern Iowa, going up into northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin as well, with a 2% tornado risk that extends all the way from Maryville, St. Joseph there in Missouri, up into Michigan. I really don't think we're going to see much of a tornado chance there in Michigan, to be honest, today. I think it's going to probably die right around as it gets to the Great Lakes. That's kind of my thoughts on this risk. But yeah, in other places out there, we do have a slight risk and a marginal risk for severe weather. None of those are going to be carrying a tornado risk, but we do have a wind risk out here for parts like Amarillo, a little bit of an elevated wind risk over there near Sterling for 60-mile-per-hour winds and above, and then 5% chance of that really extending all the way, from Canada all the way down into Mexico, there into Kansas, part of Oklahoma, potentially even making it into northern Iowa or Ohio. And then if we come over here to our hail risk, you can see that we do have a couple of spots where hail is going to be possible, like over here near Cheyenne and Denver, and also back over here into southern Illinois as well. So our main wind risk for today is going to be back over here near Davenport, Clinton, Iowa City, Ottumwa, Kirksville, Macomb, Canton there in Illinois, DeKalb, Ottawa, Dixon, Galesburg, all need to be watching out. We actually have a 30% chance here for some damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds and above. So if you guys live in this area, maybe weather aware, there's a pretty high chance that there's going to be some damaging winds in your area today. In terms of the future, talking about future radar out there, we are going to have a couple of spots here where, early on, potentially starting really right now, going off into the evening, any one of these supercells that can really tap into the environment could have some potential for tornadoes. Our strongest risk for tornadoes will probably be later on tonight as we go into around 5 or 6 p.m., as we do have a little bit of enhanced risk there, but our tornado chances start a little bit back over here where these storms are really starting to get their act together. But we really could have tornadoes starting anywhere from right now all the way into late this evening. And starting at around 4 p.m., this turns more into a linear line, but we could have some, prefrontal cells and potentially some supercells embedded in this line as that moves off to the east. By around 8 p.m., we're talking about Davenport, Burlington. As we go into around 10 p.m., this is there just south of Rockford. And then as we go into around 11, 12 a.m., could have some storms over there near like Aurora, Chicago. But as you can see, the storms are quite outflow dominant by this point. Even though we have a 5% chance over there near Chicago, I do think there's even a chance that we don't even really see much there in the Chicago region in terms of tornadoes. But definitely, some damaging winds will be possible. I need to have the Chaz Cam as a button. But
thank you, Big Fat Seal, for the $10 yet again. What radar do I use? I use the WeatherWise radar. So thank you so much for that donation. Do I agree with the 10% tornado risk?
I don't know. If we come over here to our significant tornado parameter, or actually one of the things I've been really looking at for today has been the storm relative helicity. And it's really maximized at the beginning. And then that kind of drops off by the time it gets to Iowa and Illinois, where that, 10% risk is. So, it seems like our storm relative helicity will kind of max out earlier. And then as these storms go outflow dominant, it's going to be hard for them to produce tornadoes. But we could have like maybe some QLCS tornadoes in there. So that might be why they're putting that 10% out there. I mean, the NATO, I feel like the SPC as of late has been kind of copying the NATO cast. He's so cute. I appreciate that. Yes, he is. I agree. Yeah, out over here near Guthrie Center and Rippey, we have a storm down there. We also have some rain and showers over here near Hampton and Iowa Falls, and also another storm back over here north of Cedar Rapids, heading up towards Manchester. This one's actually severe warned with 1-inch hail, just under 50 or mile per hour, or just around 50 mile per hour winds there. So it's mainly just the hail on that storm, and which is warned. And then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning back over here, heading into Tallahassee. I didn't even be able to get a little view on that storm. Let's try. Also, right now we have Storm Chaser Patrick, who's already live out in the in Coralville, Iowa. This is what it's looking like in the area. As you can see, we have a little bit of cloud cover on the higher levels of the upper atmosphere there. So it's a little bit murky. Some sunshine is trying to make it down to the surface, though. We also have a McDonald's coming up on the right. So if you look outside on the right side of the screen here, you can see a McDonald's sign that is partially destroyed, I guess. They seem to be missing a part of it. But yeah, the atmosphere is looking like it's warming up. That we had a little bit of a surface inversion this morning, but that surface inversion has since gone away. So which basically means we have warmer air at the surface than we do above the surface of the ground, right? You know, so that's going to be, that kind of flips that inversion back to where it's supposed to be. And yeah, I mean, the atmosphere is pretty much ready to go here. We're just going to be waiting on storms to mature as they, you know, try to tap into some of the ingredients that we have right now. Yeah, that's Patrick out over there. He's in Iowa. Our first chaser live for today. We should have Stormwater Media live at around 2 p.m. And I'm not sure when Pagey Tornado is going live. Do we have any questions, by the way? Every time I say his name, you think of SquarePants. Oh, Patrick. Yeah, understandable. That makes sense. Thoughts on Peoria? I think that's in Illinois, right? Like over here in this area. Yeah, there's Peoria. Let me get up. I mean, for the most part, storms should be pretty outflow dominant by the time they get to you. I think your risk is going to be mainly up to your north. Let me over to our composite reflectivity here. Okay, looks like that. All right, there we go. Now, if we come over to here, yeah, Peoria, maybe some opportunities there for some prefrontal super showers, or maybe even some prefrontal mini supercells with some tornadic potential there. So that could be possible if that does happen. Maybe a little bit of an elevated tornado threat as that comes through. And yeah, if we come over here to our significant tornado parameter by around that time, you can see it's really not that elevated there. So there is going to be a chance for a tornado, but it's going to be on the lower end. I would keep an eye out for it, but your main risk out there is going to be those damaging wind gusts. You can see on our wind gusts here, you have the potential for anywhere from 50 to 60 mile per hour winds as that, you know, first wave of storms comes through, and then also as that second wave of storms. So you could have two kind of storms or two lines of storms that come through the Peoria area. It looks like at around 8 to 9 p.m. there, and the second wave at around 10 to 11, probably about an hour later, if, you know, the storms do develop like our models are saying. I'm saying there's a chance. There is a chance. Thank you, Big Fat Steel, for the $10 donations. How's my day going? My day's going all right. Got some good sleep last night. Voice is feeling good, and I'm ready for a big long stream. Yeah, I saw that weather, man. What time frame am I looking at for storms hitting Rock Falls, Illinois? Let me see where that is. Rock Falls, Illinois. Yeah, so you're in the enhanced risk, so you will be in a 5% tornado risk, I think, over there. Let me just make sure that you're not in that 10%. You might be on the edge of it. You're just outside of that 10%. So you're in a 5% tornado risk for today. That's probably going to happen with these first line of storms that comes through your area, probably around 7 to 8 p.m. There in Rock Falls. Your significant tornado parameter really isn't that elevated, but there is some green there, which usually means that there is a, you know, that's probably, usually when there's some green in the significant tornado parameter, that's usually when they pull the trigger on that 5%. So there's definitely a chance for a tornado out there. And if we come over here to your estimated wind gusts, you can see we got quite the gust front that is going to be possible. Anywhere from 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe even a little bit above that could be possible there in the Dixon area at around 7 to 8 p.m. And then that should subside as we go throughout the night there. A little brief period in where some stronger winds will certainly be possible. But again, if you're just tuning in and you weren't here for our little beginning update here, let's come back over to here just to give you guys the news. Our slight risk for today has been upgraded to an enhanced risk. over here for parts of Missouri, Iowa, going into Illinois. We're talking about cities like Clinton, Davenport, Burlington, over there west of Chicago, Kirksville, Ottumwa, Iowa City, Macomb, Canton. All are in an enhanced risk for today, and our tornado risk is at a 10% tornado risk. So we've gone from a 5% tornado risk to a 10%. So a little bit more of an elevated chance of seeing a tornado, especially in this area over here near Bloomfield, Burlington, Muscatine, Davenport, and Galesburg. And we even have a 5% tornado risk that extends all the way from the Iowa-Missouri border up into Chicago. So there's a decent amount of people that need to be weather aware today. Again, there are some ways that this storm could fail and not really produce a whole lot of tornadoes, but there's also some ways where it does. And so definitely need to be weather aware out there. Going to have a lot of little storms out here eventually that are going to have that potential for some tornadoes. So again, if you live in this area, I would be weather aware, especially because we do have an enhanced risk for severe weather out there. And we'll be monitoring it here live for you guys. I thank you, Big Fat Seal, for yet another $2 donation. Are some of these storms supercells? Not right now, but later on the day we could have something called like a shallow supercell, or a supercell that's not really that tall. So they'll be on the smaller scale of supercells, but they will definitely have that rotation potential and also a tornado potential. What about Cedar Rapids? Cedar Rapids right now is in a 2 out of 5 for severe weather. Your tornado risk is around a 5%, so you definitely need to be weather aware. You got some storms around you right now, but those aren't the storms that you're going to need to be worried about. It's really at around 4 to 5 p.m. where these storms start to make it into the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City area there. So again, definitely need to be watching out. If we come over here to our max wind gusts, you can see that you're going to be at the beginning and probably at the stronger portion of this line, maybe even anywhere from 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are going to be possible over there near Cedar Rapids. You can see we've got those reds going into those white kind of pale colors. That is indicative of around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Your significant tornado parameter, though, is a little bit on the lower side, but still can't rule out, some isolated brief tornadoes with embedded in that line of storms there. So I would definitely be ready to go at least by 4 or 5 p.m. there in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Did leave your like at the door in chat. Thank you. Appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you. Are storms occurring now or just crapvection? This back over here are going to be our first storm. So they are already starting to develop. These ones are going to be the first ones we've got to kind of keep an eye on for some rotation. But right now they're kind of in the baby stages. They haven't really gotten to that point. And we're also seeing initiation further down south. As you can see, according to our outlook, a lot of our tornadic activity will be further down south, but I do believe that there is a chance that we could get some brief spin-ups initially out of some of these storms, which is why we're live, and also because we just had a breaking news update where we had our tornado chances go from 5% to 10%, which is one of the highest tornado chances we've had almost the entire month. So it should be an elevated tornado risk today as long as everything goes as forecasted. So I would definitely be weather aware. And thank you, Rebel V, for the $2. I appreciate that. What can Woodward, Oklahoma expect? Over down there near Woodward, I think that's right there. Yeah. You guys are in a marginal risk for severe weather. You're not in a tornado risk for today, but you have a small chance for some damaging winds and hail. If we come over to Radar Omega and look at our, our future radar, it's like your storms could be anywhere from around 7 to around 8 to 9 p.m. there near the Woodward area. So I would definitely be keeping an eye on it. But again, it's not going to be anything that's going to be like super scary or anything like that, because you guys are used to some of the biggest and baddest storms. This will kind of just feel like a rain shower in comparison to what you guys usually get as we go into April and May. So I would be weather aware. Definitely wouldn't be outside as those storms come through, but we're not really expecting anything super elevated for you right now. Your comments froze. That's weird. See if we have any mesoscale discussions yet. Yeah, still no mesoscale discussions. There hasn't been any mesoscale discussions yet. You're outside? Okay. Wonder if we can get a view on some of these showers out here. Let me see exactly where Patrick is right now. Okay, so he's in Iowa City. Where is Iowa City? Let me search it on my map. Iowa City, because he might get a view on some of these storms eventually. Yeah, so he's near Iowa City. Probably traveling to the west if I had to guess, or maybe just trying to stay out in front of the storms. Yeah, no video links are allowed in the comments. If you want to send me like a video link, I would do it on X. Yeah, the tornado parameter is going to be, I think the tornado chances are pretty low. I mean, I think the latest NATO cast kind of highlights my thoughts about this event pretty well. If I were to put my thoughts on paper, you know, I think an elevated tornado risk is possible as soon as these storms get started. As they transition more into a linear line, though, as it goes into like Iowa and Illinois, we will still have some potential there for QLCS tornadoes. But I really think, you know, as we get into Chicago, most of our storms are going to be outflow dominant, and I think it's a pretty low chance that our tornado risk actually spreads into Michigan itself. And how that differs from our outlooks here is maybe a little bit briefer. So you can see, oops, what did I do? Shoot, I was trying to draw, but I don't think I can. Oh, I can't. That's crazy. But yeah, I just think it's going to be, you know, probably maybe like an hour or two after that really pushes in to the Illinois area. That's probably when our tornado risk is really going to start to die off for tonight. Again, this is really only going to be going while we have daylight heating, especially in July. Once you lose that daylight heating, that's pretty much it. Things usually start to fall apart pretty quickly, and storms become outflow dominant because they're usually in a lot more of a moist environment, a lot cooler air, a lot more cooler air, and a little bit weaker flow aloft usually favors outflow dominancy as we go into the night. But we'll see how the day is. This is a bit reassuring. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, as far as I could tell, even on like future radar, you can even see like that a really stout outflow boundary push into the Chicago area. So all these storms are going to be pretty elevated behind that. So I really don't think the tornado chances are going to be really that high for Chicago. And then as you can see for Michigan, the storms don't even make it really to Michigan. And, you know, if there was going to be a slight risk anywhere in Michigan, I really feel like, you know, it should be like over there near like Muskegon. How's Tennessee looking Sunday? Today's Friday, so Sunday would be this. Over there near like Memphis, Jackson, Nashville, Franklin, Columbia are going to be in a marginal risk. I really don't think there's going to be much elevated severe weather on Sunday, but there will be some chances for some thunderstorms for sure. We about to get tornadoes in Kewanee. Let me see where Kewanee is. Kewanee. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong, or maybe you spelled it wrong. Who's spelling it wrong, me or you? I am. Okay. It turns out it was me, which is not surprising. Kewanee, there it is. Yeah, I mean, I think there will be a chance for a tornado there. It is possible that our storms might be outflow dominant by the time they get to you. So I would say biggest risk for you guys there in Kewanee is probably going to be those QLCS type tornadoes, which are like brief little spin ups. But I would definitely still be weather aware. You know, damaging winds seem like a pretty high probability. So some tree damage, power lines, power outages seem to be pretty possible as those storms come through. Let's come check back over here on our storms. Still not seeing too much rotation. I do want to see where our echo tops are at, or how tall our thunderstorms are. Wow, we actually have already a 50,000 foot cloud top here. So storms are trying to mature already back over here just to the west of Des Moines. I do want to see if I can get a camera on these storms, at least from a traffic camera perspective. I wonder if Sky Drone Live is going to be live today. I'm getting some pretty close lightning strikes to me right now. They're shaking the floor. Yeah, unfortunately, these storms, I think, are in like kind of a camera hole. Kind of see a boundary, though, out over there. Yeah, these storms are kind of in a camera hole, but they should get pretty close to some cameras here eventually. And this is what Storm Chaser Patrick's screen looks like. Let's make sure we're live on it. Yeah. So he's over there near Riverside, Iowa. Let me see if I can figure out what direction he's going here. Riverside, Iowa. Because earlier he was near Iowa City. It looks like he's traveling more to the south. He said Yorkville. Yeah. Yeah, there is going to be a chance for a tornado. I would say their biggest risk is going to be for damaging winds. You're going to be kind of on that line, at least where I think, your tornado chances will either be pretty elevated or not. If our storms are completely outflow dominant, which are certainly possible by the time it gets into Yorkville and also into Chicago, your tornado chances will probably be pretty low. But it all depends on how the storms, evolve initially, how strong they are as they actually make it into your area. But my current thoughts for your area is that you definitely do need to be watching out not only for tornadic activity, but also mainly some damaging winds. I think damaging winds are going to be your most likely threat. I thank you, Windy Hill, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. All right, let me get Chazzy Cam set up here as a hotkey really quick on my thing. That main Chazzy Cam, that duplicate, that hide, listen, that. Okay, so that, yeah, there we go. Hey, he's still there. We can quickly toggle on and off with just the press of a button. Look at that little cutie pie. He says, I'm camera shy right now. He's looking away from the camera. Oops. Woodbridge, Illinois. Let me see. Woodbridge, Illinois. Yeah, same thing that I said. Honestly, I would say the same thing for you that I just said for Yorkville. Except for maybe even a little bit lower of a tornado threat. Again, I really do believe, like, really from here on, our tornado threat is going to be on the decrease. So I think our highest chance for tornadoes is probably back in this region here, with a conditional threat back over in here, and maybe a little bit further to the south, like something like that. But, well, no, I'm pretty happy actually with that circle. I would maybe make it a little bit. Let's do this. Let's make it a little bit like this. And then I think after this portion, like into Rockford and Chicago, I think our tornado chances are going to be consistently going down from there. So it's pretty conditional there for sure. Thank you, Emergency Storm Pursuit, for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Wind is ripping right now in northeast Missouri, targeting the Iowa. Okay. I mean, what? Why? I don't understand that. Why would you say the wind is ripping? You're probably experiencing like 20-mile-per-hour winds. Like, that's just regular wind. But I appreciate the donation. What's in store for Overland, Kansas today? Let me see. Let's see what we got for you. Overland, Kansas. Why isn't that popping up? I guess it's near here. No. Where's Overland? I've covered it so many times, but why? Am I spelling it wrong? Overland, Kansas. It's not there. I'll know what I did wrong. Overland Park, Kansas. Oh, Overland Park, Kansas. There we go. There it is. Thank you, Eric Johnson, for the $10. Thank you so much. Great channel. Aw, appreciate that. Yeah, back over here near Overland Park. You guys are in a slight risk, so you're going to be kind of at the beginning of our severe risk for today, at least up here in the northern portion of our severe risk. You're not in a tornado risk, though. Seems like your main threat's going to be damaging winds and some hail. Go over to our... It's pretty conditional, but storms should kind of fire like right on top of you sometime in between like 5 and 6 p.m. So, dang, y'all might have even been able to hear that lightning bolt. Jeez Louise. That was loud. That shook the whole house. Did y'all hear that? We get a severe thunderstorm watch for Woodbridge. I would say probably, let me refresh. I think it's over there, right? Woodbridge, Illinois. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a tornado watch, but you know, if they issue all the watches all at once, like for the whole day, you might get put into a tornado watch. But if they issue it like block by block, they might figure that by the time this storm gets, like, if we truly see our models confirm, you know, the tornado risk will be going down quite substantially. They might extend the tornado watch as a severe thunderstorm watch. You heard it? Nice. Member stream, show us the storm. I don't know how much battery my phone has. I have 12% battery. Let me see if there's really going to be anything to be able to show you guys. I'll look on my phone to see what the radar is looking like. Have we just got rain, or could there be storms in the distance? Let me go look outside. Let me see if there's anything. I'll need my phone for a live stream. Nah, it looks like a big old gray blob. What time do I think storms are gonna fire near Overland? I mean, we just went over that, so like 5 to 6. Yeah, still not seeing any rotation on our storms yet, but you can definitely tell we're getting a lot more thunderstorms starting to fire now. Let me see if I can get a view on that storm, these storms up here a little bit further up to the north. Ooh, some rain. Rain alert. I want to see if I can get like a far away view of the storm, but it looks like most of these cameras are like facing a little bit too far down. Yeah. Oh, no, that's not a storm. I guess we can get inside of it. What's inside of one of these little showers? No, it's not quite inside of it. There we go. See, rain is happening. Look at that. We don't have any confirmed reports out of Illinois. We did have a storm report. Here, let's come over to here. Storm reports. We do have a storm report just to the east of like Cedar Rapids. It says a video of a brief touchdown, no damage observed. So, did it actually touch down? If it didn't do any damage, I don't know. But yeah, that's our only tornado report so far from yesterday. So, not that active of a day. You have a mixed feeling about storms. You kind of like very intense storms, but you hate them too. Yeah, you know, it turns out you might be an adrenaline junkie. What is Patrick looking at? But maybe not to the point to where you're like, you could be like a Connor Croft type chaser where they get like right next to a tornado. I always wonder, oh wait, let's do a poll. How many of you guys strictly watch this stream to go out onto your porch to see a storm? Maybe a little bit of stronger winds happening with this storm over here near Perry. This was the one that had like our highest cloud tops earlier. Yeah, it still has some decent cloud tops there. Might be our first severe warn storm of the day if that keeps up. Or not the first one of the day, but first one in a while. We actually have, believe it or not, 0 severe thunderstorm warnings happening right now. Your porch is broken from a tree? Ah, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Does that mean that one time you braved the storm? No, I'm talking like, do you want, like, there's a lot of people come into the stream, I think, to, you know, take shelter from storms. But I know, I'm just trying to figure out what is the percentage of people that come in here strictly to see what time they need to go outside and sit on their porch and watch a storm come through. Mainly for observation purposes. What happened on Wednesday? Yeah, feel that. Curious of this percentage too. It'll be interesting. I mean, we got a 10% tornado risk out there. I feel like it could be maybe a little bit further to the west and not as far to the east. But you know, we'll see. Plant your corn earlier this year. Isn't the corn already planted? When is corn growing season? We got a lot of Iowans in chat. Let me know what time you plant your corn. I imagine everybody in Iowa just has a cornfield in their backyard. They all have corn. May and June. Corn is 6 feet tall already. Nice. It's already growing. Be honest. Do any of you ever go out in the field and steal corn and eat it? Be honest. How many times have you guys gone out to a cornfield and stole someone's corn and ate it? Got some corn stealers in chat. You done it before, but it was animal feed? You ate animal feed? No one's gonna shoot you over stealing corn. Over one piece. You go over there with like heavy machinery and you might get an angry farmer. They'll probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they would point a gun at you though. Most corn is animal feed here. Is it different types of corn? Like, is that just like a different type of corn? It isn't edible? What? Ooh. How lame is that? I guess that makes sense. Like, I never go to the supermarket really to get corn that often, but I know animals really do be eating corn like crazy. There's popcorn, there's feed corn. Is popcorn really different corn? Stick to weather. You know, how about you stick to motorsports and don't talk about anything else ever again, Dino Tunes. That's how it sounds when you say that to me. Yeah, sweet corn is really good. How dare you talk about anything other than weather? Stupid. Imagine how boring that would be. Like, show up to like a family get together. Like, how is your weather? Oh, wow. All right, well, that's all I have to say. I guess I'll go sit on the couch now and think about weather, but not say anything. Type of music do I like? I like lo-fi. That's the kind of music we're listening to right now. It's nice and calming, relaxing. You stole corn from the neighbors? Jeez. I won't tell anybody. My lips are sealed. Do you ever joke around during high risk days? I joke around regardless. I'll make a joke during a tornado warning. To me, there is no limits on when to make a joke. Because here's the bottom line. If you are sitting in your safe spot with a tornado coming towards you, would you rather me be screaming at the top of my lungs or making you laugh? I'd rather be laughing right before a tornado hits my house. Personally. You want me to scream? Okay. I'll scream at you. You'd rather hear me scream? Jeez Louise. Which way is the weather moving? It's moving to the east right now. You see our storms are slowly consolidating here near the Des Moines area. Got a couple of rain showers. I'm trying to reach severe potential, but not really, nothing really too crazy going on just yet. We're just kind of in the beginning times here. But as you can see, they have upgraded our tornado risk today to up to 10%. We even have a 30% wind risk out over here as well in parts of Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. So it is going to be active today. Going to be one of the more active days if the forecast for today confirms. We don't get anything bad. How high are the winds supposed to get in what cheer? What? Is that real? Oh my gosh. It's real. And what cheer, Iowa? Looking like you're got a pretty good chance for some damaging winds, and you're at a 5% chance for tornadoes. As of right now, your sky should be relatively clear, but as we go into the future, looks like your storms are going to be happening sometime in between like 5 and 6 p.m. Might pronounce the names correctly. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I will also purposely pronounce them wrong and then never change my mind about it. Like you can ask anybody that lives in Me No Money Falls. They have been protesting me for about a couple of years now, and I have not flinched. It is pronounced some way other than Me No Money Falls, but my brain just will never accept any other pronunciation. Relatable? It is relatable, unfortunately. So many cities no one can pronounce unless they live there or near there. Yeah, I always say if you can correct me on it, you know what I'm talking about, so I don't worry about it. You can see it on the screen, you'll be all right. Can't get them all right. Can I check Eldon? Sure. Yeah, down here in Eldon, Iowa, southeastern Iowa. Looks like you guys are going to be an enhanced risk. And a 10% chance for tornadoes. I think that's pretty spot on for your area, so I would definitely be, pretty weather aware. Enhanced risk for some damaging winds, mainly. Pretty high chance that you will have some damaging winds today. In terms of when the storms come through, it'll probably be like, like sometime around like 6 or 7 p.m. Do I agree with the trim of the 2% tornado risk for tomorrow? I don't really think tomorrow is going to be too much of a tornado day, to be honest. It's going to be like a brief little tornado chance, but I really think the strongest tornado, or like the highest tornado chance, like if I were to put a 2%, I put it in Canada rather than Michigan, to be honest. It'd be mainly damaging winds. I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning though, because Michigan gets a little trigger happy with their tornado warnings. Does that a 10% mean a lot of tornadoes can happen? It does sometimes mean that, but it also really just depends. Really just depends on how the environment goes. We're in July. We could totally get just over convection and this turn into a outflow dominant line, and we could end up again with like barely any tornadoes happening. That's always possible. The bottom line is that there is, if we go over to satellite, you can see it a little bit better. We got a little bit of a shortwave trough here. You can see we even got a little bit of spin, pretty evident. That will be bringing enough vorticity, SRH, into the area to allow for some tornadoes to develop. It's really just, do they actually try, or do they get too clustered? There's no real guarantee, especially as you go into July. If you're in an enhanced risk or severe risk in July, it's always going to be pretty unpredictable. Info on Maryland today. I think you guys might have a little bit. Yeah, just some general thunderstorms are possible. Let me see when that could get started. It looks like it's going to be a little line of thunderstorms possible. Wouldn't even rule out maybe a severe thunderstorm out of these pockets here near Hagerstown and Frederick. And that kind of dies off before Baltimore around 7 p.m. when those storms should be getting started. Will we get flooded again today? Let me bring up the latest flood risk. I do think that there is a chance for some flooding today. Yeah, there's a slight risk for flooding out over here near like Oshkosh, Milwaukee, Waukegan, Chicago, Burlington, Davenport, Cedar Rapids, and Des Moines. It's a slight risk right now because it's kind of low confidence on just how the storm will set up. But if we come over here to our total precipitation, you can see kind of our main corridor where the most rain is going to be happening is probably over here in eastern Iowa, where we can get anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain out of here, which, you know, if that is the case, then it probably won't be too crazy of flooding, but some road flooding is going to be possible. Not going to be as elevated as some of these other days that we have had recently. How do I pronounce Annapolis? Like that. You like the 44%. It's nice to see people come here for info. Can I check Maquita? Sure. Wait, that's not right. Maquoketa? That one I'm just gonna give up. Mokuketa. I don't know. Yeah, you guys are in a slight risk. 5% tornado risk and a 15% wind risk. Over here checking on our when you're going to be getting. Yeah, looks like right around like 7 to 8 p.m. is when that line comes through. It should be mainly just damaging winds, but there still could maybe be a chance for some embedded tornadoes as that comes through your area. But yeah, it looks like 7 to 8 p.m. there for you. Oops. Let's go check on Patrick. See what he's doing. See what the environment looks like. It looks like the sun's still poking through. And instability and surface inversion should be continuing to erode. Makokeda. Mauquita. Is that how you say it? Mauquita? Tornado Pagey is scheduled her live stream. Nice. Glad to hear that. Let me get her up. Ah! Loud. Go, Tornado Pagey. We'll be live later on. It says 3 p.m. Central. What's the old Chazzy boy doing? Oh my goodness. He's like on the camera. I'm gonna try to get the camera up so I can turn it. Yeah, just turn it. Who's that? No. He's just sweeping as usual. Definitely a little cutie pie. It looks like we're actually starting to get some damaging winds, or at least some stronger wind to develop here near Perry. in Iowa. I think we have some cams over there. Come back over to here. Just want to see what those winds are like. No, we actually don't have any cameras over there. We have cameras like out in front of there. None of which have a view of a storm. Oh, is that a storm? Interesting looking clouds back over there, but I'm not sure if that's like actually the storm or not. Where's the fee cam? What are you talking about? Looks like we're starting to get a little bit of initiation further down to the south. Norwalk, what state? What state? What's the lapse rates at? Let me check. As of right now, like around where these storms are, they're around 5 to 5.5. So they're on the low end up here for now. Our highest lapse rates, or at least our most acceptable lapse rates for like severe weather, are sitting below this line. Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy in chat. What are y'all talking about? Might actually have a chance to use your weather spotter credentials and have had shoulder surgery and can't drive to see the weather. Oh no, you can't find anybody to drive you? No. What do y'all think he's dreaming about? Can I pet him? Who's a good jazzy boy? Who's a good jazzy boy? He's a weepy. Dreaming about bacon? Probably. Probably so. Probably dreaming about that steak he had. Oh wait, let's see if I... Yeah. I said steak and he opened his eyes wide. Chaz, that doesn't really look that comfortable. He'll sit there like the entire stream too, which is crazy because his food is out. He just does not like to eat when I'm live, but eventually he caves. What will the storms look like when they hit Illinois? It'll be mainly like a line segment. We could get some storms out in front of the line segment, and those might carry a little bit of a tornado chance. Need to watch that potential, because if that does happen, there could be like a brief tornado chance over here from like Princeton to Ottawa, but then after Ottawa really starts to kind of die down. But yeah, I mean, probably like by around like 8 p.m. that's when the line of damaging winds will be entering into like western Illinois, and then, you know, by the time we get into like Chicago, there should be mainly just outflow dominant winds. Hey, David Hardy for subscribing, thank you so much. Chazzy is such a nice horse. Huh? Help. You need glasses. That is not a horse. I need to adjust helps AI parameters. Looks like he's identifying dogs as horses. I thank you, Haley, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely getting some stronger winds happen. I'm hearing they're booting and Minbird, probably like 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, potentially there, as far as I can tell. Okay, help. Oh, look. Our first tornado watch of the day has happened. Breaking news. Out over here near Des Moines, Ottumwa, Burlington, Macomb, Davenport, Cedar Rapids, and Freeport. You guys are all in a tornado watch now. That's going to be a few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to ping pong ball sized likely, and scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour winds. So definitely be weather out there. The ingredients are there for tornadoes to occur, and that's why they have issued this tornado watch. So there you go. All of you guys in this area should be getting alerts on your phone. Did anybody get that tornado watch alert on their phone just now? Really, Matthew? That's rude. Do all storms have outflow? Yeah. You know, if these storms are outflow dominant and they're not producing tornado warnings as they move into Illinois, and they haven't been producing tornado warnings for a while, there is a chance that they issue a severe thunderstorm watch for the Chicago area. You supposed to get alerts for watches? Like if you have like a weather app on your phone, yeah. Chaz is not a steak. What are you talking about? You calling Chaz a cow? Yeah, look what you did. You scared him off. Wow. That's crazy. He's actually still down there. What you doing, Mr. Loaf? Chicagoland feels really muggy. I bet. I think your dew points are rising quite a bit. See. Yeah, 72-degree dew points in Chicagoland. That is that's muggy. 81 degrees, 72 degrees dew points. It is probably feeling like Alabama in Chicago right now. It is a PTZ camera, but the app that controls it, like, doesn't open when I press on it. It only opens once and then fails to open the next time I try to press on it. I don't get why that is. Like, it's not behind the radar or anything. Like, if I open it like as administrator. Nah, the app sucks.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Let me see. Yeah, it just doesn't want to open. You are a streamer and have no viewers. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. What's up? Not much. Got some rain and showers out there. We just had a tornado watch issued out there for Winterset, Creston, Mount Air, Leon, Corden, Centerville, Ottumwa, Okaloosa, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Davenport, we're just calling that Moquita from now on. Clinton, Davenport, Burlington, Fort Madison, Keokuk, and Macomb are all in a tornado watch. That is the most recent update there. You don't trust people who use umbrellas? What?
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, just to let you guys know, the program's going to do that a couple of times. There's nothing I can do about it repeating the same thing over and over because they issued like multiple little tornado watches all in one, and so it announces it for each one. Let's see. Looks like Pagey's still live in 2 hours. Storm Intermedia is live in an hour, and we still have Patrick out there. Storm or cloud chasing, I guess you could say. Not really storm chasing right now. He's in Brighton, Iowa. Let me see where that is now. Brighton, Iowa. He's in the tornado watch. Okay, he's traveling to the west, to the west now. Yes, Cedar Rapids is under a tornado watch. That is correct, yes. We got another severe thunderstorm warning down over here in Florida, heading towards Floyd. Out there in Floyd. Got some wind coming your way. Up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. What weather app do you use? I use Radar Omega and WeatherWise. And thank you, LD2 Rescue, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Atlanta, Illinois here. Welcome, welcome. Where's everybody tuning in from right now? And what do y'all think about this severe weather risk? Are y'all scared? Prepared? What's going on? Central Virginia, Quebec. Ooh. I love me, Quebec. Northern Illinois, Texas, Reedsville, Georgia, Northwest Chicago. All right, welcome, welcome. Yorkville. You ready for damaging winds tomorrow in Michigan? Nice, nice. Detroit, Michigan, welcome. Didn't America just abandon Detroit, Michigan? Weren't y'all like don't y'all still manufacture auto? Or did that all get outsourced? Muskogee, Oklahoma, Alexis, Illinois, unbothered. Okay. Let me see. Alexis, Illinois. You say you're unbothered. You're in a tornado watch and you're unbothered? What a champ. Wyoming, Illinois, tuning in from England. I actually got some storms over there near Southport, it looks like. Never mind, that's contamination. I didn't know we had somebody. We're worldwide. Northport, Michigan, Batavia, Illinois. Cedar Rapids, you're in the right place. Did I hear you don't need to take off your shoes during security anymore? Yeah, I'm the reason why they changed that for the TSA. When do I think Muskogee, Oklahoma will see severe weather? Let me see where Muskogee. Man, not talking about severe weather today. Maybe like tomorrow morning though could see some severe weather. Hello, hello. Ontario, Canada. Nice. I will say Quebec is my favorite Canadian province. And the reason why I will not talk about is because my feet stink. They do. Somebody got the joke. I have a bad habit of not wearing socks with shoes. I'm getting better at it though. Will this die on by the time it gets to Chicago? According to our latest models, it should, yeah. Oh, you know already? Did I already talk about that, Kim? I guess I did already talk about that. Good to see you. Good to see you as well. Anything for Central Illinois tonight? Yeah, I do be a little bit too transparent, Kim. Just a little bit. Yeah, Central Illinois. Like if you're like south of Bloomington, you'll be all right. But like Bloomington North, you know, have a little bit of an elevated chance for tornadoes, but that should die off by around 11 p.m. But some damaging winds by around like 8 to about 10 to 11 p.m. there for like Central Illinois. What are the blue dots in Des Moines? I don't know what you're talking about. No, you're still there, aren't you? Why don't you go eat your food? Go eat your food, Chazzy. Go eat your food. Come on, scratch it. Yeah, this is just precipitation right here. This is all indicating some rain. It looks like we are getting some higher DBZs near Woodward. Still got some decent wind here. Still trying to escalate. It's still not at severe weather capabilities, but we're probably pretty close to that becoming severe warned, at least for some damaging winds. Maybe even some hail. It is getting kind of close to one of our cameras. I wonder if we can see the storm yet. Can't see it on those cameras yet. I think, oh, something's on this one. Look at that. I guess that's the southern portion of the boundary. I think this camera is facing the right way though for this storm, so we should be able to eventually see it. Yeah, 10% NATO risk. Yeah. Why do big days happen the exact day and time I work? I don't know. Maybe you should just stop working. To me, that seems like the only logical conclusion. Because then, you know, we'll never have another big day again. NATO cast kind of nailed it. We'll see. We'll see if it does or not. I would say I think the SPC has been like copying the NATO cast's homework lately. How does northern Missouri look? As of right now, we have a tornado watch out over here near Grant City, Princeton, Unionville, Queen City, Memphis, and Cahokia. Looks like your weather, though, should be getting started by around 4 p.m. 4 p.m., then through 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and then should be over for northern Missouri by around 11 p.m. It's actually done all right during July. July is really hard to forecast, so been doing all right. Yesterday, it kind of flopped. The day before, I don't think there was a 5% the day before, so it didn't really flop then. That dude quitting his job could save a lot of lives. That's what I'm saying. You're willing to make that sacrifice? Awesome. This music's making you fall asleep? No, it's not. If you're sleepy at 1:06 p.m., that is not the music's fault. It looks like we are starting to get finally a little bit bigger convection down over here near Red Oak and Shenandoah. Again, these storms that fire further to the south, those are the ones that are probably going to have the highest tornado risk for today. And they are getting started now. It's 2:08 in Asia and you're wide awake. 2:08 p.m. or a.m.? Over in Minnesota, yeah, I mean, you guys actually do have a decent little area here of some storms. No severe weather out over there yet. But there is a chance for severe weather up there. And they're going to be damaging winds and hail. They did allow that special weather statement to expire, but yeah, definitely some heavy rain and wind, and maybe every now and then a severe weather up or severe thunderstorm up there. As of right now, across the country, I think our only severe thunderstorm is still in Florida, heading up towards Monticello. Dude, what? I am going to ban that guy. It'll be AM in Asia? Okay. That is crazy. As I'm looking at how's Sleepy Eye looking? Is that really a city? It is Sleepy Eye, Minnesota. As of right now, there's not a whole lot happening. But if we go over, you guys are in a marginal risk. Looks like your main storm risk will be at around like 9. Yeah, it looks like maybe at around like 8 to about 10 p.m. At max like 11 p.m. Yeah, it's already the next day in Asia. Think about how jet lagged Aussies are when they come to the United States. Yeah, I can't even imagine. I hate jet lag. I do not handle lack of sleep that well, or like big changes in my sleep schedule. We got about still 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts along this leading edge here of this thunderstorm complex. Come back over to our traffic camera. We can still have a view of this shelf cloud that is coming in. Yeah, I think the storms near like Nevada and just north of Des Moines, I think those are going to stay elevated, mainly just damaging wind producers. But the storms like further down to the south, near like Shenandoah, Clarinda, maybe Greenfield, you know, that should be a little bit more of our more focused tornado threat. But I still think maybe a small chance. there north of Des Moines. It's not going to be like, it's not going to be the peak of our tornado threat up there. Peak of our tornado threat will be further south. Any near Kenton, Ohio? I don't think we have any storms in Ohio right now. Actually, we do. We have some storms in northwestern Ohio right now. You know, like Marion, Tiffin, and Fairmont. A little bit of rain, a little bit of thunder possible there. Not really expecting much for Ohio today, other than like a couple instances of severe weather being possible. You guys are technically, especially in like over there near like Toledo, in a marginal risk. You're also going to have a chance for severe weather tomorrow as well. So yeah, tomorrow's probably going to be a little bit more of a day for severe weather in Ohio, near like Cleveland, Akron, Columbus, Toledo, Lima, and Bellefontaine. We just got a severe thunderstorm watch issued back up over here near Marshalltown, Waterloo, Waverly, Owen, Prairie du Chien, Platteville, Dodgeville, Richland Center, and Reedsburg. All need to be watching out for some severe weather. Let me see if I can get a graphic on that. All right.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, so here's the graphic on that. Isolated hail of up to ping pong ball sized possible. Scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour possible. And frequent lightning is also possible with these storms as they move off to the east. So keeping our eye out there. I think the tornado threat is going to be elevated. I mean, it's going to be lower further up to the north, but technically not impossible.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
But again, it's going to be these cells that are firing back over in this region that will be our main tornado threat for today, if our models are correct. You just landed your first kickflip? Nice. Did you get a video? Thanks so much for the info. Yeah, no problem. How long did it take for someone to watch my first video? I have no idea. Probably a long time. What about Atlanta, Illinois? That's your question. Well, your question is about to be answered. Atlanta, Georgia? Let's get in. There's a lot of Atlantas out there. Yeah, Atlanta, Illinois. You're like way down to the south, so you're in a slight risk. I mean, a marginal risk for severe weather. So we're not really expecting too much. Just some damaging winds, maybe some isolated severe weather here and there. But I think your timing is going to be pretty darn late. Yeah, it looks like at around like 12 a.m. is where you can expect, you know, some damaging wind potential to come through. Tornado risk is going to be pretty much zero, though. Sugar Grove. Let me see. Yeah, I do think there could be a tornado chance, but there's also very likely, there's also I would say just as likely no tornado chance. It's going to be on the line there of either being dangerous or not. Really just depends on, you know, how capped our environment is as this storm moves off to the east. But most models and guidance is kind of pointing to our tornado threat falling apart right about in this area. So anything to the east of that area is going to be probably more just damaging winds.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
And thank you BWS and Joe DeBro for subscribing. Thank you so much. Someone just typed in chat, it's pronounced, and then just put the city name with like no pronunciation help. That's funny. Will storms continue south of Waterloo? Where's Waterloo? Yes. And there's Waterloo right there. So yeah, south of Waterloo into like Cedar Rapids, yeah. Anything possible for Kentucky? I don't think, yeah, Kentucky's not in a severe risk today. Maybe tomorrow, like over there near like Madisonville, Owensboro, Elizabethtown, Louisville, and Cynthia. But I think that's mainly going to be like just, you know, you're pretty much average summer storms, but they might be a little bit stronger, bringing some potential for, you know, some severe weather here and there. It's going to be spotty. And then the next day, again, over there near Owensboro, Murray, and Hopkinsville, and Bowling Green. But I'm not really seeing anything elevated or scary for Kentucky. Illinois okay for now? Yes. You guys don't have any storms in Illinois right now. It's not going to be until about 7 or 8 p.m. before these storms get to western Illinois. And then by like, you know, by 11 or by 10 to 11, it's going to be over there near Chicago. So you guys got a little while before your storms get there. Oh, my day has been well. It's been all right. It still surprises me just how much people tune out on severe weather. Like if this would have happened in May, like everybody would be paying attention. But a lot less interest in July, apparently. It's weird. Iowa City. Looks like you guys are in a tornado watch. Enhanced risk for severe weather there. 5% for tornadoes, 30% for wind. So it looks like your biggest risk is going to be for damaging winds. But I'd be watching out for tornadoes there. It's like your timing going to be right around 6 p.m. when those storms get there. So I would be prepared and ready to go by at least then. Am I in Alabama? Yes, I am. Stress, fatigue, or whatever, I guess. I mean, Iowa hasn't gotten severe weather really that much or that many tornado risks this year. I'm just wondering if the YouTube algorithm has changed. Not sure. What's the situation going to be this evening for Columbia, Missouri? You still have friends out there, and hopefully they are going to dodge this. Yeah, Columbia is not looking overly dangerous. A little marginal risk for severe weather, so they'll be all right. Tornado risk will really be further north. I remember when me and chat argued about telepathy. I mean, it wasn't really arguing, to be honest. It was just people saying weird stuff.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
It wasn't really arguing. It was just people lying in chat. Forecast is saying severe weather tonight up here in Milwaukee. Yeah, I think you guys have a slight risk. Yeah, just barely in the slight risk there in Milwaukee. Your main thing, though, is going to be damaging winds. 15% chance for that. I think your tornado threat's going to be pretty darn low up there. You're in Cedar Rapids. Yeah, it's going to be a little while before the storms get there, but I would definitely be weather aware for sure. All right, let's come back over here and check in back in with Patrick. Make sure that we're current on his stream. He's near Hedrick, Iowa. Do we got anybody from chat near Hedrick? He's traveling west. He's getting closer to these storms that are trying to fire near like Winterset and Osceola. And not much happening there yet. Yeah, the main storms that we're keeping our eye on right now are these ones that are just now firing. Over there near like Shenandoah, Villisqua, Red Oak can probably see this one. We got some storms firing over there near Des Moines, south of Winterset as well. And these storms are going to be the ones that eventually mature and become our main tornado threat of the day. These ones further up to the north, they're pretty outflow dominant right now, so they're mainly just a damaging wind threat right now, but they haven't even matured to the point to where they are producing damaging winds yet, but that should change over the next hour or so. The picture of the tornado where it says live on the left, is that a tornado on the ground or a thumbnail? Well, if the picture's on the thumbnail, it's just a thumbnail, or it's a picture. It's like a representation. Anything for Johnson, Iowa? Tornado watch at the moment. You are very scared. Let me see. Johnson, Iowa. Am I spelling it wrong? Let me double check. No, I'm spelling it right. I'm not seeing it, Johnson, Iowa. Will those storms mature by the time they hit Des Moines? They could, yeah. That's why you guys are in a tornado watch right now. In fact, let me see if we can get some actual views on any of these storms trying to mature. Well, actually, let's check back in on this one. Oh, wow. Look at that. You can actually see that storm. This is the one that is near Polk City. Oh, Johnston. Ah. There's a T. Now let me check. Okay, so yeah, Johnston's over here. You do have a little bit of an outflow boundary coming your way, so there could be some gustier winds in there. And that's going to be going through like Polk City and Kenny and Johnston in a little bit. And then there will be some storms that are going to try to mature along this boundary. But after the boundary passes you, all storms that come through your area should be elevated and your tornado threat should be pretty low. Oh, Johnson County. Johnson County. Oh yeah, over there near Iowa City. Yeah, it'll be a little bit. Let me see. Yeah, let's look at around 6 p.m. Check our echo tops. Yeah, look at this storm. It's actually getting up into the 30,000 foot. So we actually got a pretty mature, or not a mature storm, but a growing storm over there south of Winterset. Oh, look at that. On the river here, you can see the wind starting to disturb the water. Davenport probably won't be until about 7 or 8 p.m. But yeah, you guys are in a tornado watch. I would definitely be weather aware in Davenport. Bridge is a hard pass for you. It's not too scary of a bridge. It'd be really scary if there was like, you know, fast river flow though. That's for sure. Tumwa's probably also going to be around like 5 or 6 p.m. And all hazards will be possible. So tornado chances are going to be elevated. Severe winds will be elevated. So I would definitely be weather aware in a Tumwa. Oh yeah, look at the wind now. You can see it actually moving across the river here. Is this a river or a lake? Pretty sure it's a river. It looks like a river to me. It's a lake. All right. Fair enough. Mount Pleasant. Yeah, I mean, you guys are in tornado watch. I would be watching out for tornadoes in Mount Pleasant. It'll probably be coming through your area around like 6 to 7 p.m. Oh yeah, you can really see the wind moving the water now. Pretty cool. We're gonna refresh the video. I'm telling you, seeing a storm go over a lake or a river is usually like the coolest thing. Much cooler in my opinion than seeing it go over land. Look at that gust of wind on the right side there. That one's moving quite a bit. As you can see, like every single little gust that happens. Pretty cool. There are catfish bigger than me in there? No. What do y'all be feeding your catfish? That's wild. 15-foot catfish? That's impossible. Like 900 feet deep at the dam wall. Oh, so this is like one of those artificial lakes that should be a river, but it's a lake because they dammed it. Gunnersville Lake is like that too. Are there any NATO warnings? No, there are not. There's not even severe warnings yet. We're really at the beginning. I always go live early to answer questions just so everybody's on the same page before the storms even start. Also, because we had some breaking news, we had a new 10% issued for the tornado risk. Pretty sure they're talking about sturgeon. Oh, yeah. Sturgeon are big. I don't think sturgeon are this far north, are they? I don't know. I don't know where sturgeons originate from. Indiana's looking all right. In the northwest area, you saying? Yeah. Should be some damaging winds, but I think the tornado threat would be pretty low by the time it gets there. Yeah, the portion of the storm that we're looking at right now is this one right here near Polk City. So it does, I mean, it's definitely some stronger winds starting to develop there. But a severe wind, not sure yet. It's still a little bit on the lower end of severe wind. Definitely a gust front though. Let me see if we can get back out ahead of this storm. You can kind of see it in the distance. Might be forming a shelf cloud. It would be nice if we could get a view of it again. You can kind of see it on the right side there. If this camera works. I think this camera would eventually capture it, but kind of seems... Oh yeah, it does work. Yeah, we'll check back in with that camera for sure. Wasn't I under the high risk on March 16th? I think so. I can't remember if it was the marginal or the moderate or the high risk. And check the cameras down by Winterset. Sure, yeah, we can try to look at this storm. It's not a bad idea. I doubt it's so hard to like capture the little storms though, because you really need a camera like right on it. Yeah, it seems like most of our cameras in this area are not live, unfortunately. Yeah, this camera, which would technically be live, is down. That's the closest one. We had a couple of storms trying to bubble up out over here, though. Kind of see it on the right side of the screen there. There's a lot of little thunderstorms right now. They haven't grown to full maturity yet. Oh, wow. Potentially even heavier rain coming in to the lake now. Look at that. Is that the same camera we were just using? Yeah, it is. You can barely see the other end of the bridge now. Will these storms make it across Lake Michigan? Not really. They're going to be pretty weak by the time they get there. Your main risk for tomorrow in Michigan will be, or your main risk will be for tomorrow in Michigan. I wonder what the storm... I mean, this is definitely going to be our most interesting looking portion of the storm, I believe. Really just need to find the right cameras. We had one like up here. I bet you there's a shelf cloud trying to develop on this thing. Yeah, you can kind of see it on this camera still. This will probably be the best camera for any type of shelf cloud action, at least for now. Let me see if we got any, like, maybe a little bit further north. Yeah, it seems like it's already starting to rain. A little bit more rainy further up to the north. This is kind of like the perfect little boundary here. I kind of maybe still catch that shelf cloud. Yeah, the part of the storms that we're looking at, still non-severe. Moving into Polk City and Huxley, just kind of watching the storms as they slowly start to build in intensity. Largest sturgeon ever caught was 23 feet long. Yeah, that would be bigger than me. Corn can make weather. I mean, corn can't make weather, but it does add to the dew points sometimes. Corn sweat. the evapotranspiration, I think it's what they call it, off of corn. Adds moisture into the atmosphere. It doesn't like create the storms, but it does help the storms sometimes. But it's pretty minimal in comparison to like the other bits of atmosphere that are interacting with the storm. Corn sweat sounds like an insult. I don't even know how you'd use that. Sweating like corn out here. Here's the video in Ottumwa. This is Patrick. He is traveling west towards our storms, I believe. Getting closer and closer. He was in Iowa City earlier, and now he's in Ottumwa. Slowly getting closer to the storms. Which I'm surprised he's out this far. I think he usually chases in Colorado because he lives in Colorado. So he's out far from home. It was 9 feet, 280 pounds. It's a big freaking catfish. My goodness. You got pictures of that? Make the corn sweat go away? Can't. I mean, technically, I guess you could go out into a cornfield and try to wipe off all the corn sweat. But I don't think that will work. Any ideas how bad Rockford, Illinois is going to be? Should mainly be damaging winds. But you guys are kind of like right on that line where this thing could still maybe be tornadic. You can see as it moves into Chicago, it becomes more outflow dominated. So it's mainly going to be damaging winds in the Chicago area. But right around Rockford is probably where our tornado threat is going to be going down after that. So I'll still be weather aware up there. Damaging winds up to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and a QLCS tornado type tornado can't be ruled out. These storms over here near St. Charles are getting a little bit more organized, but still not quite there yet. You caught it in Italy. Wow. That's a big catfish. I saw your channel, YouTube pushed it out, and hello. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. And you subscribed. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's one more subscriber closer to our goal of 100,000 subscribers. Biggest catfish ever recorded was the Mekong giant catfish with a record 646 pounds and a length of 9 feet. Caught in Thailand. Jeez Louise. That's just excessive. That's an excessive amount of catfish. Still see the shelf clouds slowly building in here. At least the base of the thunderstorm. They eat everything. Yeah, and believe it or not, yeah, like catfish are like, I'm surprised people eat catfish, to be honest. How would they even pull out of the water? I don't know, with like a fish crane maybe? What in the world is going on over here in Stewartville, Minnesota? Rain. That's about it. I think you will survive. Unless you're allergic to rain. Then I don't know about that. Is everything good in LaPorte, Minnesota right now? Let me see. LaPorte, Minnesota. Yeah, looks like you guys did have some storms come through there. Or I'm not sure if they came through there or formed off to your east, but yeah. You're behind there, so, and they're moving away from you. You'll be all right. Man, I really wish we had like a live cam down over here near Winterset. Let me see when Storm Winter Media goes live. In 17 minutes, maybe. KG Tornado in 77 minutes, and Patrick is still out there trying to get to our storms. Slowly but surely making headway. Des Moines gonna get hit? It's gonna be pretty close. It's gonna be a close call for Des Moines. We have storms to the south of Des Moines that are maturing. You can already tell that they are tapping into the environment a little bit. They got that little hook or that little bean shape to them already, which means that they are interacting with the shear environment out here. Let me check to see what our storm relative velocity is right now in that area. Yeah, we got about 200 storm relative velocity where these storms are trying to develop. So that'll be enough to support a tornado threat. Gonna be little supercells like this that eventually mature just a little bit more than this that are gonna have that potential for tornadoes today. That's awesome, I am tornado. For Yorkville storms, I think it's gonna be pretty late. Yeah, for Yorkville, probably around like 10 to 11 p.m. for Yorkville. Indiana looks fine. Rockford doesn't need more rain. We flooded a lot yesterday. Some areas, cars covered with rushing water. Yeah. Unfortunately, you guys are probably going to get some more rain again. Eventually up to like 2 to 3 inches more of rain. So if your ground is already saturated, there is definitely a chance that you see some more flooding today. Waterloo, Iowa. Where's Waterloo? Not like over here. No. Oh, it's up here. Right now you guys are getting a decent amount of rain up there. Probably not going to stop anytime soon. You'll probably have some in the air sometimes when it gets a little bit lower or a little bit less rain, but I mean, yeah, it's going to be pretty rainy. You guys probably should watch out for some flooding. Mowers just fired up all over the Coralville, Iowa City neighborhood. Husband is going to try to get it done as well before it comes. I think they have time. I think, as long as they don't have like a giant yard, I think Iowa City can pull off a mow. Hot in Illinois, it feels like 106 right now. Jeez Louise. Is that right? I don't think that's right. Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, 84 over 76. That's yeah, that's pretty darn hot. They have areas like 89 over 75 or like 90 degrees over 75. What that is on the heat index calculator. It's 100 degrees heat index. Like down over here near like the Decatur area. It's hot. Probably got like 90 degree heat indexes to 100 degree indexes, probably across most of Illinois right now. Stanley, Wisconsin. Let me see where Stanley is. Anybody old enough to have done the flat Stanley? I think that Stanley, Wisconsin is going to be all right. You guys might get some thunderstorms up there, but that's about it. I got a couple people that did the flat Stanley. You think about Flat Stanley more than you'd like to admit. What's the whole lore? I forgot the lore around Flat Stanley. Didn't he like get like run over and then he became flat? Flat Stanley was flattened by a falling bulletin board. That's kind of messed up. Like they made all kids read that. That's what our children books were like back in the day. getting flattened by a billboard. You took Flat Stanley to Mexico with you? Nice. Okay, I think these storms are building enough. Well, first let's come back over to here. Might have missed the approach of this storm. But maybe if we can get a camera near like Carlisle, South Des Moines, we might be able to see those storms near Norwalk. Yeah, looks like we missed that little shelf. Typical Evan always gets distracted. All right, let's come back a little bit further to the south. Where's Carlisle? There's Carlisle. Can we see anything from these cameras? This one might. No. Yeah, a lot of these cameras in like southern Iowa are like out for some reason, or like near Des Moines. I would imagine these would be our first storms to try to go tornadic. We're actually seeing a little bit of rotation already with one of them. Not very strong rotation yet, but this kind of goes to show that as soon as these storms try to mature, they're going to start spinning. Gave Flat Stanley to your grandma for the adventure. Flat Stanley is such a vague memory in my brain, but I remember it. Back at it again. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, our, yesterday didn't really look that bad, to be honest. And today it still kind of seems like, we might get a couple of tornadoes, but I would say it's a little bit more elevated than what it's looking like yesterday, especially back over here in this area today. But yeah, I mean, 10% tornado risk. We haven't had a 10% tornado risk in a while. Over there near like Muscatine and Davenport area. So that's going to be our highest chances for tornadoes. You can see that these storms over here near Des Moines are firing near the 2% right now. Is the cell south of Dubuque rotating? Let me see where Dubuque is. No, not really. Definitely got some heavier rain on it. I think that one in particular is going to miss you though. Yeah, it might miss you to the north, but there is possibilities that we do get more cell initiation a little bit further down to the south near like Cascade. No QLCS tornadoes for Chicago. Yeah, hopefully the HRRR model is right. Do a refresh here on Radar Mega. So we do have our latest 17Z out. Yeah, I mean, it's still holding on to mainly being outflow dominant storms going into Chicago. Everything's still kind of looking pretty the same. Do we get some storms to come out of the south here? Really push up into this area, and that should be the highlight of our tornadic event. Really from like 3 to 7 p.m. will probably be the peak. What is it, top wind speed for the Davenport area? Probably around like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. The Windy City is really windy today. What do y'all get? What do y'all getting? Like 20 to 30 mile per hour winds right now? It'll definitely get, the winds will definitely get stronger as we go into the, you know, once the line of storms get there, though, for sure. Oh, Rockford beam. You guys are like running the line whether the storms will be, you know, outflow dominant, non-tornadic, or whether they will still carry some tornado threat. But it'll either be falling apart as it gets to you or just barely hanging on by a thread. So we got 5 minutes until Storm Owner Media goes live. It'll be interesting to see where they are. Patrick, still near Atumwa somewhere out in that area. Let's see if we can get back out ahead of this storm at all. Oh yeah, look at that. You can kind of see the little bit of a shelf cloud in there. Unfortunately, that camera's not live. Got some rain starting to fall over there. And a couple little storms still popping up near the Carlisle and Indianola area. QLCS is quasi-linear convective system. It basically just means like a line of storms. So usually tornadoes inside of a line of storms is a little area of rotation here. Yeah, that's legitimate. Not very strong. How long has that been going? And it just kind of developed. It should be really brief. It's kind of broad on the weaker side of things. Not overly tornadic, but something to note. It should be, that shouldn't be much of a tornado threat there, but we'll keep an eye on it. And thank you, Jose, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Anticyclonic. Oh yeah, you're right. It is anticyclonic. Interesting. Didn't think we'd get a 10% today. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think the chances are there. I mean, the storm relative velocity will be elevated today. We got a decent amount of vorticity. Plenty of instability. I mean, we're talking about, yeah, right around, 4,000 to 3,500 joules per kilogram, where our main severe weather risk will be happening today. Lapse rates look good. They check out, so that's not going to be a problem. Storm relative felicity is around 200 right now, but that is expected to kind of stay into that range throughout the day. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. It'll be interesting. I don't see anything like super elevated right now. I don't think we're going to be talking about like strong tornadoes today, but I do think, brief tornadoes will probably be the main risk for today. I don't think our significant tornado parameter is really going to get above 1 for most of the day. I don't think we're really going to be talking about like strong tornadoes, but I do think a couple of weak tornadoes will certainly be possible. Thank you for coming on early when the others wait. We appreciate it here in the radar hole of Pattonsburg, Missouri. Ooh, let me see how big your radar's hole is. Pattonsburg, Missouri. It's not too bad for you, actually. A little bit of a radar hole, but yeah, I would say, yeah, it's a little bit, but I've seen worse radar holes, if it makes you feel any better. Also got another storm developing back over here near Lancaster and Queen City. That I think will move eventually up to the north and east or near Ottumwa. I wonder if Patrick will get a view on that storm at all. Is there music playing? Yes. We got music in the background. You're confused. You're in Johnson County and you're in the slight or enhanced risk. Johnson County, I'm pretty sure, is in the enhanced risk. Isn't that near like Iowa City? No. It's like somewhere over here, right? Yeah, I think you are in the I don't know. Let me search again. Johnson County, Iowa. I'm pretty sure when I looked at it last. Yeah, you're near Iowa City. Yeah. So yeah, you are in the enhanced risk. So damaging winds and tornadoes will be possible up there for sure. Where is Dog? He's not in the spot. Yeah, if you guys are just now tuning in, you're wondering why the heck this dude is live. We have an enhanced risk out there. That's a 3 out of 5 for severe weather over here in parts of Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois. We have a tornado risk extending all the way from St. Joseph up into Lansing, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Holland, and Muskegon. 5% over there near Kirksville, Ottumwa, Cedar Rapids, Clinton, Rockford, Waukegan, Evanston, and Chicago. But I do really think our tornado risk should die down as we get past Rockford. So I honestly think Chicago could be in a 2% and that would still be okay. Wind risk is going to be pretty elevated. This is the worst risk for today. Damaging winds is our highest probability. Ottumwa, Kirksville, Burlington, Macomb, Davenport, and Clinton, with a 15% extending all the way from Kalamazoo down into Topeka, Kansas. So definitely a day where elevated chances for severe weather are going to be possible, and we are watching that get underway right now. You need Dog? I will try to get Dog when he is ready. Chazzy, eat your food. I see you over there not eating your food. What a mess. Any mesoscale boundaries? I don't know. Honestly, you know, just mini supercells. There will be cells that'll be a little bit more discrete out over in this area. You can see they're already trying to form. SRH isn't super elevated. But the thing is that we do have like I think we have like a warm frontal boundary set up here. It's like there's definitely a boundary of some sort right here. So I'm guessing anything that fires to the south that can run into that boundary will have an elevated tornado potential. As far as I can tell, we got a lot of wind barbs or wind. Well, actually, the best way to look at this, I think, will be on radar Omega. Come over here. Over to our radar. Click on the Davenport radar. Actually, Des Moines radar should be all right. Then we come over here to our METARs. Click on wind direction. You can see that we have like winds coming out of the south here, and they start to turn here. Right? So we do have some sort of a boundary well up to the north. So like somewhere in this area, there's definitely a little bit of a boundary there. Now you can see it also turns near Iowa City. So I would say like it definitely got some sort of a boundary draped like that. So there might be some enhanced vorticity there, but it seems like that boundary might be pushing up a little bit further to the north, as far as I can tell from our latest METAR data. But most of our instability is still like down over here. Our vorticity and 3 cape is still relegated down over here. So there's definitely a boundary there. Just really depends on if these storms can tap into those boundaries or that boundary and start to rotate. We do have some storms out over here trying to fire a little bit further to the south there. We got some storms congealing over here, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's read the latest SPC outlook and just see what their thoughts are. They're saying severe thunderstorms are expected this afternoon and evening across the Midwest southern portions. Lower, okay, left. Okay, so yeah. Recent over southeastern Nebraska, cloudiness, showers, warm front baroclinic zone that extends into, yeah, so that's it's a warm front like baroclinic zone that extends from low eastward. So that's that boundary border through central Illinois and Indiana. This boundary will likely sharpen throughout the day as cloudiness and showers persist as to its north and temperatures warm into the 90s to its south. As a result, a reservoir of strong buoyancy, that 3 cape we're talking about, anticipated south of this boundary from southern Iowa into northern central Missouri. That's associated with the surface low as well is apparent. So yeah, they're kind of locking onto that same thing. You know, it's just we got a little bit of like kind of a pseudo warm frontal boundary type thing happening here, little baroclinic zone where we have winds that are really veered. You know, so you know, they're coming in out of this direction in the lower levels and coming in out of this direction. So they're quite perpendicular from the lower levels all the way to the upper levels, which it does amount to a decent amount of vorticity. So there is plenty of vorticity along where that boundary is. And these storms, as they go over that, will have a little bit of an elevated chance with the elevated 3 cape. They'll be more effective in stretching any updraft into a tube-like shape that touches the ground, which we call tornadoes. I looked at any soundings. Not today, no. We can look at observed soundings. They got any? Yeah, they do have. We did just get a sounding out of our main area. Let's see here. Yeah, looks like decent little profile here. 82 over 72. A little bit of shear, about 10 to almost 20 knots, so enough there. You can see our winds coming way out of the southeast up to the northwest. Areas that turning with height, 3,000 joules per kilogram. This is on the border of Iowa and Illinois, by the way. Decent lapse rates. SRH around 100 to 200, which is plenty, especially for mini supercells. Yeah. I mean, everything's there for, you know, a tornado day. I mean, it's not like, you know, we're not talking about like a, you know, super outbreak or anything. So we're not seeing like off the chart tornadic environment, but there is definitely an environment there enough to support, you know, some spin in the atmosphere, especially back over in this area. Some of these storms are like kind of riding right on that boundary. They could also maybe briefly produce a tornado, but, you know, seems like our best, at least as far as I can tell right now, our best kinematics are still back over here in this area. Stormy here in northeastern Iowa. Yeah. Thankfully, we don't have any severe thunderstorms up there. All of our severe thunderstorm warnings right now, believe it or not, are in North Carolina, near like Asheville, heading towns towards Girton. That's going to be for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Another severe thunderstorm over here near Slick Rock, Seashore, and Pine Shore Lakes. That's going to be for half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then we got this storm heading down towards North Cove, Ashford, Sevier, and Woodlawn there as well. So those are actually the only severe thunderstorm warnings in our country right now. So although, you know, these storms are slowly getting their act together, they are not quite at that ability yet to produce severe weather. But we'll be keeping an eye on them. Hopefully, as some of our storm chasers get into view. Yeah, no problem, Mark Nato. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. Try my best. Madison, Wisconsin, yeah. You guys will definitely see some storms, maybe some flooding rain. I do think like north of the boundary, it's going to be hard to get severe weather, but not impossible. All right, let's see if we can see these storms any better now. Kind of see a storm out over there in the distance. A little bit of rain coming down. North of Waterloo, yeah, just a little bit of rain up there. Nothing too crazy. I think Waterloo's going to dodge the bullet, at least in terms of severe weather. But I do think you guys still need to be watching out for some flooding over there. You can see some rain off in the distance on this camera. Over there, just to the right of those numbers there, that is just to the east of Des Moines. Not too much to look at yet, though. Storms are still slowly getting their act together out over just south of Des Moines. It'll be interesting to see if these storms will go out, how quickly these storms near Des Moines go outflow dominant. Oh, wow. Look at that. Here's a picture for one of the cams out here. You can actually see the bottom of one of these thunderstorms out over here. This is the one that's heading towards Maxwell and Baxter, Iowa, south of Melbourne. Thank you, Mark. It looks like we're even starting to get storms starting to try to initiate out over here near Kansas City and Overland Park. Seems like our little frontal boundary, though, is back over here, although it does seem like some initiation is happening back over here as well. Even got storms heading towards St. Louis right now. Look at that. Wouldn't completely rule out a severe thunderstorm warning with those guys. Sweet corn, local ready in 1 to 2 weeks. Nice. I've never had corn, just like fresh corn before. These storms are interesting. Like, they're not that big, but like I feel like they're already, like, this one's already got a little bit of rotation on it. These are like kind of a great definition of like a mini supercell. There is one near a little cell near Ottumwa, which I think is pretty close to where Patrick should be. It says he's near Bativa now. Batavia, Iowa. See where that is. Yeah, he should be close to that storm. Let's listen in to see what he's saying.
That crossed the interstate on 76. That was a gorgeous tornado. As far as I'm concerned, that was the tornado of the day.
Does this audio sound messed up to you guys?
Garbage that I got. So you can get some really pretty sparks, especially if they connect. power's going up out here too.
I can't tell if that's like just my earphones.
But what's state patrol, by the way?
It sounds a little muffled. Yeah, there's something wrong with his audio. Someone should go tell him.
Man, it definitely looks like a storm system.
He's probably got like a loose connection on something. So he's now near Fairfield. He's like out over here. So he's like traveling in this direction now. I'm wondering if he's gonna drive back towards that storm. I don't know. Not really sure what his plans are there, but this storm seems interesting. Maybe have a little mini supercell with like tiny like mesocyclone on it potentially. Probably pretty low precip right now. That'd be probably a pretty cool storm view. Wow, look at this. Already seeing an outflow boundary here on these storms. As long as they stay north of that boundary, they will probably be a minimal tornado threat. If they can latch onto that boundary, though, that will help them be tornadic. In Cedar Rapids, how are things looking for us? Looking okay right now. Looks like you guys are going to be mainly getting like this portion of the storm, which right now is pretty outflowy, but you guys have plenty of instability out in front of you. You are north of our this pseudo warm front, so I would assume that the storms are going to stay untornadic as they go into there, but I would still keep an eye out for some damaging winds up there near Cedar Rapids. You're on a tornado watch. I do still think that these storms have a little bit of a tornado chance, just depending on how they interact with some of the boundaries that are out over here. Like this storm over here near Greenfield's actually latched onto, or just very close to that boundary, but it's not quite latched onto it. It seems like it might be just north. Then we have some storms firing over here near Clarinda, which are slowly getting organized. Yeah, storms are still slowly getting their act together. Honestly, expected a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings by now, but we really haven't had any. And all of our severe thunderstorm warnings are actually down in North Carolina right now, where we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. One over here near Brevard, another one just to this, north of Fletcher, and another one going down through Spruce Pine through North Cove right now. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. See what our times are looking like for our other storm chasers. Yeah, looks like we're waiting on Storm Runner Media to go live, so they should be live here shortly. Just do a quick refresh on them just to make sure. Yeah, they should be live shortly. And then KG Tornado will be live in 44 minutes. Patrick is still pretty close to one of these storms. I don't know if does anybody know where Patrick is going? Illinois will probably be at around like 7 or 8. Although these storms are firing pretty far to the east, I'm not sure. Yeah, our latest HRRR did pick up on that, I think. Yeah. But even then, still takes up to about 7. I'd say like the earliest is like 6 o'clock over there. And like the first people in Illinois are probably going to be in like Dubuque. Oh, Storm Runner Media just started their stream. Let's go. You guys will get to see some of their past storms. Just in case you're wondering why the heck we have Storm Runner Media on our page here. This is why. They catch crazy storms. Like that was a tornado, I think was that in Nebraska? Pretty sure that one was in Nebraska, like near Omaha, right? Heck, some of these tornadoes were during that Iowa outbreak too. Yeah, that's in Lincoln, Nebraska. This is actually a storm that they chased in Iowa. So yeah, they're a little bit experienced out here, so it'll be very helpful. Oh yeah, look at this. Anybody remember this tornado in Iowa? This was in May last year. Hopefully we don't see any tornadoes like that today. I don't think we're going to see tornadoes of that caliber today. A little bit of a flashback to some other storms in the past. You've seen too many, don't remember which are which. Yeah, Iowa was very active last year. This year, in terms of tornadoes, Iowa has not been active like at all. Yeah, look at that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just like that. See this little tiny mini supercell developing rotation there, and they've already thrown our first tornado warning of the day on this storm here. So that's going to be for Bladensburg, Farson, Ottumwa, Agency, all need to be in their safe spots. Again, this storm has some rotation on it right there near East Ottumwa. Let me see if I can get a live camera on that. I mean, Patrick should be right next to this storm, but let's see where Storm Media is before I do that. Oh, wow. They're all the way over there near Dubuque. Okay, so they are not in. Our only storm chaser that's near that storm is Patrick. So hopefully Patrick gets over there in time. Let me see if we can get a traffic camera over there, though. If that's like one of those little mini supercells that can produce like pretty quickly, I think.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, there is one camera near Ottumwa, but it's not a live cam. Yeah, if you live over there near Lock Burns, make sure you're in your safe spots over there near Bladensburg as well. Looks like we do have a decent little area of circulation. It is a little bit broad right now, but again, with these little mini supercells, you don't really typically need that much rotation to get like a funnel or like a tornado. So again, if you live in Farson, Bladensburg, Agency, Ottumwa, just make sure you guys are all in your safe spots out here as this storm comes through. Wouldn't be surprised if they decided to issue a tornado warning on this storm if we see a signal like that with this one as well. Any rotation produces funnels in Iowa. It kind of seems that way, doesn't it? Kind of seems that way. I wouldn't be surprising if this storm was trying to produce a funnel. Does anybody know? I think let's go listen into Patrick, just see if he has noticed that tornado warning.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude, look at that. It's a perfect place to target. You're like within 10 minutes of the first tornado warning.
I am.
A new severe
just
thunderstorm
needing to
watch
get
has been
to
issued.
A road that will get me over there.
Okay, so he is going to be en route to that tornado warning here shortly. He has noticed it, and he is trying to find a road over to the tornado warning. So hopefully Patrick can get. He's like right over here, I think, near Fairfield, somewhere in this area. And so he should be making his way back over there. He should be able to get a view probably within the next 10 minutes. Yeah, it seems like Storm Media are targeting these storms for some reason. Which technically, I guess if one of these guys kind of pushes out and wraps into like one of these outflow boundaries, you could definitely make an argument for a tornado there. I don't think it's a 0% chance. Look at these storms. Back over here near Cumberland, we actually have a couple areas of rotation back over here as well. Those might get tornado warned here shortly. Again, probably not a whole lot of rotation today is going to prompt tornado warnings, kind of like what happened yesterday in Iowa. Just one of those days where funnels are going to definitely be possible. And we do already have a couple of rotations out over here near Messina, so I'd keep your eye out over there near Messina, Iowa. We could get some tornado warnings over there as well. And thank you, Why is Aiden, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Welcome. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still an area of rotation, wrapping it in right into that area. Still relatively broad near Lockburns, moving up towards Delone. How do I say that without saying something dirty? Delonga. There we go. We'll call that Delonga. But yeah, over there near Delonga, Highland Center and Farson still need to be in their safe spot. There's the latest on our tornado warning out over there. As of right now, we have 1 tornado warning here in Iowa and 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina. Altoona for tornado warning. I think Altoona is well north. Yeah, you guys are actually well behind the boundary. I think your risk for a tornado chance is near 0 now near Altoona. Unless these storms try to do something like back over here. That'd be like the only way that you guys could get a tornado warning, but we'll see. We've had a couple of areas of rotation, but I do think the tornado chances with these storms back over here near like Calinda, or Clarinda, and Atlantic and Harlan are going to probably be pretty low. I think our highest tornado chance, at least according to our latest meso analysis, is definitely going to be like right out where these storms are firing. So they've nailed the forecast pretty well here. Also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Osgood, Milan, and Harris. You guys live in that area, make sure that you guys are indoors and away from windows. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are a possibility. Yeah, we don't use Charlie Birdo. Let me see if Carmen's chasing today. I feel like this would be a day that Carmen chases. Surprising. He's not chasing. You just subscribed? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still nothing too crazy yet on it. Oh, looks like we might be getting a view from Patrick. Oh, there it is. There's your tornado warned storm right there. Check that out. Just barely see it when there's no freaking hill. Man, y'all's corn's too tall to see the storm. Y'all need to mow your cornfields. That corn grass is tall. Oh. Just back in there. There's your tornado warned storm. You can actually see the mesocyclone on the left. I ain't pronouncing it that way, Samuel. I ain't doing that. It's only an hour away from you. Well, just let that be a... I mean, I'm not seeing a NATO down in there. I'm definitely seeing that mesocyclone. You can see it's pretty much precip free right now. Yeah, as of our latest warning messages here, Still no funnels reported on this, but it's radar indicated. It's still be in your safe spots there in Farson. Thank you, Lone Macaroon, for subscribing. Thank you so much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It is back over here near Newton. Radar indicated. What? Why'd they warn that? Radar indicated what? Not rotation. Maybe there's more before? No. Huh. Let me see if I can get a camera on that. That don't really make much sense. That does not really have that much rotation. Okay, here's Newton. Maybe they have a funnel report on it. As in terms of radar indicated rotation, there really isn't much at all. Ooh, there it is. Man, it might have a little wall cloud back there. Look at that. Maybe a wall cloud. Maybe that's why they warned it. But again, that's Newton, Iowa that needs to be in their safe spots. As of right now, I am not seeing a tornado down. But there does appear to be like a little lowering underneath this storm. Why would you announce that in my chat? Why would you announce you're gonna watch a snake in my chat? That's just weird. The blob on the left, or all the darkness. The blob on the left. Just under the W. Oh yeah, you can see some scud building up in there. Look at that. A little bit of upward motion. Yeah, again, if you live in Newton, I'd be in your safe spots. And radar does not look impressive in terms of rotation, like at all. But it could be one of those storms that might produce like a brief funnel, or maybe like a brief NATO. Can't completely rule it out. So I would be in your safe spots there in Newton. Guys, stop it. Stop talking about snakes in chat. South of Des Moines, near like, wow, look at that storm. That's really building there. That's quite the wall cloud. Still not seeing a NATO there, but again, this is the storm over here near Newton. Definitely has a lowering to it. There's nothing on the ground at this moment, but it is surely an interesting looking portion of the cloud. I can see why they warned it, technically. I mean, that looks pretty interesting. Maybe it looks a little bit more interesting closer up, but you can definitely see a decent amount of motion in there. And again, we're looking at this tornado warned storm over here near Newton and Metz. We're looking at this portion of the storm there on that camera. And again, if you live in Newton, I'd be in your safe spots. And then back over here, we have another tornado warning near Farson. There's your area of rotation moving up to the north and east towards Farson. So if you live in Farson, please be in your safe spots still there in Iowa. We'll have to refresh this camera. Oh man, look at that. That's almost like a funnel. On the left side of the screen. And this would come very close to Newton, so I would definitely be keeping your eyes on this storm here. Definitely got like a wall cloud there, I think. A little subtle area of rotation. And it's like near a boundary, so even though this thing doesn't have a whole lot of rotation, it might try to spit out like a little skinny NATO. Near Pekin. Let me see where that is. Pekin, Iowa. Oh yeah. Yeah, we've been watching that one. You see it forming? I don't see it touching the ground though. I definitely see like a lowering back in there still. It's right behind that electric pole. But I'm not seeing like anything making contact with the ground yet. Not seeing any debris flying. And again, this is our tornado warned storm here, very close to Newton. So Newton, Iowa needs to be in their safe spots. And actually, rotation is popping up on radar. There's actually a little bit of a debris signature there, but I don't think there's enough reflectivity to confirm that that is a tornado on the ground, though. But we definitely have some rotation in this area still. And you can see it pretty clearly on this camera. It looks like that's going behind that tree. Can we find another view of this? Oh yeah, look at this. This is looking from behind it. It would form right over there on the right side. Yeah, this should cross over the road here shortly. We should be able to see the whole life cycle. So if this does produce near Newton, we'll be able to definitely see it happen here. Yeah, this is the Newton, Iowa storm. This wall cloud that we're looking at is about to come directly into Newton. Still no definite tornado on the ground that we can see with our eyes yet, but there is definitely a decently rotating wall cloud here. We've seen it have some pretty decent motion, so there certainly is rotation under there, but no noodles extending to the ground just yet. Yeah, it's a large wall cloud for sure. Maybe a wedge? I don't think we're going to get a wedge today. But I do think, you know, little skinny NATOs are going to be possible today. I think EF1 will probably be the highest type of tornado we get today. Maybe an argument could be made for an EF2. Maybe. Oh. We could zoom out a little bit more now that. There we go. Yeah, still not seeing a NATO under there. Yeah, according to radar, this is not on the ground yet, but that circulation is just about to come into Newton. So please still be in your safe spots. This is what's coming towards you guys. Definitely a rotating wall cloud about to come into the Newton area. So please be taking your proper precautions, getting the lowest floor of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. I do want to come over here quickly, check back in on our Farson storm. Got a decent little area of rotation on this storm as well. Heading towards Farson. Our latest view on this storm is here from Patrick. We'll see if we can see it through the trees or not. Should be getting pretty close to it. And they just extended this tornado warning off to the east. It's going to be for Brighton, Pleasant Plain, Kyoto, Richland, Ollie. All need to be in their safe spots there. All right, let's come back over to our Newton storm. Reload this really quick. I think it was one of the east cameras. Yeah. Wow. That's about as clear of a view as you'll get of a wall cloud from a traffic camera. When did I go live? I don't know, like 3 hours ago. Yeah, still no indication yet of a tornado touching down. This thing's definitely got a lot of motion to it, so there still is a decent amount of rotation about to come into Newton. Newton would be on the left side of our screen. There's no tornado on the ground right now, but this tornado warning is located near Newton, Iowa. The circulation's about to just come into Newton. A little interesting thing I just saw. I think that's just scud coming from the ground, though. Thank you, Richie. I appreciate that. It's scuddy but moving. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some decent circulation in there. Drink some water. What areas have a tornado warning? Newton, Iowa, and then also just to the north and east, heading off towards Packwood, Richland, Kyoto, and Brighton, Iowa. Oh, wait. Look at that. Is that on the ground? We gotta refresh. Man, that looked like something coming off of the ground there for a second. I don't know if that was like debris or just some scud. There's definitely a haze underneath that, like right in like the top center of the screen. There's like some haze coming up from the ground. I don't know if that was like debris getting lofted there, or if that was just like moisture, like scud. It's very hard to tell. It looks like dirt. Yeah, it kind of looked like dirt for a second. I mean, there's still, as far as I can tell, still no definite NATO. No debris signature on radar either. I still want Newton to be in their safe spots. As you can see, we do have a wall cloud coming your way. Might have just saw a brief touchdown that could have been just like some rain or maybe like a camera artifact. So not sure. We're seeing it again, actually. You can see you get just a little bit of a haze underneath that little knob there. But I don't know. It's probably not a NATO if I were to guess. Whereas this is just south of Newton. This is just heading into the Newton area. So Newton needs to be in their safe spots. As low as most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. We are looking at the tornado producing portion of this storm. So if a tornado were to happen, we'd see it. We're looking right at where that tornado would come out of. And I mean, on radar, this thing is pretty impressive. I mean, it's got quite the hook echo to it right there in Newton. Don't have the latest velocity scan, but a decent little hook echo. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at the meso cyclone on this storm. So we got to refresh our camera. Let me see where Storm Intermediate is. Yeah, they're still pretty far away from this storm. I do want to check back in with Patrick just briefly. Yeah, he's still far away from his storm as well. Yeah, I mean, we got a great view of the storm. So if it does start to produce anything, we will definitely let you guys know. It's pretty close there in Newton. So I would still be in your safe spots in Newton. That mesocyclone, this thing that we're looking at right now, is pretty much directly over Newton right now. So please be in your safe spots. Again, this is Newton, Iowa, just north and east of Des Moines. Near Gilman. Let me see Gilman. I'll look at it. Could be, yeah. And we also have an area of rotation developing over here near Gilman, Iowa. That very well could be legitimate. It's pretty broad. They might throw a NATO warning on it. It's kind of in that area where it's latched onto that boundary. I think that every time I leave this, it like goes and makes me have to refresh it. And as far as I can tell on that storm near Brighton, it looks like it's lost a lot of its rotation near Brighton, Iowa. So I'm not overly concerned. Man, look at that new wall cloud forming on the left of the road. Seems to be consolidating a little bit again. Might be making it an attempt. Maybe it did like a quick recycle there. That's a pretty stout wall cloud coming back down. Can you do cams? I think I'm okay with cams today because I mean, Iowa's pretty easy to navigate. And once we get into Illinois, I mean, that'll pretty much be it for cameras. We'll be relying on storm chasers. I mean, if the KOA campground is in Newton, I mean, this is like right next to that campground. They should be seeking shelter. As you can see, we don't have a tornado on this thing right now, but we do have a rotating wall cloud, which is that little nub just to the left side of that road. Let me turn on my video capture device here. Pretty much right above my head. That is where the wall cloud, at least that I'm keeping my eye on right now. That's the one that's over Newton. Oops. Yeah, if we come back to radar, see, there's our area of what was rotation. It's not really that it's definitely weakening. Yeah, it looks like they just reissued this tornado warning, still as radar indicated. It is not as strong rotation as it was before, but there still is a decent little area in there. And then back over here, near the Richland Packwood area, still have a little area of rotation here. Not very strong at the moment, pretty weak. Heading up towards Richland, Pleasant Plain, Brighton, Kyoto, and Westchester. I would still be in your safe spots. We also got another little mini supercell developing over here near New London. Got to keep an eye on this storm as well. That's north of New London, heading up towards Morning Sun. Yeah, that's pretty much the latest out there for our tornado warnings. And this is the one storm we've been looking at here near Newton. Yeah, looks like that wall cloud dissipated there. Kind of seems like more of a flat base, maybe a new circulation, maybe handing off to the south. Where's the biggest threat? I would say the biggest threat's probably more over here, to be honest. But this one came pretty close. Near Newton. Let me make sure my chasers are current here. Yeah, he's current. The storm under media. Looks like they are repositioning out in front of this storm right now. Pagey Tornado is yet to go live, but they should go live in a little bit. But yeah, these storms up here, as you can see, there is what appears to be an outflow boundary here out in front of this guy. And, you know, but there, I mean, there still is a decent little environment where this storm is. It's not impossible for it to produce a tornado. It'll likely be brief, but we do have some intersecting boundaries here. Maybe I got to watch this area as well, just to the west of Newton too. I'm curious. Come back here real quick. Yeah, it looks like this is getting a little bit out ahead of our camera here. Let me check in on some of these other cameras really quick. This one's got an interesting view. This one's facing west, so that's the approaching line of storms behind this. That's coming in to Newton. I mean, this one still technically has the best view of the storm. We'll keep this one up for now. If this storm does try to produce, I mean, we'll be able to see it, but it looks like the chances of it producing are about to go way down as this line approaches. And yeah, you can see that rotation is already starting to completely lose its marbles. So we got another area of rotation over here, south and east of Montour. Worth keeping an eye out there for Toledo, Iowa, and Tama, Iowa. How is Independence, Iowa looking north of Cedar Rapids? Looks like you guys are getting some rain up there, but that should be about it. I would be watching out for some flooding, and maybe some instances of severe weather will also be possible, like some damaging winds. Okay, so this is near our tornado warned storm near Richland, Iowa. This is the first tornado warned storm that we had, and it looks like Patrick is getting closer to it. That's where your kids are at? Yeah, I mean, I would just tell them, like, are they in like a low-lying area, or like they elevate on like a hill? I think that's going to be the main threat over there, is some flooding. Oh yeah, look at that. Let me see if he fixed his audio.
Like, it's just, it needs to, I'm definitely like where it's trying to form up a shelf. Like you can you see that cut in there? Like it's trying, but it's not quite there.
Oh no, somehow the eastern storm looks like it's kind of.
Okay, looks like they did allow this storm to be, or this tornado warning over here near Fairfield to be expired. That's the one that Patrick was looking at. So they've allowed that one to expire there. A tornado warning. That was Patrick. Hey, where's Roger? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. Also, we have a severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, back down over here from Olathe to the Columbia, Mexico, Moberly, Lakin, and Hannibal and Quincy here in Missouri, then also in parts of Illinois as well. And that'll include areas like Camp Point and Mount Sterling. It's a little interesting perspective on that storm. Yeah, so this was the storm that was tornado warned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they just issued a new tornado warning to the south. That's going to be for this one over here near Milton, Iowa, heading towards Keogh, Sequam, Birmingham, Stockport, Hillsboro, Bonaparte, Farmington, and Mount Sterling all need to be in their safe spots. Not a very strong area of rotation, but you know, a little bit of rotation nonetheless, right there near Milton. So if you live near Milton, I would be in your safe spots. Wow, look at that. That's a pretty cool view. Thank you, Jane Doe. Yeah, the background music is to just keep you all calm. You know, I feel for far too long, the weather industry has been dominated by fear. So I am trying to create a calm environment around storms. So people, you know, when there's a tornado on the ground, you'll know it'll still be the same. The threats will still be there. But I want to keep you guys as calm as possible. I don't want to get you guys all worked up and start panicking. What website is that? This is WeatherWise right now. Does help. Awesome. Glad to hear that. That's the whole point. You get excited over severe weather? I think some of us do. Some people get anxious, some people get excited. You know, the people that, you know, get excited for severe weather, they don't really need much calming down. But you'd be surprised how many people suffer from like storm anxiety, and we're here for those people. And you know, generally, if you want to see a tornado, sometimes we do see them on stream. So, you know, if that's the only reason you watch weather, then yeah, you'll probably get that fix on this stream as well. But you know, the main thing that we are trying to prevent is panic. Even if there's an EF5 barreling down at you, panicking does not help. Yeah, we got a tornado warning down here near Keogh, Sequam, and we got another one back over here near Newton. This storm has lost all of its rotation, so I have a feeling they're going to allow this one to expire pretty shortly. Seems like that outflow boundary has caught up to that storm and is starting to ruin its chances for tornadic activity, thankfully. But it does kind of seem like we might have like a little bit of an embedded supercell over here near Tama. A little bit of rotation there as well, south of Toledo. Wouldn't rule out that one eventually getting tornado warned. But that also has a pretty good probability that that kind of falls apart. But we'll see. It's worth keeping an eye on. You get a panic attack? Exactly. That's the whole thing. You know, I like, since the Weather Channel and even on YouTube, most people do like the whole fear mongering type thing. It's been a like Fox Weather, all those people, like it's always just like, oh, everything's super intense. Oh my goodness. Hold on. What is that? That kind of looks like a wall cloud trying to develop. I just feel like like the weather world has been dominated by fear, and I feel like it's extremely dangerous because like once you get past the words huge and massive and people get desensitized to that, there's no more places you can go in the vocabulary. I'm just afraid people are going to get desensitized. I don't really see much motion in that though. You see it's pretty static, so I think we're just kind of looking at some scud getting ingested into this thing, but it looks pretty darn interesting. It is severe warned. It got severe warned heading up towards Washington and Brighton for $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's interesting, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's on the top left there. I would keep an eye on it. You guys see anything, let me know. I'll be looking at it every now and then as well. Back over here near Keosauqua, like this area of rotation has fallen apart near Milton. But I'd still be in your safe spots just in case it tries again. We also got another storm forming over here near Morning Sun that has a tiny bit of rotation on it as well. Heck, the storm here near Marishi, what it's called. It's a lot of side lobe contamination. Not really sure what's going on with that. Definitely an interesting little area of the cloud there. Let me make sure we're current. Form our media stream. When's Pagey go live? Oh, Pagey's live right now. Okay, looks like Pagey just went live, so now we got 3 storm chasers. Where are they? Hold on, let me see where they are at. They're near... Frick, I can't tell. Okay, they're near unknown. Okay, that's helpful. Oh, Albia. Okay. Albia, Iowa. Okay, so they're out over here. So they could eventually get into view. They're probably driving towards these storms right now. These ones up here, after they go outflow dominant, they should mainly be a damaging wind threat. But there is technically a chance for a brief spin up out over here. Did you give classes on how to read the darn radar? Yeah. I mean, technically classes in session like every day. Wow, look at that clear cut into this storm. Definitely got a little cut into there. A little mesocyclone back over there near those grain bins. That is interesting. A little bit of RFD wrapping in there potentially. Yeah, I think most of the storm chasers that were over here near Des Moines are bailing out to the east. What is that? Let me go back and see what that was. A little interesting, something back in there. Not really sure if that's anything, but it was interesting looking. And he's on these storms over here near Richland. I think he's around this one near Brighton. And this does have a little bit of rotation developing on it. Wouldn't rule out a NATO warning on that one for like Brighton and Washington, Iowa. And then we still got this storm over here near Keosauqua. It doesn't have too much rotation on it at the moment, but it would be in your safe spots. Back over here on this tornado warned storm. Let's go check to see. Yeah, looks like our rotation is still pretty much non-existent. We are getting a little bit of a gust front here coming into northern Newton, though. Maybe some elevated winds coming into northern Newton. Further down to the south, we just kind of have this big old outflow boundary that's surging down here. These storms near Winterset and South Des Moines are not going to be tornadic. It'll be interesting to see if they can even pull off some damaging winds. How does North Carolina look? You guys did have some severe weather to your west. Yeah, and it's still staying to your west. Eventually, though, you could get some storms move through, but that's not going to be until later tonight. Yeah, I got to learn as you go. Exactly. True. New SPC Outlook update. Let me see. Yeah, this is the latest SPC Mesoscale or SPC Outlook that came out about 14 minutes ago. It looks like they're keeping that 10%. They're keeping the 10% and the damaging wind threat as well. Yeah, everything's pretty much in the same area. Wow, look at this storm over here near Morning Sun. It's starting to take on that shape a little bit. No rotation on it right now, but something to keep an eye on. Kewanee, yeah, you guys are in a tornado watch. I'd be watching out. Your storms are probably going to be these guys. Particularly these ones over here near like Fairfield, Burlington, and Bloomfield. Thank you, Rachel. It is fake. It's not a real weather desk. Imagine though this was like my real room. That'd be pretty cool. It's all green screen. Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate that. How do you stop being scared of thunderstorms? Stand out in the middle of them. That's how I did it. Is it the best way? No. But is it a way? Yes. So we did get a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're near Hazleton, Independence, LaPorte City, Vinton, and Belle Plaine. That'll eventually be going into Cedar Rapids. Let's see if we can get a camera on that. Bet you there's a pretty nice shelf cloud developing up there. Yeah, when I was younger, I used to just kind of sit on top of a roof, believe it or not, with lightning going all around me. And I was like one of those little kids that like thought they were invincible. And you know what? I never got struck by lightning. So maybe I was invincible. But yeah, I was a dumb kid. I would sit on the roof when there was lightning, like literally probably like 100 feet away. I mean, we do have cameras in Cedar Rapids, so we'll be able to watch this storm come into Cedar Rapids for sure. Any rotation for Waterloo? No, Waterloo's fine. Just mainly some heavy rain still. Let me see if we have any flash flood warnings yet. Yeah, still no flash flood warnings. So if you're not under a flash flood warning right now, then you might be escaping the worst there. Well, interesting storms forming over here near Ashbury and Jamestown here in Wisconsin, just there near Dubuque. Let's see what the environment is over there. Not terrible. Technically not terrible. I wouldn't rule out a tornado with these guys over there near Ashbury and Jamestown. About 200 effective SRH, which is a decent amount of spin. Didn't let this expire yet. No, not yet. That storm has moved out of the tornado warning polygon there. They're definitely going to let that one expire. Check back over here near Keosauqua. Yeah, very weak circulation on this right now. But to be fair, we are pretty far away from this storm. So, might not be seeing the whole picture on it. I would still be in your safe spot in Keosauqua. All right, let me just make sure all of our storm chasers are up to date. And where they are, they're in Okaloosa. He's up to date. There we go. All right. Perfect. Used to love sitting outside watching storms, but weather has changed since then. Yeah. I now sit on my porch. The older I get, honestly, the older I get, the more scared I think I've gotten of storms. A little interesting little hook developing here near Resinor, and it actually does have a little area of some rotation. Not very strong rotation, but it's a little bit of a supercell, embedded supercell, trying to latch on to this boundary here in Monroe. Probably won't be successful, but just worth keeping an eye on. The more mortal you feel, that is true. Yeah, I think it's just because, you know, when you're a kid, like, you know, you don't really have much that is depending on you. You're more dependent on other things, right? And so, and like you barely ever think about death. But as you get older, especially like after you pass the big 3-0, you start thinking about it just a little bit more. I think that's about the age, I think, when the brain is attuned to think about death. Because believe it or not, 30 years old used to be old, like hundreds of years ago. And I think that part of our brain is still alive and well. And so it's probably like a subconscious trigger right around when you get to 30, where you really start thinking about death a little bit more. You know, that you're mortal and not invincible. Because that's literally the age people used to die. Thankfully not anymore, but. Okay, rotation's picking up again on this storm here near Keosauqua. Heading towards Bonaparte. No debris on it yet, but the rotation is getting a little bit stronger again. How many times did I call it Keosauqua? Well, if it's making you that upset, probably for the rest of the stream. My only fear, you only fear your garden. Fear for your garden, or you fear your, are you afraid of your garden, or you fear for your garden? Guys, there's not much of a big difference between Keosauqua and Keosauqua. Wow. A little bit of a couplet developing there north and west of Galesburg. Wouldn't rule out them throwing a NATO warning on that. Wouldn't rule out a brief NATO near Galesburg and Kilduff. Be watching out over there in Iowa, just east of Des Moines. One thing I'd be scared about in a garden is like bugs, like ripping out weeds, and then on the weed is like a black widow. We did get a severe thunderstorm warning extension here into Belmont, Shullsburg, Darlington, and Mineral Point here in western Wisconsin. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back over here near Cedar Rapids, we still have this storm warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds about to come into Vinton here shortly. I think Keosauqua makes you guys sound more fancy. Keosauqua just makes you guys sound like you guys like socks. How's North Liberty? Let me see. North Liberty, Iowa, looking pretty good right now. Nothing coming in the short term, but probably give it about an hour or so, and you'll be in the probably the main portion of your severe threat. Little update on this little couplet here. It's still there technically. Hasn't gone away. Not as strong as it was, but you can still see a little area there of some rotation. Still wouldn't rule out like a brief NATO near Galesburg. You fear the vegetables in your garden? Why? Veggies are good. The trick is putting like tons of ranch on them. It's in Washington, Iowa, still near where that tornado warning is. I think this is still north. Yeah, this is on that northern severe thunderstorm warn storm. Still keeping an eye on it. And then Pagey is still in route near Ottumwa, Iowa now. Looks like they've officially allowed that tornado warning near Newton to expire. Keosauqua sounds like a car. The new Keosauqua. It's got foldable seats in the back, so you can put in extra luggage. Yeah, still a decent little area of circulation here near Keosauqua. I would still be in your safe spots there. I say it's still enough to respect. Ranch is bad for you. It is. It makes like whenever somebody comes up to me and says, I'm starting to eat salads so I can become more healthy, my first question is always, do you put ranch on it? And if they say yes, I always roll my eyes. That's kind of how that goes. Grandson eats ranch on his corn. That might go good with the elote. Elote is so good. Do y'all have like those street vendors, those Mexican street vendors in Iowa? They could have a monopoly up there, man. Fresh corn, elote. That would be absolutely amazing. Elote goes crazy. Our friend Carlos, every time we would cook out, he would like make it, but he would like grill it on the grill. It'd have like a little bit of char. Oh my. It's crazy. It's crazy how good that really is. Corn is a plentiful. That's what I'm saying. Elote made you violently ill. That's sucks. And we might be about to be able to see this little shelf cloud here in Cedar Rapids. Maybe get a picture cam view of it. It's facing east, north. It's facing west. Can't quite see it yet. See if I can find a west camera that's looking at the sky. That's east. I feel like we can get a nice shelf cloud if we can get a nice west facing camera. It's east. Come on, give us west. I think that's looking west, but it's not live. East, north, east, north, west. Oh, here's a western facing camera. But it, wait, where'd it go? Oh, dang it. It's not live. Shoot. All right, probably like at this time. If Fusion's in chat, if you or somebody wants to do the traffic cams, totally can. Here's a view from Patrick on that severe storm near Washington, Iowa. Look at that. Starting to see the storm again. Quesadilla. Ooh, I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. I know queso means cheese. Right? By a large drone fleet? No. That will be coming to the channel. I am going to make significant investments in drone technology as soon as it becomes worthy. Yeah, latest scan back over here near Kia Sequoia. We're losing our view on this storm. Yes, looks like that rotation's about to come right into Kia Sequoia. Kia Sequoia. Sorry. Heading towards Vernon and Pierceville and Utica. Guys, still need to be in your safe spots. This is our only tornado warning ongoing right now. Now, the good news is that these storms kind of fail to produce. That's it. I think. Unless we get a QLCS tornado threat, which I guess is still technically possible. I mean, there is about, like where this storm is right here, there's about 200 storm relative helicity around it. So you could technically make the argument that this could eventually start to produce some QLCS tornadoes. I'd still be on guard there in Cedar Rapids. Can I make my own beats? Yeah, I think me and Connor, once Connor gets moved into his new place, I think we're gonna like, especially like during downtimes, I'd really like to like do like members only streams with him and make some music, because he also makes music, so that'd be really fun. It looks like Stormrunner Media is still trying to get out ahead of this storm. Patrick still has a decent view of his storm. Not too much to look at. You know, the thing about these storms, if they actually get started producing tornadoes, this is kind of what it would look like. And then all of a sudden you'd see a funnel, and then you would see just a tornado. Oh. Uh-oh, is Patrick calling that a funnel? Is it a funnel? Actually, it's got some motion. Speaking of. I don't think that's a funnel, though. I don't think he's got any audio. Did he turn his audio off? Someone tell Patrick his audio's off. Yeah, I think that's just Scud. But yeah, I mean, like these storms are going to look like these storms are going to look like the storms we usually track in like Oklahoma, where you've got like a crazy shelf or like a crazy mesocyclone and then a tornado underneath it. Should be like, it should just kind of look kind of scraggly until it produces. I don't like that. I mean, like in Iowa, in a storm like this, something like that could produce a tornado, but you know, obviously you need like rotation to generally support it, which we're not really seeing on any of these storms right now. Yeah. Pretty weak circulation on a lot of these guys. Maybe some new circulation developing over there near Brighton, south of Brighton. Let me check over from the Davenport radar, see what that looks like, because this is closer. Yeah. I think that's side lobe contamination. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotation on these storms right now. Come back up here to Cedar Rapids, see what these storms are looking like. Yeah, still mainly just damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds going into Cedar Rapids. Is there any activity near Mount Pleasant? Yeah, they're like, you know, the storms that are probably, I would say, have the highest chances of becoming tornadic are near you guys right now. But as of right now, it seems like, yeah, this storm here is probably going to come pretty close to you there in Mount Pleasant. Gonna make a close approach. I'm not sure if it's going to still be tornado warned when it gets there, but it will certainly be worth monitoring. I'm going to check back up with these storms. Yeah, still not seeing much impressive on this. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east. What app is this? This is WeatherWise. Yeah, you can see further back here, we have this outflow boundary extending all the way like this. That's why these storms back over here in your Winterset aren't going to be a tornado threat. They're elevated north of that boundary in a cold pool of stable air. So rain and thunder will certainly be possible there. Oh, wow. No way they warned that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's actually crazy that they warned that. It's like all this right here is side lobe. That's not like legitimate rotation. It is Wisconsin though. Wisconsin's a little bit got a happy warning trigger fingers, and they don't really necessarily know what side lobe looks like. Back over here near Keosauqua, near Pittsburgh, near Mount Zion, still want you guys to be in your safe spots, but I will say our rotation is pretty much non-existent with this storm. It's from any of our radars, really not showing much on that guy right now, but I'd still be sheltered in place just in case. Yeah, all this right here near Germantown, all that is side lobe. There is definitely, you know, potentially some rotation aloft, but none of that's making it down to the surface right now. So not really worried about that storm. Not sure why they warned it. And it makes it messy. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Wisconsin, like, especially like this portion of Wisconsin is terrible when it comes to tornado warnings. It's mainly, and usually what gets them is usually side lobe contamination. Yeah, it looks like we're probably about 20 minutes from this storm impacting Cedar Rapids. Still warned there for 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right, let me just make sure we're live on everybody here. Patrick is still near Washington, so he's still trying to stay out ahead of that other storm. And then we have KG tornado approaching a storm here that's near Ottawa. They're approaching, or Tumwa, sorry. They're approaching this storm near Eldon. Heck, if they go fast enough, they might be able to beat this storm to Mount Pleasant. Chances of power outages should be pretty decent. Just really depends on what these storms do. As of right now, they're really not that strong, so I don't think I'd be surprised if we had really more than like 5,000 power outages. Honestly, let me check. Probably getting spotty power outages near. Yeah, we have 2,000 power outages in Iowa right now. So, you know, if we're just getting like 60-mile-per-hour windstorms, most infrastructure can handle that without losing too much power. So you guys over here near like Cedar Rapids should be okay. Atkins and Center Point, as long as we don't get a tornado threat develop. That's really what we're watching out for. All right, let's go check back in with this storm. Yeah, still a lot of side lobe contamination there. You can make an argument that that could be some very weak circulation near Cuba City. They are extending this into Elk Grove, Belmont, and Benton. So make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Pretty low chance that you get a tornado with that in the short term, but you know, who knows? I mean, technically the environment can support a tornado over here, so might eventually see this storm try to become tornadic. So I think it's a little bit premature on those tornado warnings, but you know, you want to guarantee your chance for survival with any storm, you go into your safe spot. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $3. Thank you so much. Donations like that keep these channels alive. We don't do any sponsors. We barely make any money off of ads from YouTube, like that default ads that YouTube plays that we can't control. So your donations do keep this channel alive. So all of them are appreciated. Thank you so much. Hate power outages. Have your safe spot ready just in case your sirens sound. Yeah. Good job. Everybody hates power outages. For me, I think the worst part about it, actually, it's still a little tiny area of weak rotation here near Keosauqua. Hopefully we'll get a better view on that storm shortly as Pagey gets closer. Yeah, the main thing for me in power outages that I don't like about them is, you know, you got food in the fridge, and if it lasts for too long, it's like all that grocery shopping just goes to nothing. It's not like you can hit up your electric company and be like, hey, you guys owe me. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still a lot of side lobe contamination over there near Elmo. This is where the tornado would form, and still not seeing much rotation there near Cuba City. Still not an imminent tornado threat, but eventually it could become one. So still be in your safe spots there in Belmont, Elk Grove, and Meekers Grove, just in case. Oh, look at this. Apparently people are getting into tanks and shooting rounds at this storm to try to stop it, but it's not working. Just kidding. It's just a guy that took a photo of a tank in front of a storm. Pretty cool. That's in Iowa. I'm just looking for updates right now. If there's any news to share, anything that we've missed, seeing anything. You live a mile from wood chip fired Cognim plant. We had lost power more than a minute in 25 years since operation. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Are y'all's power lines underground? We are only able to throw nanobots in the tornado. No, according to the new Twisters movie, we're only supposed to be throwing diapers into tornadoes. Yeah, as much as this looks like super dangerous rotation, that is still most definitely side lobe contamination there. Main area where a tornado could be possible is over here near Cuba City. That is where our rotation would develop on the southern side here, where a mesocyclone is. Whenever you see rotation in the clear air, that is contamination, and that's what we're seeing there. So again, that is not a legitimate area of rotation. I'm guessing that's why they warned this storm, which doesn't make much sense. They haven't said like there's any funnel or anything in it, so yeah, I mean, again, not much of a tornado threat yet, but I would still be sheltered in place just in case. Just in case, because it is technically still in a tornado environment. Back over here near Cedar Rapids, storm is approaching still with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go try to see if our cameras have any views on this thing yet. Come on, man. What's a man got to do for some shelf? I just want some shelf, man. I feel shelfless. Man, it's so crazy when we have all these cameras near a storm and there's just none looking at the actual storm itself. It's kind of ridiculous. We'll look at all of them though, just to see what our options are real quick. What is this one looking south? Jeez, there's a lot of traffic in Cedar Rapids. I don't know what happened, but there's a lot of traffic in Cedar Rapids. I don't know what happened, but there must have been some action because there's a lot of traffic in Cedar Rapids. I see something. This one's facing the west. Might see something. This is gonna be our best bet here in Cedar Rapids. All right, let's check back in with our storm in Keosauqua. Still no reports that this is on the ground, and still not a whole lot of rotation on this guy. I want Utica and Stockport to be in their safe spots, mainly because we're still kind of in a radar hole with this storm. Storm near Washington doesn't really have any signs of rotation at the moment, and back over here near Cuba City, still not seeing any dangerous rotation with this storm. So, that's kind of what we're dealing with. Let's see if we have any storm reports. Oops, dang it, I just had it up. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, we've had a total of 5 storm reports so far today. All wind reports in Florida, North Carolina, Minnesota, and Alabama. Kind of funny. We've had only reports in states where these storms aren't. You thought the stream was on repeat? No, we're just busting down a little flow. Watching from Kansas City. Yeah, storms are still trying to reach down to you. I actually got some storms developing off to your west as well. We'll see if they... I mean, we are expecting some storms to eventually come into your guys' area. And there's a thunderstorm risk out here. Well, we've actually had a decent amount of severe weather, especially over in like North Carolina, South Carolina. This is coming towards Greenville, South Carolina. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's severe thunderstorm warning over here near Statesboro, Georgia, with 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we've had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings over there, like the Tallahassee area. And now we got another one near LaBelle. Yeah, all this is happening in a general thunderstorm risk right now, which sometimes happens. You know, it's a lot of moisture down there. What the heck is Storm Under Media looking at? Oh. Okay. Patrick on weather-wise? No. What's up, Eraz? What up? Welcome. Holy jump scare. That's funny. It was a jump scare. That dude done stuck his head in the middle. Yeah, looks like some damaging winds are about to come into Center Point, Robbins, and Cedar Rapids here shortly. So I'll definitely still be indoors and away from windows there in Cedar Rapids. Do we see shelf yet? No shelf yet. Greta Thunberg. How's she doing, by the way? She is champion. All right, looks like they're gonna be allowing this tornado warning to expire down here near Birmingham, Iowa. So kiss that stupid storm, or kiss that warning goodbye. Everybody can come out of their safe spots there. Yeah, I wonder if this outflow boundary is lowering our tornado chances, because it seems like none of our storms can really mature in time. They're like firing too close to the outflow boundary. Then after they cross north of it, they're like they become untornadic because they jump into that stable air. If this keeps sinking down to the south, that's going to cut off these storms' abilities to ever become tornadic there as well, which will be great news. Man, I swear, if we end up with another day an enhanced risk with a 5%, even a 10% tornado risk, what in the heck is? What did he do? Why is it so dark? I don't know if it just got darker on his. I don't know if it just got darker on his screen or what, but I don't know why it's so dark. Near Ainsworth. I feel like he just like put a filter on or something. That rain wrap? Nah. The latest scan on this storm, still not seeing much rotation at all. Again, all this is side lobe contamination still. Hopefully they allow this tornado warning to expire. Just wait for it to actually become tornadic. That's my best advice. They never listen to me though. Well, that's the thing. Like for Chicago, this outflow boundary is what we're expecting. That's gonna ruin your tornado chances. Yeah, it'd be crazy if we got another day, you know, especially with a 10% with 0 tornado reports. But it wouldn't be surprising, to be honest. I mean, let's come back over to here. Well, to be fair, we did get 1 tornado report yesterday. Or no, 2 tornado reports. Oh, they actually did do a survey in South Carolina. That little debris signature that we saw on that storm yesterday was rated an EF0. And then, yeah, there was a report of a brief touchdown near Jackson, County, Iowa, but no damage observed. So I'm wondering if they're talking about that funnel. That's kind of weird. That there was a tornado that they're saying it briefly touched down, but there was no damage observed. That's interesting. And then the day before that, technically we weren't really supposed to get tornadoes this day, and we didn't. That just goes to show, just at least for now, the storms are not acting as forecasted right now. We got some weird stuff happening over here near Center Point. Yeah, I got some contamination over there. We'll see, man. We shall see. Our only tornado warning now is in Wisconsin. Believe it or not. How's everybody doing, by the way? Everybody check in. What's going on? Nah, you haven't missed anything yet. We haven't gotten a tornado report today. Had a couple of tornado warnings, just a lot of weekly rotating storms. One did get pretty close though, I will say. Man, what's going on in Patrick's stream? What is that? Is that a bull funnel? Did he fix his audio? Looks like his stream went down. Keep an eye on that. That's interesting looking. Good, how am I? I'm all right. My voice almost went hoarse there for a second, but I fixed it. I don't know. I think I'm just eternally effed with my voice. I don't understand it. Doing good and not worried now that the outflow is killing the tornado chances. I mean, we still got some chances with these storms back over here. Not over yet. I still think we can eke out a NATO, but these guys really aren't trying that hard. So that's good. They are shallow storms, mini supercells right now, and they're not really becoming much more than that. And then we have this outflow boundary sinking down at the south. I mean, Des Moines good, Newton's good, Grinnell's good, Toledo's good, LaPorte City, Independence, Vinton is good. Oh, shoot. Forgot to watch for this storm coming in. Always forget. Looks like the wind is picking up here in Cedar Rapids. Look at those. Look at that grass on the left side. Got some wind moving. The voice is still struggling. I mean, it's not as bad as it was. Like, I can still do like live streams and stuff. I just have to talk quieter. Turn up my mic a little bit louder. But like, you know, it's definitely not anywhere like it used to be, unfortunately. It's definitely a weaker voice. There's definitely still something happening. But I'm gonna go to a doctor and get it like officially checked out. Have them put a little scope down there and check out my vocal cords and see what the plan of action will be. Maybe something starting to actually get started here. Might be like some legitimate rotation finally developing on this storm. Yeah, that's from the Davenport radar. That's our closest radar. So we got an actual hook starting to wrap around into that rotation there. That could be legitimate now. This up here is still side lobe contamination. That's not anything that we need to be worried about, but this little rotation right there, that actually, for the first time this storm, in this storm's existence, has it actually started to develop some rotation there. So it's still, relatively speaking, is some pretty weak rotation, but it's now a storm that I'm a little bit more concerned about. Like I said, this storm is in a tornadic environment, so eventually it could spit out some rotation. So we'll see if that'll keep up there or if that'll kind of fall apart. Looks like Patrick's in some heavy rain here. Oh, he fixed his audio. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Hopefully his stream doesn't go down. It's gonna only be like 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Nah, it doesn't really look like there's anything out there. It just looks like a big blob of rain. Lava O'Reilly. Yeah. That's nothing impressive at all. Oh, that's a weird little. Just. What the heck?
Yeah, this is the conditions south of Iowa City right now.
I think I'm going to.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you for allowing me to use the restroom. Still a little area of rotation with this storm near Hillsborough. It's, again, not very strong, but worth keeping an eye on. Starting to get a lot of over convection out over here as well, which is good news. That helps too. Like our outflow boundary still sinking to the south. That's Wisconsin? No, that's not in Wisconsin, no. Is Stormwater Media's feed frozen? I don't know why this happens. It's so weird. Get them current. What the heck? Did it freeze? Their alerts are still going off. What is going on? Is there just that little wind?
Where's Burlington at?
Yeah, there's just that little wind. It looks like it's frozen. Like those little pieces of grass weren't really moving that much. I was like, what the heck? You can actually see a storm back out over there, but they're pretty far away from like the main core of where all of our storms are at the moment. Let me go check in. Oh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like they are extending this tornado warning, and I'm now agreeing with the extension. Well, looks like our rotation is broadening out, but there was a little bit of rotation there for a second, so they might come back. So if you live over there near Calamine, Darlington, and Fayette here in Wisconsin, I'll be in your safe spots. Hey, Big Fat Seal, welcome back. Hey, thank you for the $2. Thank you. What's Garrett doing?
Oh, it's Flash? I mean, it doesn't look... No, you're not wrong. I was letting you cook for a second.
Either of these don't
Hey,
look
let me
like
lock
they're
this focus
terrible. I
here.
mean, at one point, this didn't look, you know,
It's looking a little better. I would agree with that.
it is looking a little better, yeah.
So maybe we just gotta just keep up with it
Patient is the key check
to success.
to success. Failure is going to happen. You have to accept that you're going to fail.
Are we failing today?
Yes.
We are not failing today.
And in fact,
That actually
you should strive for failure.
nice scud on the base there.
Failure is the best thing that can typically happen to you. If you go an entire life without failure, you will, by definition, just be stupid. Failure is the best way to learn. And every time you fail, you should be happy that you finally have another opportunity to learn something. A latest scan here, still a little area of circulation there. Technically not giving up, but it does kind of look a little outflow dominant there. Yeah, that is the mindset you need for success, is to not only know that failure is going to happen, but be excited for it, be ready for it, because those are your best learning opportunities. Never let failure get you down. Looks like we got a storm coming through Cedar Rapids right now. Let's go check out, see what Cedar Rapids is all about. There we go. There's that rain in Cedar Rapids as the storm approaches. Trees really aren't moving too much, to be honest. They did extend this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east, towards Mount Vernon, Anamosa, Monticello, Onslow, Wyoming, Oxford Junction, Clarence, Loudon, Wheatland, and we're just going to call that Moquita. Over here near Manchester, Earlville, Colesburg, Dyersville, Hopkinton, and Epworth all need to be in their safe spots, as are indoors and away from windows as well. Sorry. SBC says new downstream watch is possible. Chazzy, what are you doing? I hear you over there. Ah, yes. So here's the latest mesoscale discussion. It says damaging winds and localized tornado potential will continue. Sorry. Through late afternoon, eventual downstream watch issuance is possible. Greatest short-term damaging wind threat is there in the hashed region in the blue. And yeah, it's possible. We'll see. The storms, let me see what's going on with our environment. Because something ain't right. Could it be a lack of forcing, maybe? Yeah, these storms so far have had a lack of forcing, but that might pick up actually within the next hour or so.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. Tornado warning back over here. That is interesting. This is observed. What? That is crazy. Wow. This has 0 rotation on it, at least by radar standards. Let me see if we can get a view on that. This is a tornado on the ground. If you live in Gravity, Iowa, and Gus, Iowa, be in your safe spots. Wondering if that's like a land spout. Probably a land spout or like a Gus NATO, if I had to guess. Let me see what they say here. Yeah, reported by emergency management. Let's see if there's any cameras near Clarinda. I think that's it. Yeah, there's Gravity. Seeing anything on these cameras? Well, not seeing anything. But that doesn't mean there's nothing there. So yeah, if you live in Gravity, be in your safe spots. Let's we have maybe like a little land spout happening here. This is Stormwater Media's view right now in Kyoto, Iowa. Definitely an organizing cell there. Wow, look at this from Patrick. Shelf cloud alert. An attempt at a rain cloud in Chicago. I'm not seeing anything on radar, but maybe you're seeing the beginnings of something. If you're near a cloud and you all of a sudden feel a little gust of wind. Little cool down that can sometimes indicate that some rain is on its way on that cloud.
Anyways.
No gusts, just gray clouds. Okay. Man, that is a nice shelf cloud. This is the best looking storm we've seen all day.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
I think that observed storm is a land spout. That's what I would say. If I had to guess, it's probably a land spout. Usually when you have a storm with like no rotation, not really many supercell characteristics, and it produces a confirmed tornado, usually they are land spouts or like gust nados. Which chaser are we watching? We're watching Patrick, the storm chaser that we usually use for Colorado weather. He's somehow found himself in Iowa with a really nice view of this storm near Columbus Junction, Iowa, which is just south and west of Muscatine. Thank you, Sandy, for the 5. Thank you so much. We had people report here in Palmyra, Tennessee 1 hour ago. Cloud formation with rotation. No warning of a thunderstorm.
Yeah, no worries, Mr. Twister. All yours. You can grab it.
Yeah, it looks like you guys had an outflow boundary come through, but that's about it. You guys are probably looking at Scud.
I'll say I've got quite the view. I need to actually drive further away from it to get more of a view of it, actually.
On the Wisconsin storm? Let me see if there's any validity to that. We're getting a report of a rain-wrapped tornado, usually. I mean, there's definitely some rotation in there. Which radar is this from? We are in a radar hole. Kind of hard to tell what's going on with this storm. I would assume that that is still side low, but there is some precipitation over it. But we're looking at the mid levels of this storm. It's going to get a little blocky. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to determine, but there is some rotation here. I'm not sure if that's on the ground or not, but I would certainly be in your safe spots there in Darlington, Calamine, Fayette, still here in Wisconsin. Man, shelf cloud of the day. Thank you, Melly, for the $20 of Iran money. Thank you, Short Wib and Kim Midwest, for subscribing as well. Sandy, did it get cold after that cloud moved through? Or at least a little bit cooler, with like a little breeze. Very cold, yeah. Yeah, this is the nice classic outflow boundary. Little update over here for this severe thunderstorm warning. We're still, it looks like we've upgraded it to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that is now moving towards Monticello, Anamosa, and Mount Vernon. So a little bit of a higher chance here for some damaging winds. And also some power outages there as well. Yeah, as far as we know, still no. Yeah, looks like our latest update on this storm here is that the tornado has lifted on this thing. I still wouldn't let your guard down. Looks like we have just like a random little pocket here where tornadoes might be possible. So I'd still keep your eye out on those storms near like Prescott, Gravity. The thing is, though, you're probably not going to get a tornado warning before it touches down. So I would be peeping outside of your window quite a bit if you live in those cities, just to make sure that you're not seeing anything unexpected. I'd be very suspicious of those storms. Yeah, these storms back over here where our, look at this, where our 10% is, are still kind of underperforming right now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if there was a rain-wrapped tornado in here, I would assume that we would have a report of it by now. So probably not a tornado on the ground by now, or right now, but if you live in Darlington, I would still be in your safe spots because there still is some rotation on this storm. It's a little bit broader than it was, but we got some decent rotation still with it. Looks like this storm up here might enter into northern Illinois a little bit earlier than expected. You get eating burgers and sweet onions? I'm so jealous. Can you please bring a burger to me? I want burger. Listening to local fire departments here, they had a report of a rain-wrapped tornado, but they can't officially confirm it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like a report of a rain-wrapped tornado is a pointless report. Unless you saw it form before it got rain-wrapped. But if that didn't happen, and the only way you know that there's a rain-wrapped tornado is usually when you're inside of it. You can't, the rain-wrapped tornado, just by definition, is a tornado that you can't see. So when you're reporting it, it's not really too helpful to speculate on that.
Are you kidding me? What the? It's wild. All right. It's turkey day, huh?
Yeah, I feel you, Wolf. I haven't eaten since like before the stream. We've been live for 4 hours, and it was a light breakfast too. Trying to see if we can get another view of this shelf cloud again.
Running around like that whole place.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's interesting. They have thrown a tornado warning on this storm for some reason. Is it observed? Yeah, radar indicated. There's really not much strong areas of rotation on it right now, but we live in Monticello, Center Junction, Cascade. I would be in your safe spots. Maybe a small chance for a QLCS tornado there. Let's see if we can get a camera out over there near Monticello. Or we can get better eyes on it ourselves. Come on, just one live camera. Man, that's like a picture of inside the storm. This is a picture, I think, looking away from the storm. Looking towards the storm. Yeah, unfortunately. Don't think we have any cameras there. Thank you, Shane, for subscribing. Thank you so much. We definitely got like a little, I'm just not sure. This to me looks like some sort of contamination here. As best as I can tell. Yeah, it is contamination. That went away on the latest scan. I mean, I'm not really seeing much rotation. You can say that that is a little area of rotation here near Langworthy. There is technically, as best as I can tell, a teeny tiny area of rotation. It's on the weaker side right now, but that could eventually turn into something. So I'd be in your safe spots just in case. I think it's a pretty low chance of a tornado with this line of storms, but you know, technically it is June. I mean, it is July, so wouldn't completely let your guard down there in Monticello and Cascade. Oh, looks like we're getting another view. Back over here on the shelf cloud here from Patrick on Beyond Weather. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice shelf cloud still. This is near Columbus Junction. This Pagey tornado, she is under what appears to be a little mesocyclone here in Henry County, Iowa. Is their audio off? Let me send her a text. Or is their stream frozen? I think your stream froze. Wow, that little jump there really made that area above their head look like it's rotating. This is near Mount Pleasant. Yeah, I think they're coming in and out there. Keep an eye on Pagey's stream, though. That does look like it's rotating a bit. Let me go over to Mount Pleasant and check that out. I mean, on radar, it's not very apparent. But it is one of the storms that are kind of in that area where we need to keep an eye out for. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still a little area of potential rotation here near Langworthy. About to cross over 151. We'll come back over here in Wisconsin and check back in on this storm. Yeah, it looks like this thing is falling apart in terms of its rotation. I wouldn't imagine that tornado warning lasting for much longer unless we get some new rotation. And let's come back over here near Clorinda. Still radar indicated. Little area of circulation still with this storm. Not particularly dangerous looking, but I'd still be in your safe spots because this thing didn't really have much rotation in the first place when it produced. So a little bit of maybe a land spout threat, I think, still with that storm. I haven't had soda in like 20 years. Yeah, I barely ever drink soda. You gave up soda 2 hours ago? Wow. Impressive. And thank you, Jazzed, for subscribing. Thank you so much. You're a sodaholic? Yeah. It's addicting. I think it was like a couple days ago. I think it was my last soda. And I drank one, and then I ended up drinking 3. That's why I stay away from them. Why are y'all talking about shrooms in chat? This is a family orientated weather channel. Unless you're talking about mushrooms for food, then that's fine. But nobody calls mushrooms that they put on food shrooms. Foraging for food. There you go. There you go. Food. Okay. Just making sure. It's okay. I just got a new update on this tornado warning here. Still radar indicated. And still a little area of rotation here, south of Monticello. And again, this is still in Iowa, pushing off to the east towards Cascade. And we're still talking about 70-mile-per-hour wind potential with this line of storms as well, heading into Mount Vernon and then Moquita here in a little bit. Lion's Mane. My ex-girlfriend took, I guess I don't even know if I can consider her a girlfriend. I don't think we ever like officially became girlfriend boyfriend. So I guess my ex dating partner took Lion's Mane, and apparently she really liked it. In terms of like it helps with focus and all that kind of stuff. Just making sure all of our chasers are current. We did just get a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near Fruitland and Muscatine and Grand View. Thank you, Sandy, for the 5. Thank you so much. Like it. Situationship, I guess. We only dated for like a month, so It wasn't like, I mean, it was pretty cool while it lasted. We had a lot of things similar. But then she hit me with the if you're not okay with having a baby with me within a year, this is not gonna work out. I was like, what? I didn't even know how to handle that. I definitely do not want to have a baby in a year. Thank you, Sandy, for the 5. You sent me a video of the outflow cloud in Palmyra on the DMs. Okay, let me check that out. Is this like your video? Oh, it's to Facebook. I don't have Facebook. Yeah, a month in. That's what it was. Like, honestly, that was like after like 6 months to like a year. I probably would have been able to, make a better decision. But it's like, within a year is usually when couples start considering getting married. And then after that, they start to consider having babies. Usually the baby comes like within 2 to 3 years. But the thing was, she was worried because she's 35 that she would not be able to have kids, which I do understand that. But that's too fast. You got longer than that. You got at least till 40. So I feel like she rushed me, and that was the end of that. Because I was like, I'm not trying to have kids that fast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Man, what's going on back here? Another new tornado warning has been issued back over here near Maury. It's technically latched onto a boundary here, but that is most likely side lobe contamination. They might have messed up on that, unless there's like a funnel report on this. Let me check. Now you can see here's our storm itself. We got a little outflow boundary here. I think the storm is north of the outflow boundary. So maybe it's trying to produce like a brief funnel while latched onto it. Let's see what they say. And no funnel report, so I don't know. Because this storm is only going to be tornadic for like maybe 5 seconds as it or like 5 minutes as it crosses over that boundary. Well, the problem with my line of work is that I don't get to go out that often, so I had high hopes. I don't meet many girls that often. Latest scan with this storm, still a decent area of rotation south and east of Monticello, moving up towards Cascade and Bernard. With still no evidence that this has produced yet, but still technically a little area of circulation there. You were married in 1 month? What? That's wild. After 1 month of meeting somebody? There's no way. I don't believe that. That's like love at first sight. That's like a fairy tale. That's pretty awesome though, if it's true. That means you like just instantly, he said 38 years later. Y'all are still married 38 years later after getting married within a month? I guess you guys knew. I guess you were right. It was love at first sight.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Dude, don't ask for people's snaps in a YouTube chat. What are you doing? Weird. New tornado warning has been issued for this storm near Hopkinton. I think we're dealing with some side lobe there. It's hard to tell. Our rotation should be back down over here, and there's not really that strong of circulation. They seem to just be pulling the trigger off of it on anything that kind of looks like it's rotating, which is a strat. So if you live in Epworth, Ashbury, and East Dubuque, I'd be in your safe spots just in case. Could get a QLCS tornado out of this. Again, I really don't have a clear view of this area of our storm. We got a lot of contamination on the leading edge of it, which is making this a little bit harder to determine, but this is our closest radar. This one down here to the south still kind of seems like it has some rotation there. But this storm back over here, this right here is not legitimate. That is that inflow contamination. And then this out over here is not really rotating too much. So not really sure what the thought process was here, other than just to be better safe than sorry. So if you live there near Epworth and Dubuque, if this storm does try to start producing tornadoes, it's going to do it pretty quickly. So it's probably worth being in your safe spots for it, if you ask me. Coming back over here on this storm, looks like this storm over here is losing its rotation, at least for the time being. They're near Darlington, so I'm assuming we're going to see this one expire soon. Let's come back over here south of Des Moines. Yeah, that storm instantly... that storm's north of the boundary. That's not going to be a tornado threat anymore, so they're going to be... That one I'm not concerned about anymore. They're going to allow that one to expire pretty soon. They should allow it to expire right now, but maybe they're not paying attention to where that outflow boundary is. Alone doesn't mean lonely. Kind of does. It's hard not to be. It depends on how long you've been alone for. That's the counter. That's the thing. If it's only been for like a little bit, then yeah, it's, I could see you avoiding the loneliness feeling. But if it's like been for months, you're gonna start feeling lonely. Years, lonely. Decades, you're probably so used to being lonely, you're not lonely anymore. Wow, look at over here near Wapello. Still a decent looking storm back over here near Wapello, Iowa. Oh gosh, COVID was horrible. Ugh. I don't even want to hear the word COVID. I gained so much weight. I have been in a battle. Oh, the Pagey does have something. Look at that. A little bit of a mesocyclone here. Yeah, I gained so much weight during COVID and I'm still in the process of losing it. All right, let's come back over here, checking on this storm. Yeah, still dealing with something here. That's still technically in the precip, so that's still a legitimate area of rotation. It does seem to be broadening out a little bit, but still probably enough to support a brief tornado. So again, if you live in Temple Hill, McGargles Ford, or Bernard, I would still be in your safe spots. This one further up to the north still is not showing much evidence of being anything more than just a damaging wind threat right now. I'm still keeping an eye on it. I would still be in your safe spots just in case, because again, if that storm over here does decide to go tornadic, we might not see it on radar, unfortunately, because they can just do it so quick. Is that your photo, Sandy? Thank you, Sandy, for the $2 though. I feel like I lost weight. I've lost a lot of weight. At least 20 pounds in like the last 2 months. Finally back down to 210. But still more weight to lose. It's the golf. The golf's been helping me lose weight, and I've been working out like every morning. Yeah, it looks like they're still continuing this warning. That's a choice. There's really not much rotation on that storm anymore. They are extending it as a severe thunderstorm warning for Blanchardville and Argyle for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get my 6-pack back. I'm not sure if you guys saw my my Twitter post. Shirt off alert. So this was a year ago. And that is about 2 weeks ago. So I'm getting there. That is progress. It is. Yeah, I was like, dude, the COVID hit me so hard because like my house flooded. I can't remember if it was like at the beginning of COVID or right before COVID. So my house flooded. So I had to go stay at my parents' house and they're like older. And so like for the whole time in COVID, like I was just like in a room at my parents' house, waiting for my house to get remodeled. And I didn't work out. I didn't have any motivation to do nothing. Probably gained like 50 pounds. Family channel. I only say that as a joke. It's not really a family channel. I try to be family friendly though. And I don't try to curse, but sometimes you have to curse. Latest scan here near Temple Hill still indicates that we might have some decent rotation here near McGargles Ford. Still heading up towards Gary Owen. Still need to be in your safe spots there. Golf helps. Yeah, golf is crazy. I walk the front 9 at Robert Trent Jones. Like I try to do it every day, but some days, you know, I'm busy. Like today I wasn't able to do golf, but I hit the bike today instead. In the morning. But yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised in how many calories you burn. You burn more calories golfing, and like if you're actually like walking the course, you burn more calories doing that, especially if it's hot outside, than you do like doing a run for like 30 minutes. And it's more fun. It looks like they've officially allowed that tornado warning near Clarinda to expire. And they should be allowing this one to expire any moment now. Because again, that outflow boundary is down here. This is not going to produce a tornado. It's in stable air. Oh. Really don't even need to be in your safe spots anymore in Osceola. Also, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings popping up over here near Muscatine, Eldridge, Wilton. For some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards the Davenport area. I was showing my progress. A lot of walking. It is. And I do it with like, I don't have one of those push carts either. So I so want to start like a golfing YouTube channel, but I don't know if that's, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I got time for all that. My longest drive, I think like 300 yards. On average, carry the ball like 250. But I can carry it to like 170 pretty consistently, but that's like on the upper end of my averages or like on the lower end of my averages. That is if it goes straight. You can caddy. Hit 306. Oh, it's a computer measurement at Top Golf. Oh, okay. That's still pretty impressive. Yeah, I'm not seeing any areas of rotation along this leading edge anymore. This looks more like a damaging wind threat now. Would be nice though to be able to get some sort of view. Let me double check to make sure we don't have any cameras near Dubuque. We do. Do we have any facing west though? Dude, what is going on with this camera? Like fisheye lens. This one might catch it eventually. It's apparently facing to the west. Keep our eye. I'll keep coming back to that camera, see what we see. They just extended our 70-mile-per-hour wind warning out over here towards Plateville, Jamestown, Galena, Bellevue, and Stockton. So a 70-mile-per-hour windstorm in Florida. Look at this. Wow, that's quite the storm there. A lot of rain out over here. That's going to be pushing towards Pembroke Pines. Let me come over here and see if we can get a camera on that. I bet you that's got a... Florida has the craziest shelf clouds. Let me get that up here real quick. Give me just uno momento. There. Bam. And then turn on graphic cameras. I'm pretty sure this road has, yeah, it does, like tons of cameras. Come on, give us shelf. Give me shelf. Oh, this is in the storm. Oh, that camera died. Ooh. You can kind of see the shelf cloud from this camera. Look at that. This is the road we saw all those tornadoes on during Milton. There's actually like these cameras that we were watching those NATOs with. See if we can go farther away and see it a little bit better. This is our best view. And quite the storm there in Florida. Hopefully that it calms down before it gets into Miami. It might go into like Pembroke Pines and Hollywood and Fort Lauderdale eventually. Be watching out over there. That's a surprisingly strong storm. It looks so contaminated there. I'm not sure whether to trust it, but there is a little bit of convection over it, so that could be somewhat legitimate rotation heading towards Pleasant Grove and Epworth, but unfortunately our radars are really not getting a good view of this storm right now. It's a friend's pick? Oh, okay. Yeah, this was a scud cloud over here in Clarksville earlier. If you saw this, be honest. Would you think it's a tornado? All right, let me make sure all of our chasers are current. Okay, Storm Runner Media is current. Looks like they're coming up on some sort of shelf cloud or something. Patrick, he's current. And Pagey Tornadoes near Des Moines County. She's current as well. Okay, so it looks like some of our chasers are trying to get out ahead of the storm here. It looks like we just got an update on this. So they're going to officially allow this tornado warning to expire in Wisconsin, replacing it with a severe thunderstorm warning of up to ping pong ball sized hail, which is nothing to scoff at, heading towards Blanchardville. My.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Wow, they just issued 90-mile-per-hour winds. Holy moly. Apparently we have 90-mile-per-hour winds on this storm Heading into Galena, Bellevue, Hanover, Elizabeth, and Stockton. That's bad. That is really bad. You guys need to be in your safe spots in this area that's part of Illinois and Iowa. Let me see if I can get camera view on that, at least on those winds. No, I don't think so. Yeah, because it's gonna go south of Dubuque, like the strongest winds, maybe here near Key West, Dubuque, in Iowa. Wind threat is overperforming. Yeah, that would be an official overperformance. Is it observed? Yeah, 90-mile-per-hour winds observed. So someone has observed 90-mile-per-hour winds on this storm. So that's official. Again, if you live in Galena, Bellevue, Hanover, Elizabeth, at Stockton, and Warren, you need to be in your safe spots. 90 miles per hour is nothing to joke. That is as strong as a weak tornado over this entire area. So again, power outages are going to be very likely. Trees down are going to be very likely. If you live near a tree, it is pretty possible that it will fall onto your house. So you definitely want to be in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground, and you want to be getting there immediately. Again, this is a pretty darn strong storm. 90-mile-per-hour winds. It's not like when we talking about those 60-mile-per-hour wind storms. This is one that can do a lot of damage. So again, please be in your safe spots. Let me see if I can find maybe a high definition camera in the path of that wind. Nah, doesn't look like it. We have cameras in Dubuque, but that's just to the north. I'm really surprised they're keeping this tornado warning going for the Dubuque area and for down here. But, you know, 90-mile-per-hour winds might get a super fast spin up. You might not catch completely on radar. So just be in your safe spots regardless. I mean, even if this tornado warning was gone, you'd still have to be in your safe spots. I'm wondering if as these storms interact with our line of storms, if maybe we'll see them try to mature, because that's where our forcing is going to be maximized, is right out in front of the line. No chance. Check back in Florida. We apparently have 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. Still approaching the camera. Look at that. Big old shelf cloud back there. Illinois is very pretty. Yeah. Let me see something. We'll check Severe Studios. I'm not sure if I want to go broke over some 90-mile-per-hour winds, but maybe. If there is a chaser there, I'll consider it. Yeah, there's no chasers up there. They're all further down to the south. Our closest camera is like right here in southern Dubuque. And that is this camera here. So this is gonna be our best chance of seeing those 90. I mean, this is technically in the 90-mile-per-hour wind warning. I just feel like the 90-mile-per-hour winds will be a little bit further south than here, but we might just catch it. We'll see. We actually are getting a little bit of a hook on our storm here, north of Bernard. Wow, what a surge of wind there. How fast is the storm moving? I feel like it's moving pretty quickly. Moving to the east at 65 miles per hour. My goodness. Maybe it's RFD. I mean, it's essentially probably just some like drier air above the surface. I mean, on the sounding we looked at earlier, there was a little pocket of drier air aloft, and that might be allowing for a lot more wind to come down to the surface here. And that 90-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. Let me check to see what our power outages are at. And we're still only sitting around like 6,000 or 3,000 people without power in Iowa. So I don't think we've got any data from this new, surge of wind yet. Galena almost looks like a European town. Ooh. Yeah, hopefully the storm settles down before it gets to Galena then. Yeah, I looked at it. It just doesn't, it looks like there is some like broader circulation. It's nothing like, no strong circulation in that region right now. And further up to the north of Ashby, I'm not seeing anything concerning for you guys. I think they should let that to expire, but they might keep it going just to be safe. Better safe than sorry. Look at this storm from Tornado Pagey near West Burlington, Iowa. Looks like we got maybe a shelf cloud on Storm Media stream here in. Oops, look, their stream froze. Let me refresh that. There we go. Shelf cloud over here near Lone Tree, Iowa. That is the Thunderhead. That's exactly right. Good job. Do they really still have this tornado warning up? Oh no, they just allowed it to expire. You can see our outflow boundary has sunk so far to the south. Like all of these storms near Tingley are not going to be tornadic. Still have these storms out in front of that line though, near Okaloosa, but there is a lot of competition in this area. Maybe if one can become dominant, we still might see like a tornado chance here. And then also kind of the same story back over a little bit further to the east. These storms still have a somewhat of a semi-discrete look, but they haven't really been able to tap into the environment that is available out here. So they are kind of stayed more of like a hail and wind threat. That's going to be coming into Davenport shortly. All right, let's go check on this camera here. It should be pretty darn close to that wind now. The wind's definitely increasing. We might just get the northern edge of this storm with this camera. Let me just double check to make sure we don't have any views of the shelf cloud here, because I bet you if this storm's got a shelf, it's probably crazy. Oh yeah, look at that. There's your shelf cloud. Dubuque County Sheriff just estimated 80-mile-per-hour winds, branches, and small trees are flying around. Wow. Yeah, this is a dangerous storm, folks. If you live in southern Dubuque, Galena, Bellevue, Guilford, Hanover, Elizabeth, Stockton, and Warren, you guys need to be in your safe spots. And we're looking at the leading edge of this 90-mile-per-hour windstorm right now. That is what it looks like. Let me make this bigger. You guys can see it a little bit better. Guy looks angry. It sure does. We might stick on this camera as the shelf cloud approaches, and then switch to that other one that might be depends on how north the northern edge of that wind goes. It might this might be just the very northern extent where it does hit. So, which is like in South Dubuque, Iowa. Oh no. Apparently, scanners in the area are reporting that a garage has collapsed on a vehicle and people are trapped somewhere in Dubuque County.
What is it about Chamberlain University that...
Oh. Log in. There we go. Trying to get that feed up. Oops, looks like our camera froze. Yeah, we got the Dubuque County Fire and Dubuque City Fire EMS up right now. So if any new reports come in, we'll hear it live. Okay, gusts of 85 to 90 miles per hour reported in Cascade, Iowa, not too long ago. Wow. Now, I'd imagine our strongest winds are probably going to enter into like Bellevue. Yeah, Cascade is kind of the northern portion of this, which is kind of coming for this camera here. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Could still be some pretty potent winds on the northern side of this, which is where we are directly looking at right now. That's what the storm looks like. You can see quite the shelf cloud off in the distance. And once it comes over the camera, that's when the winds will pick up. So we'll see. We'll see what it's all about. But again, we do have a warning here for night.
Fire from Par 1.
Looks like we're getting a report in, maybe.
Par 1. You can put me out at the EOC. I'll be out of vehicle on comms 1.
I didn't hear anything there.
Have you received the page for Gale Lane?
Cascade Fire. Service call Citizen Assist Code 3.
I'm gonna mute that for a quick. I do want to go over a new little update here. So they have pulled the trigger on a tornado watch out over here for Rockford, Dixon, Ottawa, DeKalb, Aurora, Chicago, Evanston, Algonquin, Elgin, Waukegan, Beloit, Janesville, Madison, Dodgeville, Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha are all in a tornado watch now. So you guys need to be watching out for tornadoes.
Jefferson 22 acknowledges the page.
$722, I copy you, acknowledge the page.
Wow, look at that shelf cloud. That's a crazy looking shelf cloud.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Perfect, Dubuque County, thank you.
I think Chicago should be okay as long as these storms to the south continue to struggle. This area of strong wind is going north of Chicago right now.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Dubuque County from FM 751.
Looks like we just got a new extension of a severe thunderstorm warning towards Clinton, Iowa for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Lost out at the lake, number 77, you're en route. Turn to 1627 Country Club Drive, 16267 Country Club Drive for a 79-year-old male. Sounds like he had an assisted fall, and he is not able to get up. He's on the step. Front door should be open for you, code 4.
Let me turn this down a little bit. Like we had a senior citizen have fell and can't get up. what city this is coming. Like this camera's in Dubuque, Iowa right now. We're watching for the northern edge of our severe storm here. Potential up to 90-mile-per-hour winds behind those dark clouds right there. Still warm for the same thing. This is heading towards Galena and Bellevue. Yorkville, you know, there's still going to be a tornado chance. As long as we still have some storms in progress. Man, look at that. What if that one cloud there? Kind of looks like some rotation there. Look at that. See how it's like wrapping around a cloud around it?
Cascade, you're now to 23419 Gale Lane. 23419 Gale Lane.
They're letting that tornado warning for Bernard, Iowa expire.
Has fallen on top of a vehicle, and there is an occupant inside the vehicle. She is not injured. You're responding code 3.
Wow, power lines fell on top of a vehicle, and there was a person inside.
We'll use our local.
But they are not injured, they say. Yes, I am, Fusion. This is really like the only storm that's like producing like really any significant damage right now is this one right here. Man, look at that cloud back there. That's pretty intense looking. Check radar. I mean, there's not much rotation. That seems to be rotating to me a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit too much information, Audrey. This is a family channel. I almost made a joke, but I'm not gonna make it. Keep it to myself. That's a tornado watch, eardrum. Oh, it's getting closer. Thank you, Audrey. I appreciate that. Now, so we got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning for New Glarus, Primrose, Belleville, and Verona. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Check back down here to the south. Yeah, these storms are still outflow dominant and struggling, thankfully. This would be the tornado threat for Chicago. And as you can see, not really looking overly impressive right now. Further up to the north, not really seeing any areas of super concerning rotation. But we still do have 90-mile-per-hour wind potential on this storm as it moves towards Galena and Stockton. You guys still need to be in your safe spots there. Very dangerous storm. We're getting reports of garages being destroyed and power lines falling on cars. Oop, it's getting darker. Tornado threat near Bellevue? No, it's mainly just these 90-mile-per-hour winds for now. Tornado threat should stay relatively, you know, calm. I wouldn't completely rule out like a brief tornado, like a QLCS tornado. But regardless, you should be in your safe spots. Okay, the winds are picking up here a little bit. Not 90 miles per hour yet, though. Jesus, loud.
Asbury Fire and Asbury Ambulance. Structure fire code 1. 2091, Messina Court, between my road.
Maybe that's I think that's a structure fire report.
Dubuque County from Cascade Fire. We're on the scene at Gale Lane.
Oh, some debris rolling on the road now. I would imagine the wind picks up when the rain picks up. I still think our strongest winds are probably about to head into Bellevue, though. So if you live in Bellevue,
rain, light, wind overhead, or whatever you got. Receive information, you advise what we got. We got this going check my radiator radar an inch and 8/10 Oxford.
that's funny, DMV.
I'm just pulling up to the station here now. Jeremy, you gonna stop and check if you're alright out there, did you? There was one pickup there, it was John's, and he was standing under the pavilion. And the county shed is down.
County shed is down, I think they said.
And the radio called in. Second party was at work here in Dubuque and noticed some flames and smoke on his line camera. He's going to get off to that address.
Flames and smoke in Dubuque County. Yeah, Bellevue is going to be next in line for these strong winds, and then Galena. Does it sound like that?
Engine 2 and Unit 2, medical.
Yeah, both of these tornado warnings have now expired, by the way.
Between Valley Drive.
Let's go check back in with our camera. See if the winds are picking up. Oh yeah, look at this. The rain's hit.
Marty from Ross on 6.
Cascade, your traffic was inaudible. Can you go ahead with it?
Look at that wind moving across the road. It's pretty fast. Not quite 90-mile-per-hour winds. Let me check a little bit further south.
Go ahead, Cascade.
You can see that tree's moving quite a bit there on the left.
Page up Cascade ambulance for this just to check out the station. Non-emergent.
You can see the wind pretty well moving across the camera on this camera as well. Yeah, here near Dubuque, it does not seem like that's where our strongest winds are, but they're pretty strong. Look at that, how fast it moves across. At least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds.
Go ahead.
Maybe there's stronger winds inside. We'll keep watching.
Engine 2, I'm trying to get this to go in. It's for a 80-year-old female that is having a
Which
stroke.
cam is that? Forecast?
They use the main entrance. They do have some patients in the basement, but they should have a flag person for you.
Just confirming, you said we could use the main entrance?
Yes, they should have somebody at the entrance for you, but you may be taken to the basement to the patient.
10-4, stroke-like symptoms. Thank you.
Check 4, electrical wires down code 2, 3100, Frontier Road, apartment LK, between Yearwood Circle and Dodge Street.
Yeah, that was an alert for power lines down. And again, we're watching this camera here in South Dubuque. As we have 90 mile per hour winds potentially coming through the area. I would say those are more like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds further up to the north near Dubuque. And then down here, we still have that, looks like they've still have this 90 mile per hour wind warning for Galena and Hanover. And all of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. This is why I don't like the scanners. It's like, that is just so loud and annoying. Someone keep listening to the scanner and please let me know what they're saying. I cannot listen to that. That just distracts me so much. We just got an extension of our northern warning here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Belmont, Darlington, Shullsburg, Wayota, and Monroe. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Broadcastify is the best one. DMV, are you Dan? One healthy looking line. It is pretty darn healthy. Oh. I was thinking you might be, but I wasn't sure. Wow, look at this shelf. Are they doing the gritty? Oh my goodness. How sad. Oh gosh, that was depressing. Oh no. Oh gosh. What has the world become? Oh wow, look at this shelf cloud from Patrick. Wow. That is a beaut. And then Tornado PG. I'm here in Henderson County, Illinois. Hey, they might be able to get out in front of that line of storms over there. They're in Illinois. Yeah, Dan is the man. Yeah, it's still warned for 90-mile-per-hour winds. There are only chance of really capturing a storm now. I think it's going to be in Davenport. Oh my gosh. Rotation is developing here near Jamestown. We might be about to get a tornado warning here. Let me get a camera there. That might be about to produce in Davenport. We want to be like here. Can we see the storm from any of these cameras?
A new tornado warning.
They just issued a tornado warning for this storm that we were just talking about. That's going to be for Davenport, East Moline, Pleasant Valley, Rapid City, LeClaire, and Cleveland. Got a pretty decent area of rotation heading into Black Hawk, Davenport, Pleasant Valley, LeClaire. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Yeah, it's about to come like right into one of those cameras. Let me make sure we got the closest camera to this storm. Would be like this one here. And it's going to go directly into downtown Davenport. If this forms a tornado, this is not good. Please no. Oh man. That might be on the ground. Near Jamestown. You live near Davenport, be in your safe spots. We potentially have a tornado in progress here. Hard to tell. It might be on the ground, might not be, but it's pretty darn close to being on the ground if it's not. If you live near Black Hawk, this is coming pretty much right at you. Check our closest camera. This will probably be one of our better cameras here. There's more in the path. And we're potentially about to have, or if not already have, a tornado in progress here, heading towards Black Hawk in Davenport, Iowa. This is a dangerous looking storm here. And out of all the storms that we've had today, this one has definitely got the worst tornado look to it so far. This is not good. Again, if you are in the path of this storm, you need to be in your safe spots. Another circulation heading towards Galena. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Nothing really too organized there, but worth keeping an eye on it. Yeah, latest CC scan, that really looks like it's on the ground. About to cross over 280. I think we have a tornado on the ground here. Yeah. Yeah, pretty confident that that is a tornado in progress now in Davenport, Iowa. Yeah, latest scan, you can see right in there. Latest velocities, though, put it up here. Yeah, I mean, there's still debris up there. I think this is on the ground in Black Hawk, or very close to Black Hawk, Iowa. Let's come back over here to our camera. Down the line of this.
New information. This tornado warning has been
officially been upgraded as well. This is an observed tornado warning. This is our closest camera to the tornado warning, just south of that tornado. And then we've got one that's pretty much directly in the path right here. I think we'll be able to see it better from like a northern facing camera. Then as this does come across this road, we should be able to 0 meter it there. Let me check like one of these cameras just to make sure we got nothing like looking to the south at this thing. Oh, wow. You can see it right there. Look at that. On the bottom right. That's the mesocyclone. Look at that. There's a tornado in there somewhere. Might be rain wrapped. Let me just see if I can get a bigger camera. That might be our best view for now. Check back over with this camera. Oh, yeah, you can kind of see it back in there as well. This is looking north. That circulation should go just north of this camera. So keep your eye out for power flashes. This camera does have a view on where that circulation is. It's coming in on the left side of the camera. So keep your eye out for power flashes. It's likely rain wrapped, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see this. But again, this is a tornado in progress now near Black Hawk. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a definitely has a debris signature heading towards Emmis Golf Course. Genesis Medical Center and St. Ambrose University are all in the path of this storm, so please be seeking shelter. Yeah, this thing is completely rain wrapped. That circulation's kind of coming towards this camera, though. This is definitely, like, unfortunately, our best view of the storm. You can clearly see that mesocyclone. Tornado would be right in the center of that thing. Westlake Park, rain-wrapped wedge. Take cover. Wow. Who said that? It's impossible to tell what kind of tornado it is just by it being rain-wrapped. You can't tell if it's a wedge or not. So I don't know how they would know that. But, yeah, definitely potentially could be on the strong side of things. We'll see. Like our camera glitched out here. Let's try to refresh it. Go back to that other camera. See if we can see any power flashes in there. It's all rain wrapped from the southern view. It's completely rain wrapped. I'll have to look at it from the northern view still. Not seeing any power flashes in there yet. I feel like we would see one by now. But it might just be that heavily rain wrapped where we're not seeing anything, but it'd be on like the top left side of this little square here. Again, this is coming right into Davenport, Iowa. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Check some of these other cameras. Yeah, you can kind of see it there as well. This is definitely our best view though. Oh, maybe a little power flash there on the right side. The circulation should be coming very close to this intersection where this camera is. That might be it. On the right side there, that kind of looks like a NATO back in there. Hard to tell. Yeah, you see that flash in there? I can't tell if that's lightning or a tornado. I think you chilling with Colonian for subscribing. Thank you so much. And it sure does look like a tornado back in there. Can't tell if that's just like aliasing or not, but like right there in the center, still kind of looks like something. Oh, what happened? You can kind of see like what appears to be like the right edge of something. There's another flash. Okay, that was lightning. I think those flashes that's probably lightning there. Here's our latest view on radar. Our circulation is now north of Black Hawk. Still potentially a debris signature, pretty much kind of making a trek towards 80. Our camera's right here on 80 looking at the storm right now. Still be in your safe spots if you live in those areas. I'd still be in your safe spot in Davenport, but it looks like this might go north of you. Also, looks like they dropped that 90-mile-per-hour warning for Warren and Stockton. So that's good. Let's go back over to our camera view. Wow, look at that storm. That's crazy. Hopefully it was a really brief tornado, because that was in a pretty populated area here in Davenport. Dan, are you hearing anything on the airwaves? Maybe it looked like power flash that time. It could have been. If it's near like that rain shaft on the left, then it's probably a power flash. Kawani gonna get in a warning? It's possible. But you guys are south of this storm. Okay, they just reissued this warning. It is still observed.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Still observed moving towards 80. Argo, LeClaire, and Princeton. Guys, going to be in your safe spots. I like this NATO warning a lot. At least the skinniness of it. I feel like it could be maybe angled a little bit more to the north and east, though. I'm pretty sure that's where our circulation is going. More towards like I-80 and Davenport Municipal Airport.
A severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Here's our latest view of the storm.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, our tornado would be like right in this area if it was still down. Like right over my head. I would assume it'd be like right here, like right in the middle of this notch, like right there above my head. That's where I've been watching it. It's been looking like every now and then there might be a NATO in there. Hey, Tornado Explorer. Welcome, welcome. Let me just check to make sure this is our best camera. We can get like a camera for, or a view, like one of these cameras looking to the west. That would be like best case scenario. But I think that circulation is going to come pretty close to the camera that we're using. I just want to make sure.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
These ones are like over a lake. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, there it is off in the distance, like the core of the storm. Miles per hour. Unfortunately, it's hard to tell what this storm is doing, as that circulation, I believe, is too close to the radar to really tell. We're gonna have to wait until it pops out on the other side, but the last little track that we had was going kind of like this. Like in this kind of track here, so. If you live over here near like Casa Loma, Inn and Suites, North High School, Quality Inn, Suites Davenport, Super 8 Davenport, like the Best Western, Mo Brady's Steakhouse, if those areas sound familiar to you, that tornado circulation is pretty darn close to you if it's still on the ground. And as of our latest reports, it should still be. Oh, okay. Wait, no, Dan is saying now on the radio, it does not appear that the tornado is on the ground anymore. That's good news. Let's see if we can confirm that via our view here. Oh yeah, look at that. Popping out of the rain. A little bit of a lowering down in there. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be on the ground. Oh, was that a power flash? Well, I don't know. I think that is the wall cloud though. Oh, I don't see it touching the ground. There's lightning? Okay. It's always hard to tell with these crappy cameras. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything like definite here on this camera. And we got another camera back over here that's looking like directly south as well. Let me see if I can. I still don't see any rotation on radar. Might be popping out like over here. If I had to guess, or like, fortunately, it's kind of hard to decide where I want to 0 meter this thing from, because we don't don't have a great view on this storm right now. Kind of looks like this would be the area. So let me come back over here and just bring our camera, I guess, more into view of that area. It'd be like here. Nah, I mean, it would go over this camera first though. So we'll just keep it here for now. See if we see anything back in there. Yeah, there's still a little bit of a lowering on the top left. I'm not seeing any like debris getting flown around or anything. That circulation is pretty darn close to this camera. And in DeKalb counties. Oh, over here. Could they be tornadic? Let me check. Let me see what our environment's looking like over there in that area. Yeah, a little bit of instability. Lapse rates are good enough. I mean, yeah, like a brief tornado threat, I would say you can't completely rule it out. And I think according to our models, these should mature, so it's something to keep an eye on, I would say. Wow, look at this storm over here near New Glarus. This is probably about to get tornado warned here. Definitely got a supercell starting to strengthen here out in front of our main storm, and it looks like the forcing from this line is allowing it to mature a little bit. So this might be the time when this storm actually tries to produce here into southern Wisconsin. This is looking a little bit dangerous. You can see right in there, decent little area of some weak rotation right now, but that does show we have an a rotating updraft here on this as this moves towards the Bellevue area, Verona in Wisconsin. I would not rule out a tornado warning in the short term for that one. But yeah, I would say keeping an eye on these storms is worth it. The environment's not super strong out there, but it'll be interesting to see how those storms react as our main storm comes through. Any flood warnings? Let me check. Yeah, we have flood warnings in Des Moines, Cedar Rapids. I got an observed flash flood in Independence. And near Dubuque as well, we have observed flash flooding ongoing, and also some flash flooding ongoing here south of Mount Horeb in Wisconsin. So yeah, it seems like this portion of our storm, especially like back over here near like Iowa City, that's just a lot of rain, not really going nowhere. You see Iowa City is about to get multiple areas of rain there. Let's check our latest precipitation amounts here. Hourly precip. Yeah, we're talking about 1 to 2 inches per hour. It's flash floodable for sure. Yeah, looks like we've had about almost 5 inches here south of Muscatine. 3 to 4 inches near Maqueda, near Dubuque. About 5 inches radar indicated there. South of Des Moines. Yeah, 5 inches there as well. Yeah, I mean, we've had some pretty decent rainfall so far. Definitely wouldn't rule out some flooding, especially if this like stalls. If this boundary stalls, we just get a lot of rain going over the same areas. All right, let's see if we got a new look at this storm yet. Yeah, still not really seeing much of rotation. I'm not sure if it's just like fizzled on us or if it's still underneath the radar. So I'm still going to wait. But I still want LeClaire and Princeton to be continuing to be in their safe spots there with that tornado warning. It is still, actually, it's been dropped to radar indicated. So that's good news. It seems like everybody's in agreement that this tornado has lifted for the moment. I'm gonna check back in with this supercell back over here near New Glarus. Yeah, still hasn't really wrapped up circulation yet, but you can still tell it's a pretty healthy supercell right now. Still keeping a close eye on that storm, especially as our main line comes closer. The reason why this line is as it is, and why, you know, one of the reasons why we have so much thunderstorm activity with it is because that is where our forcing is, or pretty much we have winds moving like this and winds moving like this in the upper level of our atmosphere, so like way above our heads, and that allows for forcing to happen, and it's strongest near the leading edge of this line. So this storm is a little bit immature, but one of the things that helps storms become mature is that forcing. So as this line approaches, that might kick this storm over the edge and allow it to become tornadic. So I'm keeping a close eye on this storm near Madison. It's not super tornadic yet, but I can see it trying here in the short term. I'm keeping a close eye on that. Also, along the leading edge of this line, we are still dealing with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, 70 mile per hour winds heading towards Dodgeville, Mineral Point, Wisconsin, and then over here near Monroe and Darlington, 70 mile per hour winds there as well. And then further down to the south, we start to see 60 mile per hour winds moving into Freeport, Lena, Illinois, 70 mile per hour winds over here near Lanark, Morrison, Sterling is coming your way, and Geneseo, 70 mile per hour winds as well coming your way there, and that is in Illinois. These storms are trying to mature a little bit over here near Algonquin and Wayne. Definitely have to keep an eye on these storms. These storms were supposed to form like back over here, like these storms are forming near Galesburg. I'm not sure just how well the models caught this earlier, so this is kind of a surprise. We have prefrontal storms forming. Not sure if that means anything. The forcing should be relatively weak, but as the line of storms approaches, it'll be interesting to see what these storms do. So I'm still keeping a close eye on those as well. All right, let's check back over here with the storm near New Glarus. A little bit more rotation there. Still a little bit on the broad side of the spectrum, but still worth keeping a close eye on that. All right, do we have a view of this storm here?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, still a little area of rotation here along 80. Let me see. Oh, wow. Hold on. Let's come back here real quick. Oops. Didn't mean to press that. New tornado warning back over here. Yeah, from our farther away radar, there is some rotation here, so it's probably rotation aloft that makes it down to the surface. Could see a tornado out of this. If you live in Gradiot, Weota, Lamont, Argyle, Blanchardville, and South Wayne, I would be in your safe spots. Mediapolis. It looks like it tried. It's kind of a weird signal, but I don't think it produced. At least the best as I can tell. It doesn't seem like it produced a debris signature, but it looked like it tried or it got close. It looks like we're coming out of this, out of our radar problem here, and we still got some pretty strong winds near 80. Seems like that portion of the storm is surging. Let me see. Let me get this reset up to be big screen again, and then we'll go find a camera out ahead of that. Yeah, like right here would be a good one. Might be getting some pretty strong winds on this storm near Pleasant Valley. I just want to check in on it. McHenry County. Let me see where McHenry is. I will say this storm is going pretty fast. Well, you have storms near you right now. So depending on if those mature, you know, you might see some storms pretty early. Like our cameras are struggling out here. I'll give this one a little bit of time to load. If not, we'll come back to the radar. But the main line of storm should be about 2 to 3 hours out. Dang, I think these cameras are going out. And this might actually be pretty strong wind. See if I can get this one to load. I can't get any of these cameras to load. All right. Yeah, I would keep an eye on these storms. There's a little bit of a tornado potential with these. It's not super elevated, but it's worth keeping an eye. If those do mature, they could maybe try to do something. But so far, we haven't really been able to see many of our storms do that today. Yeah, still a decent push of winds about to come into Rapid City here in Illinois. Let me see if I can get a view on this storm in Wisconsin. We do have cameras in Wisconsin, so I should probably have those up. Oh, wow. Pagey tornado is actually near that one storm you were talking about, Help, I think. This is what it looks like from the front side. A little bit of a shelf cloud developing there. Storm Intermedia is like well behind in the rain. Looks like they're about to give up on their chase. All right, let's give a little update on this tornado warning. Still a decent little area of circulation over here near Darlington. I still want Lamont, Weota. Shullsburg should be okay, but Argyle, Lamont, Fayette, and Blanchardsville, Weota, Gratiot, there all need to be in their safe spots. Same with South Wayne there in Wisconsin. Looks like our rotation over here with this storm is actually falling apart as the storm approached, which is interesting. And the storm is still moving pretty quickly off to the north and east. That's pretty impressive how fast that is moving. Yeah, the damage threat with this is considerable. Oh man, actually a new area of, that might be a tornado there. Maybe a brief tornado here near Port Byron and LeClaire, right on the border there of Wisconsin and Illinois. Still be in your safe spots there. Yeah, I think that might be a new NATO there. Also got to watch this area of rotation here near Rapid City as well. I wish we could get a camera working over there. Let me try just one more time. This might be too strong a wind. Might have knocked out the power in this area. Yeah. Bummer. This part of the storm is about to be, this is in Clinton, Iowa. See if I can get a little bit closer to that river. About to get impacted by some pretty decent winds. This portion of the line is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So let's watch and see what's happening here. Miles per hour on what, Kaylin? Wow, look at that light pole. Shaking quite a bit. Thank you, Misfit. I appreciate that. I will try. Yeah, we'll keep our eye on this camera. That's in Clinton, where that portion of the line is about to come into it. Yeah, still waiting for our latest scan, but I still believe that this could be on the ground near Port Byron. We still have a debris signature ongoing with this, likely in progress here near Port Byron. We just got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning up here for 70-mile-per-hour winds in Wisconsin. It's now going to include areas like Mount Horeb and New Glarus. And over here with this tornado warning, we are still watching this area of circulation on this storm right now. Still decent, a little bit broad, but Red Rock and Weota still need to be in their safe spots in Argyle. How did I do that? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Like a cool zoom in animation. Kind of like that. Pretty cool. And it's still radar indicated, but actually our latest velocity scan indicates that this might have lifted now. It might have been a brief tornado there north of LeClaire. Storm looks interesting south of Oakville. That's the storm. Wow. That's the storm that Tornado Pagey is on. Look at that. Yeah, the storm winds are ranging from 60 to 70 mile per hour winds pretty much across the entire board. Yeah, it is giving spaceship vibes. We are getting invaded by windstorms right now. Windstorm alien invasion. No, interesting lowering back in there.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued over here for 80 mile per hour wind gusts. That's going to be for Monroe, Clarno, and Broadhead here in Wisconsin. You guys getting your safe spots there. I think I'm going to move our cameras into Wisconsin now. As I think we're going to be, let's just see what's going on here. There's some decent wind there, but I want to see those 80 mile per hour winds. So let's go ahead and get those Wisconsin cameras in here and see if we can't intercept this line at all. And there's like nothing over here. Shoot. And we're gonna have to wait till that gets to Madison or like Janesville. We'll wait. All right, let's come check back over here near LeClaire. Yeah, looks like this is gusted out, become a little bit outflow dominant now. You can actually see an outflow boundary developing quite stoutly all the way down into about Millersburg. So the storm is getting a little bit more outflow dominant. These storms back over here, though, like near Keithsburg, they are still like not outflow dominant, I don't think. Also, a little update on this tornado warning near Darlington. Still some broader circulation heading into Lamont and Argyle. Still be sheltered in place there in Wisconsin. Let's come back over here to Pagey. Beautiful view of this shelf cloud.
A little bit east.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been hydrating. Maybe hydrating too much. Looks like they're going to reposition here, so we'll come back to them when they get back on that, when they get back looking at that storm. But they're over here near these storms, near Mediapolis. Not a whole lot of rotation on these storms right now, but definitely I would say still worth keeping an eye on those. I do think that tornado warning down there is going to be allowed to expire. Check on this storm south of Madison again. There's still some broad circulation here. Wouldn't completely rule out this thing, try to do last minute NATO. But so far, it seems like it's behaving. You can really see what our problem child is right now. This little line here, fast moving line, moving off to the north and east. Almost derecho-like. And again, we're still dealing with some potential 80-mile-per-hour winds with this storm as it moves into Monroe and Broadhead. So you guys also still need to be in your safe spots there. Will the Chicago storms become tornadic? It seems like they're struggling. Not enough forcing out here right now where they are, so they're not really maturing. So it'll be interesting to see what they do as the forcing arrives, but that might not be until later. And according to radar, we are starting to see that outflow boundary develop here near Rockford, as some of our models did say was possible. So hopefully that means we're going to start to see, tornado threats still go down. We're still probably going to have a decent wind threat, though. Storm Hunter Media end their stream. Yes, they did. Let me put KG Tornado over there. Evening coffee time? Really? You drink coffee this late? That is crazy. Hello, Cammy. Hello, hello. Once it attaches to it, not in like a linear sense, no. Not in a linear sense. When you have a linear line and outflow boundary,
a new tornado warning
happens.
has been
It usually lowers the tornado potential. So we just got a tornado warning for this area of rotation here near Martintown. That's going to be moving towards Browntown and Monroe here in just a little bit. So if you guys live in this area, make sure that you are in your safe spots there near Clarno, Monroe, and Monticello. Little tight area of circulation is trying to develop there near Martintown. Not seeing a debris signature right now, but we'll be monitoring it. Thank you, Real King, for subscribing. Thank you so much. late as like 2 a.m. Oh, you're one of those. You're one of those late night owls. Yeah, it means good news for killing tornado potential and sometimes even lowering severe weather potential, but it's gonna be a while, I think, before we start to see these winds die down. Wyoming? Yeah, we do have some severe weather back over here near Wyoming. We got one over here near Rock River. 60-mile-per-hour winds moving down towards Harper. And then we got another storm back over here with some half-dollar sized hail south of Cheyenne and moving towards Carr, about to exit Wyoming there. Also got a couple of storms forming over here in New Mexico as well. How bad is it in South Carolina? I think South Carolina is hanging in there pretty well. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. One back over here near Gray Court, heading down towards Lawrence. Yeah, pretty stout outflow boundary there in the green. We got a storm moving off to the east towards Star and eventually pretty close to Anderson. Wow, look at this view from Patrick. He's near Moline, Illinois. Let me see where that is. Okay, so he's near Davenport. He almost caught that NATO. Almost got there in time. Yeah, these prefrontals could strengthen as the line approaches, so it's definitely worth keeping an eye on them. I'm definitely keeping an eye on them, but for right now, the forcing hasn't really gotten there yet. Our strongest portion of our line is certainly on like the Illinois and Wisconsin border now with these 80-mile-per-hour winds. Latest scan here on our little circulation, there still is a little one there near Browntown, moving off towards Monroe. So Monroe should still be in their safe spots there for the damaging winds of potentially up to 80 miles per hour and also, you know, a little bit of a tornado threat. So maybe seeing some rotation try to redevelop on this storm near Verona. Just a little bit. Not super strong yet, but again, I still wouldn't rule out eventually a tornado warning on that storm. Still kind of monitoring what it does as this storm approaches. Again, our forcing is going to probably try to push, at least attempt to push that storm over the edge. Is there a tornado? There is not a tornado on the ground right now, no. But we got tornado warnings in Wisconsin right now. We got one over here near Darlington. It'll be allowed to expire here shortly. And we got one down over here near Monroe. That'll probably keep going until we start to see this little kink in the line dissipate. Also a little bit of rotation starting to develop over here near Cobb and Linden. Not sure how legitimate that is. It seems kind of broad, maybe a little bit contaminated. Let me see if I can maybe find a closer radar to that. Maybe the Davenport radar. No, that's in a radar hole. Maybe La Crosse. Yeah, La Crosse is showing that rotation too, but it's a little bit broad. Kind of worth keeping an eye on. You never know. Might get a little spin up there. Moline is how you say Moline. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Help. We've already had a decent amount of rain accumulate out over here. We've just got some showers just kind of going over the same areas over and over. I think the rainfall rates are, if they're not super elevated, we're talking about 1 to 2 inches per hour. Actually, just like 1.5 inches, which is still decent. That's, I mean, we already have flash flood warnings out over in a lot of these areas. If we come over here, you know, like over there near Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Independence, also over there near Davenport. But yeah, like over near Iowa City, so far we have avoided the worst, but there's still more rain to come. So we might see some flash flood warnings pick up over there. Let me see if I can get a view on this storm south of Madison with our cameras. I might be able to get a sneak peek of that. Or at least check. Yeah, it might be just too far to the south. I can't quite see it yet. But I feel like if it did ever show up, it would probably show up near this camera. We'll keep it on this one for now. Tornado watch for Chicago. Yeah, we're watching it. Your tornado threat's probably going to come from this line, if not these storms that are like trying to form out here. But they probably won't go tornadic until our line gets a little bit closer. So there's still some time. It's like Pagey is picking up another shelf cloud here. Let's check it out. Jeez Louise, look at that. Another great view of a shelf cloud. This is the severe thunderstorm warned storm here near Aledo and Millersburg with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. No dangerous rotation on that storm. Outflow boundary is about to pass through it, so this storm probably has about 10 minutes to become tornadic before it's not a tornado threat. But man, look at that shelf cloud. That is crazy. That's a great looking shelf cloud. Joliet's fine right now. You guys got some rain nearby you, but that's not going to really do much. Your main threat's still got a waste. Mothership? Not really. This is more of like, it's kind of like a,
I was just thinking that myself.
you could kind of say it's like a mesocyclone mixed with a shelf cloud, like in this area. So technically mothership-like. Pick out the layers. Yeah, it's like a parfait. It's like an onion. We got an onion shelf storm. Yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning in Florida has been allowed to expire. It's mainly just rain. Our strongest storm in Florida are near like Deltona, Sanford, north of Orlando, moving away from Orlando. Unfortunately, we don't have any cameras in Illinois. Illinois has a very bad, very bad traffic camera system. But we do have storm chasers in Illinois, so not sure if they'll make it all the way to Chicago, but it's about the best view that we got, and boy, is that a good view. All right, little update on our tornado warning. It looks like some more rotation is starting to develop here near Monroe again. So watch out there in Monroe, Wisconsin. Still be in your safe spots for this tornado threat. Still not seeing a debris signature though. And yeah, looks like they have decided to continue this tornado warning for the time being. We'll have some broad circulation near Argyle. Still keeping an eye on, but that is most likely just an MCS circulation forming, and those usually don't produce tornadoes. Yeah, this little storm over here near Madison is still struggling, thankfully. Yeah, chasers, man, they are the eyes that we got, you know. And we wouldn't we half the time we would be completely blind on all these storms without storm chasers. Yeah, no cameras in Joliet. Yeah. I might have some higher definition cameras, but I don't think I can use them. I think they're copyrighted. I have one in like downtown. I had one near Midway Airport. Yeah, I still have one at Midway Airport that we can use, I think. I can't tell if it's like an airport cam or what. If it's an airport cam, we can.
Yep, it's gonna get windy.
Looks like the leading edge of our line is now making it into Freeport and Rock Grove. Morrison now here pretty soon. Sterling's going to be after that. 60-mile-per-hour winds on this portion of the storm. It looks like they're downgrading the southern portion of the storm here to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still got 80-mile-per-hour winds expected here coming into Broadhead. Further off to the north, this is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Spring Green and New Glorious. Wow. Look at this on Page's stream. What is that? That's interesting looking. It's got a little bit of motion. Man, on radar, this thing has 0 rotation though, so that's probably just Scud.
That was a bigger gust.
Yeah, the only cameras we have right now are gonna be in Wisconsin, traffic cameras. But the storm hasn't made it. We have cameras in like Janesville and Madison, and then like all the way to the Michigan River, or Michigan Lake. Yeah, we don't have any cameras, Christian, in Illinois that we can show. Full funnel, probably not. I think it's just Scud. There's just not a lot of motion. There's a little bit of motion, but I think that's just upward motion. I don't think it's like rotational motion. Here, thunder in Rockford. Yeah, you guys just got a severe thunderstorm warning extended into your area for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going to be heading into Forreston, Loves Park, and Roscoe. You've got somewhere there. I got people in Illinois. I got one over here near like the Davenport area. That is Patrick. This is what it looks like over there.
I do not want to go to Milwaukee. I don't think there's anything wrong with Milwaukee. Milwaukee's a fine city.
You heard it there. Patrick hates Milwaukee.
And Charlie here.
I kid. Yeah, he's near Davenport. Pagey's down here. We had Storm Intermedia, but they're back over here in the rain. That's all we got right now. Nobody's in Wisconsin, as far as I know. So we're just waiting. And a little bit of rotation still hanging on in this storm. It's trying again near Verona, south of Madison. Like as the storm gets closer, might be helping it out again. To keep an eye on that storm. We do have cameras all in Madison. We're waiting for the storm to get there. Our furthest south camera would be like here. Be kind of close. But oh, it loaded there. Kind of close to that circulation. Can't really see much about this camera. Yeah. A lot of these cameras are looking at the ground. If a tornado develops, we could try to 0 meter. I still think we might see something from this camera eventually. It just might take a little while for that rain to clear out. That's over here just south of Madison. Like on this road right here. I think that is, yeah. 12, 14. Does it have a name? Yeah, 2. Oh wow, they even have the exits. I just noticed that they have the exits on weather-wise. That's pretty cool. Let's go check in with our prefrontals. Yeah, still baby storms. Still gonna be a while, I believe. Belvedere, you said? Yeah, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but your portion of the line is coming. This is moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. So, you know, you probably know how far you live from like Freeport. So just take that and then divide it by 40. I mean, by 60, sorry. No, yeah, by 40, sorry. Look at this over here near Clarno and near Browntown. Some decent area of circulation there just south of Monroe. Still want Monroe to be their safe spots near Judah as well. Things really changed there on that. Still a dangerous storm. What side is what? Rockford has cams? Like live cams? All right, guys. Like, there's no cameras that I have access to in Illinois, so please stop asking about them. I'm done answered. I personally do not have any access to cameras in Illinois. All right, latest scan here north of Monroe. Still a decent area of rotation here. Moving off to the east. Still going to come pretty close to Monroe there, so I would still be sheltered in your safe spot. We should be getting a view of this storm eventually as it moves pretty much over this road. We have tons of cameras ready for that storm to come through. There are cameras in South Carolina. There are a lot of cameras in South Carolina. That there is. It looks like these storms are starting to develop over here near Overland Park in Kansas City. Near like Olathe, Gardner, Overland Park, and yeah, Kansas City area. So be watching out. Some severe weather will be possible with that. Ain't nothing going on in South Carolina. There's a couple of storms out over there. A little severe storm about to move into South Carolina. Yeah, but nothing crazy. Yeah, it's a little bit of rain, a little bit of thunder. You're gonna have a tornado in Huntley. I can't tell you if you're gonna get a tornado, but what I can give you is chances, and I think there's a little bit of a chance there, depending on what these storms do. This portion of the storm hasn't really been overly tornadic for like the entire time, so we'll see. According to our latest models, let me see if they're still on that wavelength.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, they're still on that wavelength that these prefrontals struggle, and then this thing becomes outflow dominant mess by the time it moves into the Chicago region. Like we just got in a 80 mile per hour wind warning out over here near Evansville, Fulton, Janesville, Beloit, Clinton, and Milton out over here in southern Wisconsin. So you guys need to be in your safe spots. We do have cameras there, so let me go ahead and set that up. Let's set them up in Janesville if we can. There's Janesville. looking off to the northwest, so we might actually see the shelf cloud with this camera. Storms are dangerous. Yeah, they're definitely packing a punch. You know, for most of the storm though, like into Illinois, they're not really too dangerous. Our most dangerous storms right now are in Wisconsin. Like for like Rockford, Sterling, Forreston, Mount Morris. As of right now, we're only dealing with 60-mile-per-hour windstorms. Will be violent? No, I don't think storms are gonna be violent. I think as long as you're indoors and away from windows, should be all right. So they are continuing this tornado warning out over here near Monroe and Monticello, which I agree with. You know, we still have an area of some rotation here near Stearns, heading pretty close to Monticello. Any tornadoes near Monroe? Where is Monroe again? Monroe, Illinois. Wisconsin? Yes. Any tornadoes there? No. You guys are past the tornado threat there in Monroe. You guys actually come out of your safe spots. Can't quite see the shelf cloud yet out of Janesville. Let me just make sure we don't have any like western, like direct western. Usually we don't on these kind of roads. Yeah, our best bet's gonna be a northwestern road, it seems like. I want to make sure because sometimes they do control their cameras in Wisconsin. This one might be west. It is west, but it doesn't have a sky view.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch been issued. Let me see if I can get a graphic on that. Wow, look at this picture from Tornado Pagey. We saw this live, but man, with the high definition camera, that's nice. Holy moly, what a shelf. What's I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna get you guys that graphic for that severe thunderstorm watch. Oh wow, severe thunderstorm watch is actually down over here near Trinidad, Raton, Las Vegas, Tucumari, Clovis, Hereford, Amarillo, and Dumas for scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour and isolated hail about the ping pong ball size. That's in Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, and Colorado.
Watch has been issued.
Did Paige really end her stream? Wow. All right, I guess we're going to be replacing them with Wisconsin cameras. And that is literally the only area we got with cameras. We'll have one here, and then we'll have another one near Madison. Chaz Cam? I don't know where Chaz is, but he's not by my feet. This is Storm Chaser Patrick. Oh, he's in a storm right now near Davenport. Looks like he turned off his audio again. Oh no, that sucks, Bethany. Oh, I can't even imagine. Hopefully he has a backup. All right, latest scan on our tornado warning. Still some decent wind on the southern side and some broader circulation on the northern side. Still unsure if they're gonna, extend this as a tornado warning off to the east. It wouldn't overly surprise me, but the rotation is kind of broad. Wicked looking storm. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's kind of like a derecho at this point. I mean, we've had some pretty strong winds in this storm since like Cedar Rapids. Kind of wondering if it makes it all the way to Mino Money Falls. How many miles is that?
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
No. Probably won't become a derecho, but definitely derecho-like. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know. Keyboards are important. You kind of need them for streaming, but you should have a backup. As of right now, our most dangerous storm out there right now is coming into Evansville and Janesville and Milton here shortly. I still got a decent area of wind about to head into Broadhead and Evansville. Broad area of circulation right there. And then also 80-mile-per-hour winds with this. We've got a camera in Janesville right now. We're looking northwest. Might be starting to see just a little bit that shelf cloud starting to come into view. Let me make sure. Keep this current. Why is that up there near Madison? Yeah. Might be seeing the leading edge of that just in the distance there. I'm hoping we can catch a shelf cloud. This is the 80-mile-per-hour windstorm. This is in the path of it, so. I can't tell you, Chris, where a tornado is going to be.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But I can tell you right now, you got some storms nearby. You were monitoring them for tornadic activity, but if it's just the straight line damaging winds, it won't be much of a tornado threat. Looks like they are extending this tornado warning into Broadhead, Orfordville, Evansville, Fulton, and Edgerton. Also parts of Janesville as well. So you guys should have already been in your safe spots for the damaging winds, but now you have another reason to get into your safe spots. Me no money. Yeah. That's my favorite city. IDK, why our offices make so many updates on warnings so constantly. They're on top of it, man. It's all right. I like it. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I've been holding it in for a little bit. Give me a second. How long we at? What do you mean? Storm's getting too close to you. That is true. Now, don't you live over here, Devin? Long time no see, by the way. Hopefully you're doing all right. Let me see if like we've had any like new tornado reports. Wow. We've had 2 tornado reports. Look at this. That one that was observed in southwestern Iowa, and then another one potentially back over in northeastern Colorado. I wonder if that's like a land spout or something. Yeah, so far our 10% has completely busted though. Thankfully. Yeah, it looks like this little area is actually starting to develop more into like an MCS circulation. So the tornado chances for that rotation is getting lower, but we still got to watch for these little areas here of some brief spin ups over there near Albany and Broadhead. Evansville, Fulton, Janesville still need to be in their safe spots. Also Beloit and Milton as well. Gonna hit Brooklyn? Let me see. You guys are in a tornado warning. This area is probably going to come pretty close to you. So I would still be in your safe spot. And thank you, Paranoid Eyes, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. He's got a flash flood emergency back over here in Davenport. Turn on the flash flood alerts. We might be able to get a camera on that. Or the METARs. Not the METARs. Storm reports. Why are all these off? No reports of flooding, surprisingly, yet. But yeah, we have a flash flood emergency near Davenport, Moline. It says catastrophic. Local law enforcement reported many roads flooded in near Davenport, including main thoroughfares, as well as first floors of buildings starting to flood quickly. Wow. That is crazy. Watch out there. Please seek higher ground in Davenport. That is a dangerous situation. This is the worst category of flash flooding you can have. So if you live in Davenport, please seek higher ground if you can. But unfortunately, once they issue those, it's already too late to really, well, I guess you can still potentially seek higher ground, but it sounds like the water's already filling up. Let me see if I can find any cameras on that. We will do this one. That would be, I think, yeah, this one. And it's still raining pretty heavily over there as well. Let me see if I can get road closures, maybe traffic conditions. Usually traffic conditions can be a sign. And still heavy rain back over here near Davenport. Looks like this camera is out. That is not good. Trying to see if I can find any flash flooding ongoing. Davenport's kind of a big area.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, we'll keep looking for it. Let me see where that latest PDS severe thunderstorm warning is. Oh, that's right here. Okay, so they're just kind of reissuing it there. They're still saying 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible as this approaches Janesville, Evansville, Milton as well. So please continue to be sheltered in place, and also still got a decent area of circulation now developing near Albany. If you live near Magnolia and Evansville, you guys need to be in your safe spots there. That is getting pretty close to being able to NATO. All right, let's come back. This camera. Which camera was it? It's one of these. Yeah. I'm going to look for something. Any sort of flooding. I mean, there's a river here. You would think maybe there'd be some flooding near the river. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's major traffic on this road here. I'm wondering if this is where the worst of the flooding is. I unfortunately do not have a camera over there. I think that's technically in Illinois, though. A lot of places getting flooded. Yeah, that's what happens in July, man. That's what happens in July. But yeah, I mean, you know, you get more heat in the atmosphere, more moisture gets into the atmosphere, and higher chances for big floods, you know, the more warmth that you add into the atmosphere, unfortunately. Still a decent circulation here north of Albany, heading towards Evansville and Magnolia. Outflow boundary is still out over here. Draw it a little bit better. Still hanging on, killing a lot of the tornado chances further down to the south right now. But these storms over here in just north of Chicago are starting to get a little bit bigger. Not quite there yet. It seems like they're lifting north of Chicago, though. Going to be kind of going into like Racine and Kenosha by the time this line of storms comes in through there. Albany, Wisconsin. Let me make sure this camera is current here. We should be seeing a shelf cloud shortly. Why does it keep doing that? Yeah, this is out of Janesville, looking northwest. It's technically just outside of the tornado warning. We potentially have 80-mile-per-hour winds coming towards this camera, which is why we're looking at it. Drought in the UK could use some rain. Yeah. How bad is it? Like, is it like bad? Oh, yeah, look at that. A little severe thunderstorm warning over here near Michigan for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll be moving down towards Oxford Township. Kind of a random batch of storms here. Yeah, it looks like the main threat's going to be 60 mile per hour winds and those 1-inch hail. So watch out. They're in Oxford Township, Ortonville, Hadley, Metamora, Addison Township, Leonard, Dryden, and Almont. Yes, we know forecast. Let me know if you find any cameras on that. If I were to guess, I mean, we still have Patrick kind of near there. Y'all should tell Patrick to go get some eyes on that flash flood emergency. You cannot hear me? Well, turn up your volume. Yeah, the flash flood emergency is back over here in Davenport, where we have reports that floodwaters are rising to the first floor of some houses. So definitely seek higher ground if you live in Bluegrass, Davenport, Moline, East Moline, LeClaire. Very dangerous situation, potentially catastrophic flooding ongoing there near Davenport. All right, latest scan. Looks like that rotation near Albany is starting to broaden out. Might have to keep, it seems like we kind of have a pattern going here. We get a circulation develop, then it kind of gets weak. Then another one develops and it kind of gets weak. Then another one develops and it kind of gets weak. So maybe gotta watch down here near Footville next, close to the Janesville area. Looks like they are extending on the northern portion of this severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour winds. That's going to be for Sutton, Fort Atkinson, and Lake Mills. In Milwaukee, they might start it and then maybe delay it. I mean, if we're still talking like 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, they might cancel it. Is Evansville looking better now? Let me see. In Indiana? Which state you talking about? The cells moving through Cook, Mahenry, and Lane counties look dark from here. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if some of these got severe warned eventually. I think that they're trying to develop hail. Not successfully, but they're slowly maturing the closer this line gets, which is kind of what we were guessing would happen. We'll see. What's going on over here?
Pretty significant flooding out here right now. I'm trying to get ahead of it. And I got some pretty stunning supercell shots today, all things considered. I didn't get a tornado, but I did get some good chasing in today, so... I got a funnel cloud that was about halfway down to the ground, too, so... Not a tornado, but not a tornado, either.
Probably was Scud. Where do you send it? Just send it to the Discord. Yeah, keep an eye on that camera for me. If you see it flood, let me know. Your latest scan on this storm, still some broader circulation on the northern side. Still watching down here for any new circulations. Portion of the storm is still warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds, though, so I would still be in your safe spots from Janesville to Milton. Wow, looks like the storm near Madison is actually doing like a last-minute kind of wrap-up here. Look at this. Little new area of circulation over there near Lake Mendota. Yeah, I get one of my Wisconsin cams on that. Maybe this one I want to change. Yeah, unfortunately, doesn't look like we have any like right next to there. Maybe if it comes up towards Windsor, we'll be able to see it. Oh, wow. I think that's it, actually. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, as it's starting to rotate a little bit. Did everybody fall asleep? Nah. See how much rain has fallen near Davenport. Yeah, unfortunately, Davenport's pretty close to the radar, so it's not going to be completely accurate, but it looks like anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain has fallen. And, man, potentially a lot more rain to come for Davenport. This could turn into a pretty bad situation over there. Not good. Please be seeking higher ground in the area. How am I? I'm doing all right. Voice is struggling a tad, but we're hanging in there. Uh-oh. What happened to this camera? You can almost see the shelf cloud here from Janesville cam. Looks like the strongest winds are going to come pretty much right into this camera as well. So you should get a pretty good view of this 80-mile-per-hour windstorm as it comes into Janesville. Man, look at that supercell. This is in Madison, Wisconsin. It's kind of sculpted. I'm gonna bring up radar. That's this supercell right there, heading towards Maple Bluff. You can see it's a little bit sculpted on the right side there. Pretty interesting. Not seeing any wall clouds or anything right now, but pretty cool. Keeping an eye on it. Does have a little bit of rotation. No debris signature, but I'd be keeping your eye on that in Madison, Wisconsin.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, looks like they are continuing this severe weather threat for 80-mile-per-hour winds for Edgerton, Fulton, Milton as well, Clinton, and then over there near Whitewater too. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna go north of Madison. Seems like it's getting just a tad bit extra forcing from this line of storms, and it's trying to produce a tornado last minute. Still a decent little area of circulation right over Lake Mendota. If that's on the ground right now, that would be a water spout, actually. I think that's directly over the lake. And yeah, we're starting to see the storm now from our Janesville cam on the left side. See, it's starting to get dark. Not me. I would enjoy it if I could. I would rather just be looking at storms all day, like real storms. Although I do like looking at radar too, but if I had to choose one between the other, I mean, I'd probably do them at the same time, to be honest. Is the storm getting weaker? Not really. I mean, our tornado threat is, we haven't had like any tornado scares in a while, other than like this storm right here that's trying. A tornado possible tag on it with 1 inch hail potentially for DeForest there. And that is this storm. You can actually see a little bit of something underneath there on the right side of the screen. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. And we got a storm approaching Janesville with some 80-mile-per-hour winds, so it's not quite calming down just yet. But I mean, for Illinois, it has calmed down quite substantially. So we'll see if that'll ramp back up. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds from Rockford all the way down into Burlington. In Iowa, though, we do have a flash flood emergency ongoing. So that's not good. Near East Moline, LeClaire, Moline, Davenport, Bluegrass. So it's still pretty active. And thank you, Curtis, for subscribing. Thank you so much. I just realized we didn't have subscriber mode on like all day. Whoop. Whoops-a-daisies. Gotta remember that. You're scared, you'll be all right. Just make sure you're indoors from windows. I promise you will survive. Looks like we're starting to get some more severe thunderstorm warnings down into northern Missouri now, like near Lawson, heading towards Rayville, Polo, and Cowgill. Also over here near like Spickard and Princeton and Tyndall. And wouldn't rule out some severe weather back over here near Olathe and Overland Park too. That line is starting to extend all the way down, believe it or not, into Wichita. Look at that boundary. That's crazy. Okay, we should be getting pretty close to this camera being impacted here. Give it a refresh. Oh yeah, you can see the wall of rain coming. Been cloudy and rainy all summer. Sorry about that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New NATO warning is for back over here near Edgerton, Albion, Coshawkanock, Milton, Cold Spring, Fort Atkinson, Hebron, Oakland, and Cambridge. That's going to be for this little portion of the line. We haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes yet off of this, but again, watching out for those. They're being cautious here and just making sure people are in their safe spots for any potential quick spin ups Little rotation over there west of Fulton. So just need to be in your safe spots out over here until the storm comes by. Should be a pretty low tornado threat, but I wouldn't completely rule out one or two. Looks like we're losing view of this storm in Madison a little bit. You see there's like another like sky view. Doesn't seem like it. I'm gonna move this camera back down into Janesville. Maybe I'll push it like a little bit further north, just west of Fulton, maybe. Yeah, put this one like in Edgerton. Monitor the winds on two separate portions of the storm. Should be pretty close to seeing impact on these cameras, though. We're about a couple miles away from the rain hitting these. Oh yeah, there's that wall of rain. It's coming. And if you're in Janesville, make sure you're bracing for impact. Got a pretty strong storm heading your way. And 80-mile-per-hour winds are certainly possible out of this storm. It's radar indicated, but it could very well be in there. We're about to find out for sure on our cameras, but unfortunately that's going to be after it goes through Janesville. Same with Fulton. And over there near Clinton as well. Milton still need to be in their safe spots. Port Atkinson as well. These storms are trying to mature a little bit over here near McHenry. They are maturing as the line approaches, kind of how we thought it would. So still keeping an eye on that. Oops. My light. Mineral, let me see. Yeah, it's likely contamination there. Yeah, it's out in the clear air. Wouldn't surprise me if they threw a NATO warning on it, though. You see how it's progressed. And it just kind of pops up out of nowhere. I mean, if it stays there for a couple of scans, definitely, I would say definitely worth keeping an eye on it, but that's definitely out in the clear air. There's certainly some contamination there. Like they did allow that tornado warning to expire for Evansville. Oh, our camera's starting to shake a little bit. Oh, wow. Decent little wind gust there as well. This camera a little bit further up to the north is not really picking up too much wind yet. And 80-mile-per-hour winds are about to hit this camera. We're about to see what this storm is all about here in Janesville. Yeah, no dangerous rotations in South Carolina. Yeah, the good news on this tornado warning is that I'm not really seeing many tight circulations. We got maybe a little circulation over there near Steubenville, still keeping an eye on. No, Brooklyn can come out of their safe spots. You guys are good. How is Spain? What are you talking about? This camera current? I feel like it should be. Not too far north. No, I mean. It's starting to get rain there. Still nothing too strong yet on our cameras. That leading edge should be pushing into our camera right now. That should be where those 80-mile-per-hour winds are. There just might not be 80-mile-per-hour winds in this storm. Is there a tornado warning? Yeah, that happens like most of the time. You get tornado warnings and there's usually not a tornado on the ground currently. They usually issue it for like rotation. Sometimes they'll issue the tornado warning when there is a tornado on the ground, but most of the times they issue it before that happens. We got an area of broad circulation near Dunkirk, and that's about all we have right now with this storm. Not really seeing much in terms of tornadic, but definitely still some potential for some strong winds. We're trying to investigate that right now. I mean, this is in that leading edge of the storm. Let me move this one. Maybe further down to the south, there could be some stronger winds. Maybe the winds are like further back in the storm. We'll wait and see. But as far as I can tell, it's really not looking that bad. What happened with this camera? We'll see. I mean, that looks like 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe. I'm not even seeing any rain bands move across the road. So this damaging wind threat might be dying down a little bit on the northern side. It also looks like we're getting a lot of our severe thunderstorm warnings here further to the south in Illinois to expire. We still have one over here near Princeton for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Walnut, Ohio, Lemoli, Princeton, and Hennepin. And we actually just got our special weather statement on this storm near Algonquin. This camera looks like it's bouncing around a little bit. Really is weakening slowly as it approaching Chicago, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I told you guys. Our weather models do all right, but we'll still see. I mean, technically still a chance for something. I don't know. It shouldn't be. This shouldn't do much though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's safe to say there is not 80-mile-per-hour winds in this storm anymore. We should be seeing a downgrade shortly. at like where location is storm going to get weaker. It's going to get weaker pretty much from here on out. It seems like our models are pretty darn accurate. As the storms enter into Rockford, that was about when we were expecting these storms to get a lot weaker, and that's what we are seeing happening. But still potentially a pretty dangerous flood threat over there, like near Burlington, Iowa. Probably next is where we're going to see another pretty dangerous flood threat out there. Does every severe storm have to be 60 miles per hour for it to be severe? No, yeah. Like if you like, well, it's very hard to get 4-inch hail without 60 mile per hour winds. But yeah, I mean, you can get like a 1-inch hailstorm with like under 50 mile per hour or like just barely around 50 mile per hour winds, and you know, still get a severe thunderstorm warning. So it doesn't have to be 60 mile per hour winds and above. Is it really? There wasn't even one that like kind of crossed into Illinois. Yeah, our I'll tell you what, our 10% tornado risk is the definition of a bust. Thankfully. The latest out over here looks like we're getting another little circulation back over here near Dunkirk again. This is actually outside of our tornado warning, or is about to be. I would still be in your safe spots there in Dunkirk. We're still monitoring these little circulations. These very, very rarely produce tornadoes, but still worth taking them seriously just in case. Because they rarely do doesn't mean they never do. Man, that's interesting. Our strongest winds only happened away. So our wind threat actually kind of busted on the southern side, you could say. And well overperformed on the northern side. Now here's back in our 80 mile per hour windstorm, and we are still seeing nothing of that caliber. How's Algonquin? You guys got a little storm nearby, potential for some small hail and some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Nothing too crazy. It's probably just because, yeah, it's farther away from the radar. Closer radar doesn't show it as bad. Just some light rain. Got a little MCS, little circulation. Main Boeing segment is going out in this direction. Still a little bit of instability out over here. And it's basically just a big old cold pool of air moving off to the east, and it creates a little circulation. I wonder if we could see it on satellite at all. Kind of. Wow, look at that. That's what the storm looked like from satellite using infrared imagery. Pretty cool. And still a little bit of a rotation now near Stoughton, but kind of broad right now, but I'm still keeping my eye on it. On our leading edge of our storm, though, no circulations really to note. But I still want Fort Atkinson, Oakland, Cold Spring to continue to be in their safe spots as we monitor what this storm is possible or capable of. He's currently moving. I'm a tornado. There's still a tornado watch in Algonquin in Huntley. Yes, there is still a tornado watch. There is still a tornado watch, but it's looking like you guys are going to be good. Pretty outflow dominated storms so far over there near Rockford. Let me see what our mesoscale analysis is looking like. Yeah, it looks like the environment is starting to get capped a little bit. Still a little bit of storm relative velocity, though. Our main corridor of storm relative velocity is right around here. And that extends like all the way into like Milwaukee and Whitefish Bay. That's about really the only area where I could see much of anything happening. Might be worth keeping an eye on these areas, but so far these have been all like outflow dominant. They're like Princeton and Hennepin. It looks like they are extending this as 70-mile-per-hour winds, but I don't even think we got that big of winds in there. Maybe we had it. Is this observed? Yeah, it's radar indicated. When we just saw this storm come through, it didn't really have that strong of wind coming through like Whitewater, Delavan, Elkhorn, Lake Geneva, Fontana, East Troy, Muckawanago. So it's probably somewhere between 70 and 60 miles per hour winds coming to you guys right now. Part of your husband, storm in Charleston is nasty. Let's see. Yeah, warned for 60 mile per hour winds. Yeah. Some lightning, some thunder. As long as he's indoors, he'll be all right. So we did get a severe thunderstorm warning back over here in Kansas near Paola. Wind and hail, 60 mile per hour winds. And then this one over here near Braemar and Richmond is warned for 60 mile per hour winds as well. We also got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Burlington, Kirkwood, and Oquaka. They're in parts of Illinois and Iowa. Oh, he's driving? Yeah, probably felt a little bit more intense if he was driving, yeah. He forgot dog food? Oof. I mean, by that time, it will be broken up. Our latest like model runs for after all this is that this kind of breaks apart. Might get some quick little severe weather over there in Michigan going into about 1 to 5 p.m. and that should settle down. And then it clears out a decent amount after that. Whitewater's doing all right. You guys are just outside of that tornado warning. And you don't really need to be in your safe spots, but I would be indoors and away from windows. As of right now, I'm not really seeing any strong areas of rotation. A little weak one over there near North Shore, not producing a tornado right now. I would be hanging in there. Just get ready for some potential power outages. Let me see how many power outages we've had so far. Wow. Yeah, 29,000 people without power in Iowa. Only 1,000 in Wisconsin, surprisingly. So yeah, I wonder, you know, This thing has been warned for like 80-mile-per-hour winds off and on for a while. I wonder if that ever just was the case. Typically, we see more power outages. Or maybe these areas are just really low population, but still, I feel like it'd be over 1,000. Maybe it's taking a while for that information. Shoot, we have more power outages in South Carolina than we do in Wisconsin. We have 11,000 people without power in South Carolina. You're in New Hampshire. New Hampshire. Yeah, it's gonna get close to you. I think you'll be all right. Not up here. See, up here, the lake is going to be cooler. And in fact, the lake's probably going to kill this storm. Let me see if I have any other cameras like out ahead. Here. Yeah, it looks like our next cameras are going to be in Milwaukee. Lake Mills might not be a bad area. Like just east of Lake Mills. Going live again tomorrow? Probably not. Not sure. Just depends on what happens. I mean, I think tomorrow we have like a little 2%, and I really don't think we're gonna see much from that. So probably not. Captured your first tornado. Congratulations. Hopefully it was away from your house. Yeah, latest scans here. All of these little rotations over here have broadened out. Not really as concerning. Back over here on the leading edge near Fort Atkinson. Still not seeing any rotation along the leading edge here. So should mainly be just damaging winds coming into Fort Atkinson and Cold Spring and Hebron. Areas like Koshkonong, Milton, Edgerton, Albion, and Fulton can all come out of their safe spots. That tornado threat has passed you. Severe storms, you can't handle it. Snowstorms, you love those. You prefer that over severe storms. Yeah. In terms of like not freaking out, I can understand. It was near your apartment? Yikes. When did you capture it? West Virginia? It looks like maybe not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, like near like Morgantown, Fairmont, Clarksburg, somewhere like over there. Might see a little something, something. Wondering what portion of that line we will get here if storms even reach us. I mean, the storms will definitely reach you. I just don't know how strong they will be. They might not be severe by the time they get into like downtown Chicago. Probably not going live, Ivan. Thought you were in the line for some showers this evening in the Kentucky-Tennessee border. Turns out they fizzled. Yeah. That's some little storms near me. It happens. Summer storms are like Summer storms are like I'm trying to think of a good metaphor. What's a good metaphor for summer storms and their unreliability? I don't know. Don't ask me. Bad at metaphors tonight. You definitely shouldn't rely on storms, especially in summer, to actually get it to you. Especially if you don't have any like large scale kinematics around you like we're seeing over here. Oh, wow. Look at that. You can actually see the outflow boundary push all the way out here. Every time I see this, I always think scumbag, but it says Schwamberg. What's something that's always unreliable? Dang it. Brain's not working. There you go. Yeah. Summer storms are like McDonald's ice cream machines. Always unreliable. There you go. Oh, when I'm going live, yeah. Also unreliable. Dylan hit it. That's the kind of perfect joke because everybody can relate to it. You nailed it. Dylan gets the best joke of the day award. Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to let this tornado warning expire here very shortly. How's Illinois? It's starting to get really windy where you live. Illinois is doing all right. I mean, we do have some severe weather, like over here near Amboy, Princeton, Hennepin, also near Rockford. They're actually going to let this severe thunderstorm warning near Rockford expire. So yeah, I mean, you guys are doing all right. I mean, I would say the worst thing that I am worried about right now is the flash flooding, man. We've just got a lot of flash flooding potential over here, especially south of Davenport. We got more rain coming for Davenport, which is in, let me see if they're still in a flash flood emergency. Yeah, they're still in a flash flood emergency. Wouldn't rule out another one further down to the south. I mean, that is a lot of rain there. A whole lot of rain. Let me check how much is accumulated. Yeah, it's like 4 to 5 inches over there near Arledo. More to come, too. I think Christine and Druno for subscribing. Thank you so much. Pretty bad. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Just be indoors and away from windows. You will survive. I promise. Pinky promise. Pinky reveal. Come on, you're leaving me hanging. Oh wow, that changed like my lighting on my face. What the heck? There we go. That was weird. I was about to say, that's making me look white. I think our tornado threat's pretty much done. And our like widespread damaging wind threat, you know, they are just guessing here when they're saying 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's the max amount of winds. But I think like Delavan and Whitewater probably aren't going to get those 70-mile-per-hour winds, even though you're warned for it. I think like if we're gonna see 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts anymore with this storm, it's probably gonna be up there near Watertown, Iona, Conomowoc, and Summit, Wisconsin. Yeah, you can really see that wherever we have a radar close to this line of storms, you can see our outflow boundary really pushing out ahead, meaning our tornado threat is pretty much at 0 now. Wants to do whatever. Yeah, I mean, it looks bad. But to be fair, I will say, if you want proof of anything, that we probably don't have 70-mile-per-hour winds right now, it's this right here. We have 1,000 people without power in Wisconsin. If these storms have been going through pretty populated regions, if we've had 80 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, we'd probably be like in the maybe 30 to 40,000 people without power right now. We're only at 1,000, so that's why I say that. It's not me just taking a guess or a gander. It's just that this storm probably never had winds that strong from the beginning. Because I tell you right now, Wisconsin's electricity like poles are not like that. They're not built like that. You get wind from the west and the northwest. If you open your windows, you cross. Okay. Do what you can do. There you go. That's what you do during the summer when it gets hot. It's pretty smart. Oh, Discord? I can get y'all Discord. Hold on. There you go. It's in chat. It's in chat, chaps. Bethany's dying, missing the good storms. Good feet. Dang, Bethany. Where's my invite? That's crazy. Oh, look. We got some weather modification going on here, guys. Uh-oh. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Category 20 hurricane develop right there. Uh-oh. Y'all see? Wait, no, you gotta go to this radar. Oh, it went away. Oh, man. We missed it. Y'all seen those posts on Twitter where they circle like just normal radar glitches and they're like, this is why Texas flooded. Come to Storm Trackers meetup. That's so far. That's so expensive to go all the way up there. I don't got that much money. I gotta be careful. You never know. You get like what if hurricane season doesn't do anything? Like, listen, that's what I want to happen, right? But at the same time, if that happens, your boy's brokety broke. And I only got so much in my savings. I gotta be careful. You never know. One of these seasons might just be quiet. I always gotta have like a good amount in my savings account just in case. Or like if Chaz gets sick or if I get sick. those emojis are perfect. Tornado Explorer. Your mom used it as an excuse to get you to visit. She bought you a ticket. Ah. That's smart. You got a smart mom. Oh, so you want to see some storm chasers, huh? You gotta come see a mother. She's a smart lady. Yeah, look, they really did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire there in Rockford. It certainly is calming down. In other tropical basins, like out over here, I would assume. In the Pacific, where the MJO is still kind of lingering. Do we have satellite out over there? Or I kind of miss like the old satellite. Oh, that's CONUS. What about full disk? Ah, yeah. That don't work no more. I don't think. It doesn't really update that much. I'm so surprised they haven't let this tornado warning expire. This is another thing. Like, if there's obviously no rotation anymore, why do they keep these warnings up? Just let them go. Oh, the boundary collisions? Probably like back over here near like Wichita. There's some crazy boundaries down here. Yeah. Boom. A little storm blew up there. Look at that. Might not have happened unless those boundaries collided. It does look like our storm is unzipping all the way down into Wichita now. Got some severe thunderstorms over here near Blue Springs, Richmond, and Bramer for 70-mile-per-hour winds up there in the northern one, and 60-mile-per-hour winds down here near Buckner, Blue Springs, and Lee's Summit. Not every day you see a long line of thunderstorms like this in July. It's Grand Rapids in the clear. I don't think you guys are going to be seeing much. If we come over here to our latest model run. See, as the storm approach, after the storm hits the lake, it's just going to fizzle. So if you do get some thunderstorms, if you do hear like one or two things of thunder, that's pretty much all you're probably going to hear. Yeah, they are satisfying. There was like this one boundary collision not too long ago where it was like 8 boundaries collided into one. Nothing happened though, but it was still pretty cool to see. I think it was like a week ago, maybe like a couple days ago. Dude, ain't no way. I hate it when people post like tornado photos like from like cities that are close to like tornado activity that day, but it's like from the year before. Like that's so disingenuous in my opinion. Like they know what they're doing. Don't play dumb. There's always tomorrow for Grand Rapids. Yeah, a little bit of a marginal risk. It's not gonna be anything crazy. Yeah, let me go over that for you. So yeah, after the storm comes through, it kind of clears out. It looks like most of the storms fire off to your east though. You still might not see anything tomorrow either. It's gonna be kind of hit or miss, but I would keep an eye on it just in case. Cooler air is nice. Try add some cooler air. Although it is nighttime. Come on, let it expire. You know you wanna. Yeah, you can see we don't have an iota of rotation along any portion of this line. It's over. After this tornado warning expires, I'm getting off. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I like this one. This is my favorite collisions. Like when they collide and then something actually happens. Like I hate it when they collide and then nothing happens. Like how boring. Like all that for nothing. That's the life. Wake up. Thankfully in July though, my routine is more wake up, golf, then go live. I didn't get to golf today though. It was sad. I was a sad person. Thank you, White Chimp, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Would you guys watch me golf? I just don't know how I'm gonna do it. It's like if I hit the ball, you guys won't be able to see where it goes. Misty says no. Hey. Boom. No more NATO warnings. All right, folks. That's going to be it for me. You guys stay safe out there. Some gusty winds are going to be possible. In Wisconsin, you're probably not going to get much more power outages after this. Same over like near Chicago. Illinois really hasn't had like any power outages from this storm either. You guys are sitting about 3,000 power outages. So should be, you know, it is going to get windy and loud at some times. And, you know, what I'm most concerned about is like back over here near Burlington for that flood threat. Please watch out there. You guys are probably already you're already in a flash flood warning or about to be in one. So don't let your guard down for that. If you get in a flash flood warning, you've seen what's been happening out there. Just get into a higher place just to be safe. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Let's hear the song. We'll turn the music up as I go out. But yeah, thank you everybody so much for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Huge shout out to everybody that subscribed during the stream and came in and watched us cover the storm. And I will see you guys probably not tomorrow. I'm gonna be honest, unless something crazy happens. But yeah, let's see who we can raid. Also, huge shout out to the mods as well. You guys did an amazing job today, as usual. I want to raid like someone random. All right, let's see. We got weather tracker. Thai metalhead weather. The heck? What the heck is that? This is like play metal music. Live Texas radar. Raid Thai. Sure, we'll give him a raid. All right, thank you everybody. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your evening. And we're gonna raid Ty. Don't know who he is, so if he's like some crazy person, don't blame me. Blame Tornado Explorer because he's the one that told me to do it. All right, and Blondie did too. But yeah, Go say hi, give him a subscribe if he's cool, and I'll see y'all later. Peace.